right, we are rolling. Good evening, everybody. Long time no stream, and I am so glad to be back tonight on this special Wednesday episode. Shout out to Styx Intern for sacrificing his night, to the law firm gods. I hope you're doing all right tonight, buddy. But without further ado, it's time for our weekly, or mostly weekly, Codex skill review with yours truly, Wowie, and of course, my lovely co-host, Maddie Pesk. How you doing today, man? It's been a while.
It's been a while. I'm so excited. You told me this before the stream, but it's like the cozy. We're back. We're in. We're doing our thing. You know, I'm so excited.
Oh yeah, same. I have been. I think we've all been really anticipating this drop for a long time. If I had a nickel for every time I've seen really just anyone randomly in the server just spout off Win Monk.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh geez, this is not formatted well at all. But that's all right.
I wasn't paying attention. I just looked at it.
Yeah, it's not looking pretty. I'm doing the same thing I normally do. I just like copy the medium.
Right.
But this is my job. I'll just make it look pretty.
Yeah.
So I actually have not. I've been pretty busy lately with a bunch of personal stuff. So Maddie, I know this is probably a little bit weird to hear, but if you wouldn't mind, can you give me like a pretty decent update of what's been going on?
Yeah.
And I think everyone else probably really appreciated as well, because I can't tell if there's been a lot or there hasn't. I feel like there has.
So I will say, all right. So they like several AMAs ago. I don't know. Is that plural? AMAs ago. They said they're doing this art overhaul to all the like NFTs and all the heroes, so that like animation is like easier to do. And so in preparation for that, they've sort of been like tweeting out the like the new artwork like slowly, like a trickle, like one a day or maybe two a day. And so like that was getting some hype on Twitter, but it really was just like it's just showing the new artwork. It wasn't really any new like gameplay content.
Oh, that's the thing. I've been getting tagged in a bunch.
Right, yeah, and so everybody was getting tagged in them like crazy. But then tonight, literally like 2 hours ago, maybe a few more hours ago than that, they updated it, and so all the artwork for the heroes have been updated. And they actually had a couple more like classes to go on the tweets, and they like jumped the gun on it, which was cool.
You love to see it, right?
Yeah. But like so anyways, but like those tweets were like getting some buzz and some like attraction, because there was like, if you retweet it with friends, you could win a contest or whatever. So like people were retweeting them and getting it out there. And it's really cool. The artwork's awesome. I really liked some of the changes. I mean, it's very slight, but it's pretty cool. They're pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, I've been absolutely enamored. I think that's the right word. Yeah. I've been extremely impressed. I've been absolutely in love with the new graphic updates.
Yeah.
By Second Best Dad. Holy crap, dude. Like,
yeah, it's really cool.
I think I remember seeing a tweet from him. It's just like, I try not to take criticism, positive or negative, and just, really focus on my work. And I'm just like, bro, I'm going to compliment the crap out of you in a minute. Wow.
For sure.
And also too, I mean, crazy.
I then also just quickly with this update, and I don't want to get into it because I don't know the technicals of this, but they also adjusted the gas, how the gas is formulated, to hopefully bring down those gas prices, because they have been kind of getting up there.
That's true. That was with the new was it V2 or V3 contracts?
It's with the V3 Quest Core. But they did it with like the same time they did the art release. They did like they must have changed the formula or something, because they mentioned that. Again, I don't want to get too into it because like that's like beyond my that's like technical blockchain stuff.
All right,
but yeah, so like they've been tweeting like that, and then also too, I think you probably got tagged or like dinged on. Hubert went on like a little mini DeFi Kingdoms world tour.
Oh, for real?
He did interviews he went on Sergeant stream, and we talked about the cooldown. I got to be a guest on that, and then that was awesome. And like the hero inflation. He went on ADFK and was chatting about like travel and some stuff in the future. Nice. And then he went he went on Chaos Cast with Bolon and Risen, and it was more just like stuff about what's coming in the future. So
I
it's
love to
pretty
hear that.
exciting. Yeah.
Now,
Um,
I was listening. I got the chance to listen to Bogside, and I know
mm,
travel came up.
yeah.
So what's the deal with travel? Because I've got a lot of opinions and even more
Yeah.
guesses.
Right. Well, I mean, we don't know anything for sure. Like nothing's confirmed. Um, but it definitely well, one thing is confirmed. For sure, you're going to have mounts
Nice.
that affect how you travel. Um, and sort of the hint was sort of like speed versus safety. I'm guessing like an armored whatever versus something that will take you there faster but won't be armored or whatever, something like that. Um, but other than that, like it was confirmed it's a mount, and a big thing we were talking about last night was like our pets mounts, our mounts pets. Is this a different category of creature?
I mean, I would assume
Than the
so.
pets. Yeah, yeah, I guess so. And then also is that going to be a different equipment slot?
Oh
And
yeah.
then
Are
I
you
think
kidding
that
me? I
yeah,
think they'd take the chance to like, all right, trick out your ride.
yeah,
How do you want to do? You want to put an extra seat in there to take more people? You want to put
yeah.
more storage bags on the side to carry more stuff? Like I don't know about you, but I'm all over the travel stuff.
No, I know. I'm excited for that stuff. And I also am really excited for like land being activated and then like decisions that
Oh yeah.
landowners make affecting travel.
Yeah, definitely.
Um, Again, this idea of safety came up, and I don't know how it's going to play out in terms of like random encounters when you're traveling. If there's any actual fear of your heroes being burned, if they die in a battle and stuff like that. Like I doubt they're going to do stuff like that, but I would love the idea of a landowner like spends their resources to make their land safe to travel on, but they have a toll,
Oh, I like
and
that a
you
lot.
and then you pay them to use their land and travel up around or whatever.
Or like an
Um,
affiliation like
right,
cost.
right. There's some sort of yeah. Um, yeah, or whatever. And then the people that the landowners that don't do that, if you travel through their land, there's a chance you get a random encounter, and if you lose it, your hero dies. Like that is a
Yeah,
wild.
I
I mean,
like that
I don't
too.
think they would do that. I don't think they would do that though with the NFTs. But
I'm kind
some
of a
sort of
fan.
penalty, maybe some sort of penalty. Maybe not like you lose the hero, but like a penalty of it takes another 2 days to travel. You know what I mean? Like your hero has to wait to like
Ah, yeah.
recover. Um, or like you can't wherever you're going, you like won't be able to get as much from whatever quest or thing you're going to go do.
No, that makes a lot of sense. And I really
Uh,
I like the concept of that a lot, to be
yeah.
honest.
Well, because then also too, and then it'll be super fun of like people from, and I think this is going to be built in of like guilds, because guilds are probably eventually down the road going to be attached to land. So guilds will be like travel our road, travel the ADFK road. It's safer than the whatever road. Like I love that idea because then it'll just be like fun social interactions.
Yeah. No, I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Like I like that a lot, a lot.
I mean, we'll see. Obviously, I think this is way down the road. That like land affecting travel. I think we need to get travel just established in general.
We might be able to like create a like so you know how a lot of games like you have a beginner's area and you have
Sure.
like
Yeah.
your intermediate area and your
Yeah.
dangerous
Yeah.
area stuff like we may be able, and this is pure speculation, it's just a fun
Hmm.
thought, we
Hmm.
might be able to create those ourselves,
That'd be super cool.
like
Yeah.
ADFK and
Hmm.
like all the other guilds that are like going in on
Yeah.
it, right, for land. You're like, okay, we have decided to make this like beginner
Hmm.
friendly. We've
Yeah.
decided to make this like, come hang out, come take
Yep.
advantage of the stuff we've got. If it's open, you're free to use it. You know what I mean? Like, there's probably a small little percentage of whatever goes back, like anything else.
Yeah.
But like, I could see that being like, okay, here's the community stuff. And if you
Yeah.
want, you can sign up at the guild halls and like become affiliated and blah 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 blah.
And
That
like stakes are lower and costs are lower, but like
yes.
hypothetically, you're hopefully getting more traffic. So like those tolls or whatever, if you you know what I mean? Like, but that's a decision you have to make on your land of like, are you going to make a big thing that has like a crazy high reward, crazy high risk, but like it's going to be expensive for people to do?
I love it.
Oh,
I
yeah,
love there's so much to do here.
yeah.
There's so much fun to be had.
Oh, I
Um
agree.
I was thinking about it. Like I was on a plane recently, and I
Mhm.
was thinking about it, and it was just like I remember a conversation that we were having with Bolon, where it's just like anyone can come in and make whatever they want if they wanted to like incorporate our NFTs.
Yeah,
Anyone can come in and just make whatever game they want to
yeah.
just like be a part of it. So anyone can come in and make like a little idle game or like even like a little board game. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I don't know. No, I can't share that. I can't share that.
I was thinking
Um,
about a fighting game.
the um, the Bogside intern is a computer coder, and we've
Ooh.
had discussions. We've had discussions with him, but I can't go any further than that.
Well,
But like
now I'm super
very similar.
curious.
But like very similar of like we have these NFTs like, and I think the Fight Club, Fight Club is a great example of that. It was really cool. Um, of like just like create this stuff. These we own the NFTs. Let's just do it.
Right? Oh,
So
yo, Workhorse, what's going on, man? Long
there he
time no
is.
see, bud. Glad.
All right. Well, all right. That's what I want to. Can we change gears from
Yeah,
from travel and
hell
land?
yeah, man.
Um.
Let's shift.
Okay. So with Monk,
Yeah.
Workhorse dropped a new article, and it seemed very straightforward. Well, it was straightforward, but hidden in this article was a major nerf, in my opinion.
All right, I think I know what you're talking about. This bad boy right here.
A
No groups. No
cleanse.
group.
Cleanse is no longer clear all negative status effects.
That's a big deal.
It is now clear one status effect at random
Okay, that's
from
huge.
the target.
That's a huge difference, and I mean,
Yes.
while that does probably, well, that probably does bump down my rating of it. It makes
Yeah.
sense.
I think so
Like
too.
I
I
think
think
that's a completely
yeah.
fair nerf.
Yeah, I think especially with Priest, it was getting to a point. I mean, you said that. Remember when we went over Priest? You're like, bring a Priest. It was
Yeah,
to a point where you would have to have that, you know, yeah, or it was so powerful and such an easy skill to get for the Priest that it would be everywhere. So I think this is going to change that up and make people try to be a little more strategic with how they do it.
it's all about strategery.
Yeah. And then
Oh.
also, it was interesting though, because like now Purify comes in,
Mm-hmm.
and I bet I mean they're gonna have to go back to Priest and change up some things and make it Purify and some of the like stronger ones, and potentially make change um, the traits that the heroes have too. I mean, I don't think so because Cleanse is like a basic level. Um, it's not an advanced trait, so I
Right,
don't know if they'll
which is
change that.
honestly why I'm so okay with it. Like
Yeah,
cleanse
yeah.
was so
Hmm.
important before, and while it's
Yeah.
still pretty useful, like I said, this makes sense. This is a completely fair nerf.
Yeah, yeah,
But it seems like we're given other tools to work with. We got Purify, we've got
yeah,
Dispel, we've got all kinds of stuff. I
yeah.
and Workhorse, please don't beat me up.
Mm, please do.
I have not read any of this yet.
What?
I've not read any of it. I think I read through like the first
It's fine.
three abilities on the monk sheet before I was like whisked away to something else,
Sure. Yeah.
which I often am. But I mean, as we normally do in traditional fashion here, I'm going to react to everything live.
Oh, I've already read it substantially.
Also in traditional fashion, by the fan, but by the way, by the fan, I'm a huge fan of Jackie Chan. Like, I
Sure.
grew
Yeah.
up on kung fu
Yeah.
movies, and like, it's such a huge part of who I am. Like, I own
Oh yeah.
I own a very extended Bruce Lee collection,
Well,
and
what was I gonna say? And you're gonna kill me because I always pronounce it just IP man. But like, or do you is that how you pronounce it, right? Or do you like?
I've heard Ip Man and IP
Yeah.
Man, and I think
Okay.
everyone's just like kind of respected each other enough.
Right. Right. Yeah. And I know that's not Jackie Chan, but like I remember the first time I watched that, and I was like, "What?" like,
Nice.
like my mind was like blown. I was like, I thought I knew what like kung fu movies like were,
Oh my
but
god, it was so good, right?
but yeah, that blew my mind. Like I watched like as many. I think there were 3 or 4 when I first watched it, so I like binged all of them like immediately.
Oh my god. All right, I'm just getting some stuff. All right, so in traditional fashion, I've also forgot to send out the link so everyone can come in and join.
Oh,
Um,
fun.
so I'm just going to set that out in PvP discussion. I was putting
I
in a
shout
couple
out.
places this time.
Yeah, I shout out one of your tweets in ADFK in our like secret chat. So.
Oh, appreciate it. I didn't know you guys
Yep.
had a secret chat,
Oh yeah.
but now I know the secret that there is a chat.
Don't tell anyone I said that.
All right, let's see. I have my own channel in Mythic Squad. Shout out, boys. Freaking
I
love
know those guys are awesome. All right, so then let me go to priest.
you. Here.
Is purify ever used for priest? I don't believe so.
I
I
don't
don't
think the
think it was.
word
It
purify
wasn't a
is
keyword
used.
at that point. Yeah, yeah.
But I think what we can do here is make assumptions because this is
Right.
ultimately super spec chat. So I think it's kind of our job to just assume things as correct and
Yeah.
be proven wrong later. We're gonna get a priest rework with
Yeah.
all of the updated terminology and mechanics, and we're probably going to see things such as purify. We're going to see things with dispel. We're going to see negate. We're going to see barriers or shields.
Well, I don't know if
being specified.
I don't. Yeah. No, for sure. I don't know if priest will have negate. I think it's going to be more, affecting your team rather than messing with the enemy. Although I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good point. Who knows what we're going to see?
They knows.
Mm-hmm.
They knows. Workhorse says no sweat. He'll be he's running around doing the necessities around the house.
Love it.
Listening, see if we have any questions. Which I probably will. I'll probably just make a bunch of assumptions first though. Which if I don't form it in the phrasing of a question, I'm sure you will be very happy not to answer. But before we start on me constantly formatting everything because copying paste is weird, I do want to do a real quick, I'm just going to nerd out for a second.
Sure.
Second best dad, I love you.
I know.
I love you. There has been a recent update to the graphics of all of our beloved NFT heroes, and it is so crisp.
The backgrounds are so cool.
The backgrounds are so cool. And for a minute, I thought there was differing backgrounds. Like if you had the forest, there's a couple different forest backgrounds. I think I was wrong. I think someone was on a profession. But even that's the case.
Yeah.
There's profession backgrounds. Let's see if I can find someone who's on a quest right now. Like right here. Look at this guy on the farm.
He's working those fields.
Oh my dear God. These are so cool.
Yeah, I love the scholar in it because it's like pants are baggy.
Yeah. It's so great. Like you would never expect him to be
like literally on the farm working. Just came from class, and now he has to work the fields.
Yo, I mean, speaking of like scholars coming from class, like, bro, where their books go?
Well, they have fans now.
Yeah, they got fans. They got to keep cool, but like,
I'm sure. They got baggy clothes. They got books in the pockets.
Wait a minute. On closer inspection, like you see at the bottom of their eyes where it's like kind of a little cloudy.
Yeah.
Are those tiny glasses? Are those readers?
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Second best dad. I'm blushing over here. This is work. Oh my God. I got a Maddie Loward. Look at that. I just noticed that.
Oh, hey. What's up, Maddie?
All right. Cool. I think this is a sign of good things to come. And don't worry, everybody who's rewatching this on YouTube later, I figured out how to put timestamps in, so
oh, very good.
You'll be able to fast forward to exactly when we get started because right now,
please call it Maddie Rambles for 15 minutes. Just like note that in the bookmarks.
The Maddie Rambles. I like that. I'll do it. I like this. I'm a fan of that already. But this is the most important part of every single codex that we do. What are the cardinal colors that define the monk class? And I think we've got a pretty decent visual helper now because we've got 3 main colors that are going into our new monks. It's pretty cool. It's like a worn like linen, right? We've got a red belt and we've got our body wrapping, right? So I'm
It's like
I'm already all about that.
and again, I always say this, but I am colorblind, so correct me if I say anything wrong. But I'm looking at like a beige kind of, right?
Um, a little bit, yeah. It's like a very faded, like dull gold
Right.
almost,
Yeah, yeah,
like it's like a dirty yellow.
yeah. I was gonna say like a monk. Obviously, they're monks, but like Tibetan monks are, I think, orange traditionally,
Yeah, the
and so
Shaolin.
this seems like somebody who's been like studying on the plateaus, and it's gotten dirty over the years.
Oh yeah. No, I'm a huge fan of these
Yeah.
updates. Huge fan of these updates. Uh-oh. Okay, maybe the little cloudiness on the eyes is on
Is it
purpose.
all of them? Yeah.
And everyone's wearing readers because that's now canon. Um,
Sure.
but seriously, this is an incredible job. The visual update, like
They're very cool.
I don't know how long Second Best Dad's been working on this. He's been teasing us for a couple weeks,
Oh yeah.
but it's been a couple weeks, and this is a
Yeah.
dramatic difference.
Yeah, and also too, I mean, I know this is what the purpose of it, but like clearly the heroes seem more I'm gonna phrase that poorly. They seem ready to be animated in different ways. You know
Oh
what I mean?
yeah,
They seem like they're just more agile.
they're Flash ready, but I'm sure Second Best
Yeah,
Dad isn't
exactly.
using
Yeah. I mean,
Flash.
I don't know I don't know if that's a technical term.
Oh man, I'm so ready for this. So, would you agree that these would be the cardinal colors of the monk,
Oh
or
yeah, I
should we
think yeah.
go classic, Bruce Lee with the yellow jumpsuit with the black stripe
Ooh,
through it?
yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
do we pay homage,
Yeah. There's
right?
like so much like yeah, there's so much lore to pull from. I don't know.
There's a lot. Like I think with closed fist makes me think Shaolin monk,
Sure,
right?
sure. Yep.
Open palm makes me think of the like what you were talking about, like the Tibetan monk, right?
Right.
The way
Yep.
of peace. We
Like
don't
peaceful. Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
the deflection rather than
Mm-hmm.
yeah, very
Like
defensive
direct.
style.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's Bagua, or is it no? It's northern
Mm,
style. It might be
yeah, I
both.
don't know.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to remember like Avatar: The Last Airbender. I know like Earthbending was
Right. They're
based
all like
off of
loosely based on yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
like
Or not loosely, pretty directly.
northern Shaolin. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um. So I'm thinking closed fist. We're definitely looking at like our belt. We're looking at our red belt or our
Yep.
black belt here.
I agree with that.
Open palm I think is more of the way of like the linen color, right?
Yep. Yep.
And our drunken sway. I mean, come on. Jackie Chan had the best
Right.
drunken kung fu
Yeah.
movie out there, right?
Yeah.
We got to give it to him. Like, there's got to be like black on white, but I'm pretty sure I did that in Thief. No, Pirate for the Jolly Roger. I did. So we're gonna have to come up with
Yeah,
something else for
but you
Drunken
could
Sway.
do black with I guess not really. I was gonna say like a different color font, maybe like a red. But if we're gonna use red for
Right.
I don't know.
Like a dirty red. A striking red.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Which I think we did.
That reminds me of. Well, I need to look it up. Cobra Kai typically wear black, I think, and then
Oh yeah, they were
yellow.
black and yellow.
Yeah. Let me look that up.
That's a good one. I like that. I like that a lot actually. I like going
Oh
after
yeah.
Cobra Kai.
Yeah, it's like a black with yellow trim. It looks so cool.
Workhorse is saying this change has been in the works for a very long time. I'm
yeah,
assuming with the graphic
artwork,
updates.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna say, you guys did a really good job of not giving up anything.
Well, I mean, yeah, they've been leaking the Twitter stuff.
No,
but yeah,
you guys did it exactly right. Like we had
Yeah.
no idea. There was nothing to potentially even complain about.
Yeah.
We couldn't win you at all.
No, because it was like a new, yeah.
Right. I mean, it was the perfect way to do that. And it's just like, guess what? We're making some cool updates. Like, oh, sweet. When are those going to be implemented? And it's like, actually
Now.
soon. Yeah.
Yeah. You've heard of soon. This is now.
Let me introduce you.
Yeah.
Let's see if it contains open palm. Whoops. So we'll go for like the
Oh wow, there's a username I haven't seen before.
Yo, Hubert. Open Palm was my baby. I practiced Aikido, and the
Oh my god,
philosophy that discipline is based off of what I learned. I
that is insane.
love that's
What an
some
insane
like
sentence.
that's like so much deeper than Alpha. That's like origin lore right here of
That's literally like I'm seeing inside the Matrix right now.
Oh, that's so great. I love that you practiced Aikido. I was a real big practitioner of martial arts when I was a
Really?
lot younger, and I fell out of it.
Cool.
Yeah, I used to be really heavily into MMA.
That's awesome.
Not like how MMA is now, where it's like
No, no,
the
yeah,
mixed styles, and it's like
yeah,
mostly
yeah.
stand up boxing into jujitsu, but like I practiced a variety of styles. I had a really cool like martial arts institute
That's
where I
awesome.
grew up.
Yeah.
So I've got a ton of respect for the entirety of martial arts disciplines, and I just love it when people come out, especially for this stuff, because I've been waiting for the monk for a long time. I'm a
Yeah.
huge fan
Well,
of
it's
martial arts in general, and it was so cool to see like Hubert. We've always known that monk was his favorite
right.
class,
Yeah.
or at least we all assumed it. And it's super cool to learn that you practice martial arts. Like,
Yeah, like that's so wild of like yeah, I watch the movies and I enjoy it. I think it's cool and I like the content of it. But like for someone who like is creating this to like actually have a much stronger understanding of like the philosophy of it, like it just like makes it so much more legit in my mind.
yeah, all right. So I'm going to repeat myself again. I have not read any of this yet.
Hmm.
And I am assuming Open Palm is going to be dealing with a redirect of energy, like the
Uh,
idea of redirection.
I Drunken Sway has a lot of that too, though.
Really? Well, yeah, that makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense because they're all about like
Yeah.
get hit and then just like however
Yeah.
hard, yeah, just like bam.
Open Palm has a lot more I would say, I mean, this is I'm saying the word wisdom, but it's more like I'm gonna make the wise choice in this battle. It's kind of feel. You know what I
Interesting.
mean? Um
We need more
and it does use
tangible.
wisdom as a stat, but more just kind of like I'm going to master this battlefield by making smarter decisions than you.
I kind of like that a lot.
Yeah, because it's like there is some offensive stuff, but also there's some defensive aspects to it too. Um, and Drunken Sway is just kind of like chaos, which is amazing. Although I will say, I'm going to say this right now, and I don't know how long we're going to be chatting for. I'm going to refer to it as Drunken Master. I know it's called Drunken Sway, but like that's just in my head. Like I'm going to say Drunken Master.
Hey, I mean, I don't think anyone's going to fault you too much.
Yeah.
I would like to know the origin of choosing Drunken Sway over
Yeah.
like over Drunken Master
Drunken Master or
or
yeah, or just like
or drink techniques. I don't know.
or yeah.
I think I'm kind of figuring out exactly why it was named this way. It's kind of hard to just come up with that style rather than saying Drunken Fist.
Or just
Um,
like yeah, like unbalanced, you know, or whatever, you know, like
let's see here. All right, so what are we gonna do for Drunken Sway then?
I don't know.
Because so what I've done so far is we got Open Palm with the black letters. We've got like the tattered like linen, and then
Mm-hmm.
Closed Fist is exactly the opposite,
Love it.
where
I
it's
love that. Yeah.
the linen on the inside and the black striking on the outside.
Yeah.
Big fan so far.
I don't know. I would kind of say like don't do this, but like a light blue because it's like you understand the like movement of the like the world, you know, like the globe. So it's like the blue of the ocean.
Huh.
But also, meh. I don't know if I like that.
I kind of like that. It reminds me of Pokemon with Seismic Toss. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see. What color would be perfect for Drunken Sway? I mean, we could always look at our visuals.
Oh, interesting little tidbit from Hubert.
Let's see. Oh, Drunken Master was the original name, but we changed it to the other discipline, or we changed it because the other disciplines didn't use the term the same title format. That makes so much sense.
Yeah.
And we didn't want to change the
Right.
other two
Like
disciplines
this,
to fit.
they're not masters.
No, I completely get it. Yeah, no, that makes a ton of sense. I love it. Ooh, All right. I was thinking of a gourd because, like, all right, so in classic, like, you know, a really old style setting kung fu movies, you always got like the triple X on the gourd bottle.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
But I don't know what color gourd would be, to be honest. um, what could we put here? I would love Hubert. I would love your input on what color do you think Drunken Sway like really embodies, or what? Yeah, what color embodies it really? Because I'm sure you guys have. I'm sure the graphics department is already working on color coordination, and I'd love to get ahead of the game here.
Yeah, just get that inside track.
Yeah, just a little piece. I don't think it's really that much alpha to know what colors was going to be.
Ooh, what is So I googled drunken master fighting style, and the Wikipedia page calls it drunken boxing.
Oh yeah, drunken boxing.
But they also bring up Taoism a lot, or Taoism or Taoism. Taoism.
Oh yeah, that was my. So this is another thing. We're gonna see how well my April Fools.
Well, there is one move
holds up.
There is one move that's like punch again.
So no way.
There is one. There's like, you'll see. There's like a combo. Like if you did a move last time, punch again.
I'm stoked about that. I'm really stoked about that. All right, sweet. Let's see. How about red for wine? Like a dark red.
Oh,
a whiny
wow.
red.
Hubert, shout out to colorblind people. I love it.
Yeah, shout out to colorblind people everywhere. You guys are perfectly normal.
It's weird. It's a weird
and we all love you.
Yeah, no one thought it was that different until you said that.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying. All right, this is kind of I kind of like this. This
I kind of like that too. Yeah,
this is kind of a cool little, and it gives credence to the blood red belt. In our new graphic update.
Yeah.
I'm kind of digging it. I'm digging this setup a lot.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I like the black on yellow. I really like that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of like this whole thing right now.
Yeah.
And I mean, yes, this is the drinking game. Everybody drink every time I say big fan, 100%.
Mental deterrent. Oh my god, there's like two moves that you're gonna say mental deterrent a million times.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh geez, trying to reconnect. Oh no.
What happened?
I don't know. It's trying to reconnect me to my own spreadsheet. There's too much going on in the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
All right. I think we are officially.
I think we got the colors. Yeah.
I think we're officially good to go. And we got one more boxing in to do. The formatting was absolutely insane for some reason on the copy over. I don't know why. But without further ado, future me, when I'm timestamping this is where we timestamp it. It's time to begin formatting all of this crap by hand. And
wait, isn't there text before all of them, or not all of them?
Not all of them. Not on this one.
Interesting.
I've done it a couple times. Oh, what's up, Eric? It's nice to see you, man.
Oh yeah.
Maybe clear white letters as tribute to rice wine. That's pretty cool too. I like that a lot.
I kind of like that actually.
It would be pretty similar to what we did with the Legionnaire with the tip the blood tip spear. I'm a fan. I like every bit of this. All right, so for the first one, we've got. Bear with me here for a second. Just because I want to get formatting correct.
Can you hear my dog slurping up water? Oh, all right.
Yeah, I can't hear him at all.
He's right behind me.
How is he?
He's slurping up a lot of water right now. I was afraid he got on mic.
Yeah, no, not at all. How's the little guy doing?
Good. Oh, he's good.
Love to hear it.
He's not little. He's 60 pounds. Although he is getting old. He's 11 years old.
Little puppy.
Yeah. He thinks he's a puppy still.
Yep, they're all pups. X gain things. All right, so here we go. These are the italics. There we go. So we got formatting completed on our tier 1s, and here we go.
Tier 1s. Here we go.
Ability 1, Close Fist, Crippling Strike. We've got deal physical damage to target enemy equal to it's a basic mod plus strength mod plus dex mod with a strength dex chance to daze. I think this is pretty dang nice. This is super simple.
Solid.
It's solid. Yeah, completely and utterly solid.
Um,
You know what we didn't do?
I think, well, we're still kind of expecting a days rework, maybe or maybe not. I don't know. There's been rumors of that, or at least Exhaust. Exhaust got that kind of more in-depth thing. Where they're gonna do that same thing with days? I don't know, or with the new turn order format. But in general, if it's how I understand it, I still think this is just really solid. Um, Daze is going to mess up your opponent's turn order, and this is a cheap skill you can just add to anybody.
Yeah, no, this is perfect. It can just literally go on anybody. My opinion here is like this is a straight S.
Yeah,
like it's just
yeah.
good for you. I think the strength and dex scaling is probably going to be a little bit weak, but it's going to be a basic attack that literally anyone can do, and a chance to daze is huge. Like,
I mean, especially on, I'm going to talk about this a lot. I have a lot of opinions about monk subclass because I struggle with how I would rank monk subclass, because I think this would be great for somebody who packs a bigger punch, as a subclass.
That makes
Somebody
sense.
who's got higher strength or higher dex. I think, especially like something crazy like spellbow. Like this becomes wild for that class.
It
for
does,
level 1,
especially if you're not worried about your ranged anymore and you're trying to conserve mana. Yeah, I get you.
And we'll get into it too, but like there's other reasons why I think there's negative reasons why the monk as a subclass, because there's a lot of moves that build on each other, so you can't really build a full build as a subclass. But this one, I think level 1, just solid. I would maybe do double S, but like I understand also just being S.
I'm trying to be more conservative here.
Fair, yeah.
Because I mean, we've seen the other level 1 abilities, and we've seen like, okay, it's like a scaling percent chance has like a base of 5,
right?
And then like we're looking at 2%, 1% of your of your, so it's like a 5% chance plus like 2% of your strength and 1% of your dex, right? So you're looking at a 6% chance, or what did I say, 8% chance to daze your target per turn. So I'm trying to be more conservative and more realistic with these.
I like it. All right.
But overall, I think this is perfect. Like I legitimately couldn't ask more for a level 1 for Close Fist. Honestly, I think the fact that it has a crowd control ability built in is pretty huge for level 1.
Yeah. But I don't think anybody, I don't know, I can't say that actually, of like, are there status effects on level 1s for everybody? I mean, there's not that many.
I remember Workhorse was saying like they were going to go back and try and tweak things to where like everyone's level 1s were going to be changed to like damage dealing abilities, so everyone could do something at level 1.
Right. Okay, yeah.
And then they were going to put all the passives on the second
level
tier.
2, yeah.
Where in the like towards the beginning they were putting all the passives on level 1.
Yeah.
And then they were putting the damage dealing stuff in the second tiers.
I also don't mind if they leave it as mix and match for some people, but I understand why they would do that.
Yeah, 100%. Like if you're building your perfect passive hero like I do, I go for every single passive ability I possibly can, and then just auto hit you for a truckload for some unknown reason.
It's automatic. yeah.
But I think this is very solid. I do also want to give this a double S. I'm leery about the DoD, but not really, right? Yeah. So I think the DoD is probably gonna be like 0.
Yeah.
Like legitimately, I think it could possibly be 0, or it could be 5 or 10. You know what I mean? Like I don't think it's gonna be much. I think this is a straight, well balanced level 1 ability.
It's already a percent chance for days, so I can't imagine the DoD being
right
that crazy.
Right. Yeah, and we want something to do at level 1. Like,
Yeah.
we don't want to miss. But moving on, we got our first open
Right.
palm ability, Blinding Weave.
Mm.
Deal physical damage to target enemy equal to basic plus dex plus whiz scaling.
Mm-hmm.
I'm liking that. With a
Mm-hmm.
dex whiz chance to blind target enemy. Whoa.
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
Yeah.
This is
So
very interesting.
you want to give real quick? Do you want to give me blind description real quick?
I sure do, because I was going to go back and tell you something very specific with blind. Wherever I put it, there it is. Hero's accuracy is reduced by 50%. This status effect persists until removed.
That's insane.
Right? That's actually I'm actually more liable to rank this higher because of the it stays until removed.
And cleanse just got nerfed. So
I mean, blind just got better. So all debuffs just got better.
Yeah.
I'm gonna assume that the percent chance is pretty similar, if not the exact same, to the day's percent chance. And the DoD is as well. I think this is a well-deserved S, even though it's probably going to be a little more useful. Man. The blind, so there's different
maybe
stuff
give it
here.
Double S, but yeah.
So I'm going to tell you exactly what the differences here are. Daze is a interrupt where blind is not.
Blind does not interrupt.
Blind does not interrupt, and Daze does. So this is actually very indicative of your closed fist, open palm. Closed fist is something that happens right away, right now.
Yep.
And open palm is something that happens, over time and with RNG. So
interesting.
I actually think these are very complementary to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is another solid one. I think this is a perfect level 1 ability again. Yeah, moving on. Like, there's not much to say that hasn't been said with solid. Crippling Strike, Blinding Weave. They're essentially the same, but
I think it's important to say, like,
different.
that, like, especially based on what we have with the combat, like the alpha that we have, we know these numbers, these modifiers are going to be pretty low, for level 1s. So I think that's going to really keep these. It's going to keep them grounded, and that's why they're a single S, because they're kind of like they're going to be It's going to be like 5% chance to blind. I in my opinion, that's probably where it's going to be around.
Right, and these are the ones that are going to be accessible to everybody,
yeah,
from the very start of the game almost. Right, even if it's a subclass ability at level 2, you can take this.
Yeah,
if you don't want your your other one. Well, technically, if it's a level 2 fight, you get one ability from your main and one ability from your sub, because you don't have enough points to buy second tier until level 3.
Yeah.
Man, I can't wait for baby cup fights, baby cup tournaments. Like, it's gonna be so much fun.
It's gonna be so wild. Yeah, level 1 decisions. Like,
but yeah, 2 super solid moves. Like right off the bat, these are just perfectly balanced. Which I feel like I'm going to be saying a lot. Probably until we get to like the giant chunks of text.
Yep.
All right. So for our first Drunken Sway ability, we got Swig, which I love this already. Here, drink this. It helps. We've got a self range, no DoD, so this is a buff. Channel for a duration of X. Gain a flat plus endurance % physical defense for a duration of X, and gain a flat plus dex % evasion for a duration of X. This is very interesting because
I love this.
If the durations are all the same, right? If it's like channel for 2 and all the durations are 2, like this is really cool. But if it's like channel for 2 or channel for 1 even, and duration of 3 or duration of 4, like this, this is really cool.
I think. And I say this a lot in these streams because I usually read them all prior to, but the second level Drunken Sway, I have to jump in and say this. The second level Drunken Sway is while channeling, you get a physical barrier, which makes this move insanely good at level 1.
Yeah, if it's a short, if it's a short channel.
Right. Well, I think regardless, even if it's like 1 or 2 rounds, and
No,
also
yeah,
too
you're right.
something that's very very interesting with the monk, which I do want to talk about specifically with Drunken Sway, and also with the other ones a little bit. I think the monk benefits from being slow because
Interesting.
there's a bunch of moves that are like every time your opponent attacks, get some sort of bonus, which would benefit somebody who was just like, and I think the Drunken Master makes sense of like, if someone's just rushing into battle and like swinging a bunch of times, the Drunken Master is going to counter that, you know? And I think that sort of happens here, especially with like these durations, because hypothetically, if your opponent is super fast and is getting their turns in those ticks faster than you, that duration now is extended. So all of these defensive moves are going to do better if you're going slower. It's not, and correct me if I'm wrong on my understanding of that, right?
No, I mean, I think that's correct.
Yeah.
Like, I'll probably weigh in on that again
Yeah.
once I get further down the list. But
Yeah.
I mean, for the most part, yeah, you're right. Like, especially with how the monk is built, right? So it's pretty down the middle with almost everything, and
Yeah.
int and luck are low, right?
Yeah.
So they can. This is probably the first one that's been like, you could build this however you want.
Oh my god, yeah.
If you like, you can respec, right? You can take all the points out and respec your monk and not be worse off, right? Where
Oh yeah.
if you had your pirate and you were pumping points into
Yeah.
strength the entire time on your
Yeah.
pirate, if you went to respec, you still got to build a strength based
Yeah.
pirate to really
Yeah.
get benefit, because you haven't been pumping decks, right? But
Yep.
with monk, you're going to be
It's
getting a pretty good,
everything. Yeah.
just a smattering
60%.
a smattering of
A smattering.
yeah,
I like that.
that's the word I'm choosing here. You're gonna get a smattering of stats just all over the place.
Yeah. All right.
This
So
is
I kind of got
this is
ahead of
pretty
myself there
badass.
because I was excited. I'm really excited about this move. I really like it. I think
I actually think this is the double S ability.
yeah, I'm ready to give it triple S, but I think double S makes sense because I
Mhm.
think it's still, again, it's level 1, so it's going to be low modifiers,
Well,
obviously.
it's susceptible to everything that a channel is, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's number one,
Interrupt.
it's a
Yeah.
better version of a channel because you get a benefit while channeling, not
Right.
something happens at the end of the channel.
Yeah.
Which is my favorite kind of channel. Just want that out there
Yep.
on record. Plus, it benefits from things like, Shroud, which has been recently nerfed, and
Yeah.
you're definitely not. It's not my fault. You're welcome. But I mean, literally, this pairs so well with that,
Oh my god. Yeah.
like unbelievably well already.
Yeah.
Like you're looking at a level 3 combo that's
You're going to be insane.
like a perfect
Yeah.
tank combo.
Yeah.
Without needing to be a tank.
No. Yeah. Not even. Yeah.
You can build a
Because it'll be
completely defensive
evasion.
person.
It'll be, yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, this is just perfect. Um, let's see. I guess we can move on. I guess that's our tier ones already closed out. I'm feeling pretty good about this already.
Yeah. I also and this just heads up for like the rest of the whole thing, like strength and dex being closed fist, and then wisdom and potentially a dex being open palm, and then endurance being drunken sway. Keep an eye out for that. I think that's going to be an important thing, like as we go on
Really?
here. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I like that.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. How like open palm is very interesting because it's kind of like, I'm going to make the smarter decision in battle. It's not necessarily offensive or defensive. It's just like doing the right thing, I guess is how I describe it.
I mean, I kind of like that, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right, we got the formatting done.
Beautiful.
Yep, we're good to go. I'm already extremely excited by how short these passives are. Again, I have not read a single bit of this. Our tier 2 closed fist is closed fist. All successful attacks by this hero gain a flat plus strength % chance to push target enemy 1. Oh my god.
It's wild.
This
as a passive.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
successful attacks makes me think that this means instance of damage. Well, maybe not instance of damage. I think this is in the same vein as like the Warriors Blade Flurry.
Right.
Unleash a flurry of basic attacks that hit a single enemy X times. So an attack that lands successfully would be considered like all of whatever X is for flurry, this would count for it.
Yeah, that's super cool. However, don't you eventually
you might cycle them?
yeah, like eventually I think it's gonna be a low percentage, so I doubt that would happen. But hypothetically, if that warrior move was 5 times and you hit on every single one of them, right? Yeah, you would cycle through.
Which is honestly still a good thing, right? So your target might not be exposed, but the push is an interrupt every time.
Mm-hmm. That would mess with that. Would
this
mess
is
with
literally
so
giving every single one of your attacks an interrupt.
Yeah, but it's going to be so small. It's going to be 5% at absolute most.
This is something I would put on an archer. This is something I would put on anyone who deals AoE.
Right. Well, Monk has a bunch of AoE.
Really?
Oh.
Thank you, Hubert. The target doesn't change mid-attack, so if it hits multiple times and is pushed at least twice, the front guy would get pushed to the back. If we're talking about a single target attack. Yes. Cool. No, I'm glad you clarified that because it makes perfect sense now. This is purely a back-of-the-line kind of deal.
Well, yeah. Well, actually, I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand what about the warrior one that's like all basic attacks hit front and second line.
Oh, that'd be really cool with this too.
Yeah.
Well, it would be a different chance to push both of them, right? So if you proc your push chance, it doesn't just happen to both. It would be each attack individually would roll for a push chance.
But then, well, so hypothetically, if it's P1 and P2, and let's say they both succeed, so now your P2 guy, well, like what would be the order? And how would, like, where would everybody end up after it ended, like after it resolved?
Yeah, I would assume that those would be simultaneous.
Which would then be like, does the P3 guy come into the front?
Yeah.
but also, I don't know, though, because if you push P1 prior to the P2 push happening, it could end up with that.
How are we already like building broken builds? Like,
yeah.
We're 4 abilities in.
Hypothetically, if you added this, it could be that the P2 guy ends up in P2 still, but the P3 and P1 have flipped. Does that make sense?
It does, but I think you're more likely to just see them being pushed back directly.
Right, but where does, like, P3 can't jump to the
front. They would. Yes, 100% it would. It works exactly like Smash Bros, where they fly off the battlefield and you have to jet back up to the platform. Perfect. Right. That's exactly what I want it to play like.
The guy with the camera, and like the fish hook. Yeah.
Yeah, Mario Kart. Yeah, no, I hope it plays like Smash. Hey, Workhorse, don't think I have not considered going up to the Mall of America specifically to dominate in a Smash Bros tournament, because I've been plenty tempted.
I mean, have you played in the past?
Oh yeah, I play currently. I've played since
competitively.
Oh, like, I mean, not out of my own town, but
like people take that very seriously.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they do. Oh yeah, I like that. That's the most perfectly placed kappa I have ever seen in my life. Just FYI for anyone who's doing a star chart on me, I'm a Mario main.
Star chart.
Yeah, that's the difference. We got astrology, and then like for people
Mario,
we've got
Nintendology.
Yeah. Let's see, Hubert, it sounds like we need to make the P2 hit happen first with that warrior combo. Yeah, no, that would make the most sense, because then you would just be pushing them back as like a unit of being attacked.
Yeah.
So that would be happening simultaneously.
Do you understand what I mean?
The way to conceptualize it. It would be happening as like a unit for both of them. So
and then
if it
the
was
P3 guy happens to end up in the front. But
right, so
only
it would be
because
P3, P2, P1, and then if everything
Yes.
hit, they would be pushed back into a unit. So the new order would be P2, P1, P3.
No. Wouldn't P3 move to the very front?
Right. Yeah, no, that's what I just said.
What did you say?
Exactly that.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, P3 would be the one going to the front.
Wouldn't it be P3, P1, P2?
Not if they both got pushed simultaneously.
Because okay, all right. Well,
because the one negative isn't happening to P3, and because there's movement being involved, I would assume.
No, but then you're assuming there's a flip between P1 and P2
No, not at all.
Prior to them pushing P3, though.
No, I'm saying that P3 would jettison to the front of the battlefield, like the front position. P3 goes to P1 because as a unit, they're both going backwards, right? So P1 has to end up in P2 at least.
Right.
Because that push would be going off, and there would be nothing to occupy that space, right. So the non-affected gets jettisoned up front. So it's honestly like a pull too.
Right. That's why it would be P3 in the front row, P1 in the second row, and then P2 in the back row.
Yeah. You got it.
Okay.
Yeah, we're agreeing.
Maybe I misheard you. Yeah,
we're agreeing with hostility is what was happening.
Yeah. Because I agree. I follow what you're saying. But I guess I wasn't visualizing it.
Well, all in all, I actually want to give this at the
Yeah.
very minimum, I want to give this a double S. I want to give this a triple S because I think this is just so incredibly useful. But
I think it's going to be super, super low. I think the absolute max is going to be around 5%.
I would love to see this at like 10.
Oh man, I think it's triple S if it's 10.
If I would honestly keep it right where it is at a double S. I think it's well balanced. I think there's a lot of chance involved.
Sure.
And you have to build very specifically to get like ultra value in one round, right? I think as like a like tank removal service, this is fantastic. I think you could be fishing for this constantly.
How does this work with Warrior, the Highlander one?
I think that technically
it would cycle through, right?
No. Well, I guess if there's multiple warriors, I don't think it would matter.
No, because
you pick
the
a
battle
warrior. It's 1v1.
Warrior is happening between the two of you, no matter what the range is, right?
Right.
So your opponent would move based on being pushed, but then the battle would continue to happen.
Right. You'd probably if that warrior, if the opponent's warrior was the one that won and yours wasn't, it would most likely be pushed to the end. But I have a feeling that they're creating their own instance where pushing and pulling doesn't do anything other than
like the Highlander battle is like a different type of
kind of like a banishment kind of deal. Like they go do their own thing and then everything gets resolved. And they get placed back.
Speak about banishment. I can't wait till you get to some of the bigger ones.
Oh, for real? All right, cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting excited. All right, cool. All right, so open palm. We got open palm. Yeah. While in battle, this hero gains a flat plus dex % chance to retaliate X. Ooh!
I love it.
Oh, crap. I really like that.
I love it.
A passive retaliate chance. Mm-hmm.
Very reminiscent in my mind of lifesteal that the warrior got.
Yep.
Warrior got an early lifesteal, like a constant passive. I
think what you're doing here is slowly just agreeing with me when I said my favorite class so far was warrior.
I know. I struggle with warrior. I feel like warrior's got a lot of like all or nothing.
It is the perfect mixed
kill shot or die. Yeah. But also it has a lot of like I think the Juggernaut track has a lot of like just tanky kind of things I like. But yeah, I love this one. It's probably not going to be, again, the numbers are going to be low. This is only level 2. So it's not going to be crazy high numbers, but Retaliate is super fun. It does some damage. I think, especially as a subclass, this is an awesome move.
I think it's a very good idea to put the passive Retaliate chance here and the push chance for
Right.
each hit, because having both of these would be
Well, no, yeah, it'd be broken. Yeah.
super cool.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's not to say that you can't get retaliate, like a legionnaire monk,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
this would be badass on.
Okay, I was gonna wait to say this. Legionnaire Monk is going to be the strongest combination.
Oh, you think so?
I,
Okay.
I genuinely think
That's
so
a
because you
bold
as
statement.
as you keep going down, or Monk Legionnaire, either one can be flipped because like especially with Legionnaire getting that dex, that high dex, like oh, there's some wild combinations here.
Yeah, you're right. They're all strength dex. Okay,
Mhm.
so I'm gonna give this S.
What?
I'm gonna tell
That's
you
so
exactly
low.
why. I'm gonna tell you exactly why.
That's so low.
It is not based off of the percent chance. Retaliate in my mind has gone down a rank specifically because the X does not scale. The damage doesn't go higher even if your basic attack formula does. So when you get, so it's going to be really, really, really good at early levels when everyone's working with a couple hundred HP and retaliates like 25, 50, even 100.
It's a flat.
Right? Yeah. Retaliate's deadly then. But when we're dealing with like 15,000 HP and retaliate's still 50, this isn't going to be as useful. It's only going to be useful for fishing additional benefits off of a hit.
Right. I am going to pull up, so I need a second because I want to pull up Workhorse's Retaliate article, if I can find it. Because there was a formula for Retaliate.
I thought it was whatever Retaliate X was, that was the damage dealt.
It might be, but that's why I want to check with his.
No, it's important to check. It's important to check. I need to be checked sometimes.
Check yourself.
I need to check myself because I often wreck myself. Yeah. Let's see. Retaliate scales off. Oh my God, Hubert, thank you. Retaliate scales off basic, which scales off of weapons, so better weapons will make Retaliate even better. All right, never mind. This is going double S.
All right, so yeah.
Bada bing.
WoW's formula for it is Retaliate X equals X times half basic plus strength.
Okay, so it's half basic plus strength, and with a weapons. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Although,
all right. That makes a ton of
sense. It's like Workhorse. I would ask. He wrote 1.0 times strength, which I don't understand why, but whatever.
Well, I think he's alluding to gear that potentially
changes the retaliate formula,
augments the retaliate, like add an additional 0.25 to your retaliate.
So anyways, yeah, so if retaliate, I'm assuming at this level it's gonna be retaliate 1, so it'll be half basic plus your strength.
Okay, yeah, that's badass, actually.
Which is amazing, and then it will scale.
Yeah, so with better weapons and with your,
I think this is a triple S, but I understand
strength from a Dread Knight at level 100. Yeah, this thing's gonna be hard. This might be a triple S. You're right. This might be a triple S.
Again though, the percent chance is going to be low. It's a level 2.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you're going to be baiting these things out. Again, I want to reiterate. I'm not thinking of level 20 fights. I'm thinking of level like 65, 100 fights. Like the baiting these percent chances out, or even augmenting your percent chance. Like, I'm still pretty interested in whatever Fate do.
Sure, yeah.
Because I have a feeling that it's like whatever your percentage based stuff is, like you gain, this percentage of a, oh God, what would the chance be called?
I mean, 0.01 added to everything.
So like Fate would be like, Fate would probably go into a lot of stuff, but it would eventually just like increase your probabilities by 5%.
Yeah.
At end game, it's like, okay, so this went from a 5% chance to a 10% chance, which is a lot more reliable.
That's going to be broken for double pirate.
Yeah, and again, this would just be
like those D20 rolls.
the D20 rolls. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I like this a lot. Yeah, no, I like the deck. I like the deck scaling.
See, I'm gonna have a problem here because I think all 3 of these passives are amazing. This final one I think is by far the best.
Drunken Sway.
I think the Retaliate one is awesome too.
Yeah, no, this is actually pretty dang great. And thank you for correcting me on how I thought Retaliate worked. I should have been over this.
Yeah. I thought that there was a scaling thing to Retaliate. So, yeah.
All right, let's see. We got while channeling, this hero gains a physical barrier equal to flat plus an endurance percent of this hero's current HP. When the channel is
Incredible.
complete, the physical barrier is destroyed. Oh my god!
This is incredible. This is
Wow.
I the only thing holding this from being like an automatic wowie is that it's going to be very small.
I don't think so.
I think that that percentage is going to be like 25%
I
of
think
your
it's going to
current
be way
power.
lower than that.
I mean, but and also too, I have a question on barriers that we need to discuss. If you kill the barrier, does the damage carry over?
It should,
Do
yeah.
we? Well, has that been confirmed?
It hasn't been confirmed, but I would.
Because if it's like a bubble situation, this would be broken.
Right, I
Like,
think that's exactly why it wouldn't.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, Hubert says yeah, damage carries over. I'm
Okay,
trying to remember an instance in a game where it doesn't because I know where you're coming from.
yeah,
But a hit soak is extremely powerful,
right,
and
yeah,
yeah, no damage should definitely carry over, especially for a level 2 ability.
yeah. No, yeah, it
Or
would
a tier
have
2
to.
ability. This is incredibly good. I'm expecting the percentage of this to be like 5 or 10%, which is
Yeah,
incredible. It's
yeah.
incredible
No, it's
because
gonna be awesome.
there's channel for one.
Like across everywhere. Yeah, that makes that level one move so insane.
Yeah, this is really really
Creating
good
a
even at low
barrier.
percentages.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give this triple S.
Hmm.
Like this is really good. This is
I
useful
think.
for everyone. This is incredibly useful
Yep.
on casters. This is incredibly useful for tanks. This is incredibly
Tanks.
useful for like geez, even archers that are channeling in the back
Yes.
line for a big shot. Like it's
I mean
just extra safety.
this plus shroud. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, right? This is
Like, not
gorgeous.
only do you have a barrier, but now, like, I'm assuming. Well, actually, that's a great question. How does barrier and evasion interact?
The same way.
If you evade it, I'm assuming your barrier doesn't get hit.
Your barrier. So this is the way I see it. Please, anyone feel free to correct me.
Yeah, yeah.
The barrier is now you, and if it would hit you, the barrier takes the hit.
Right.
Right? But for all intents and purposes, the barrier is yourself, and it's just
So
like extra HP
so
considered.
if you evade, your barrier evades with you.
Right? It's a miss.
It's you. Yeah. Um. But yeah. So add that on top of this.
Yeah, this is
Shroud plus
fantastic.
this would be. Oh, this is insane.
It's a chef's kiss combo. But I
Yeah.
mean, what we're seeing here is like Monk is really good with martial classes, which
Yeah. I know.
they practice many disciplines of martial arts. It makes a lot of sense for them to be good at many different multiple martial
Yeah.
disciplines. Like they can pair with just about everybody. They add a ton of defensiveness just so far. I mean, we're only tier 2, right? They add a ton of defensiveness to any caster. They add additional offensive pressure to any
Yeah.
DPS, and they add additional defense and evasion and barrier for any tank. Like this is a perfect representation
Yeah.
of exactly what their growth scores are.
Right.
You could do anything with this one.
Universal. Yeah.
Yeah, there's always a good there's a good option every single time so far.
There's an offensive build here. There's a defensive build here. There's a support build here. Like within the first 2 levels. Like
Yeah, though this is already a pretty good build. Like all like just here.
because like even I mean it'd be weird to do it because I really think especially the drunken swig and this and the level 2 move, what's it called, drunken sway, it's just called drunken sway, work so well together. I think I think that'd be the best. Those are the best first 2 levels to do. But even if you wanted to like do different combos here, the retaliate with the bonuses you get from the drunken sway level 1 move, like you know what I mean, like there are a lot of different combinations you could do just with these first 2 levels of like how your hero is going to like grow and build out. I think
Yeah,
it
this
is wild.
it's badass.
Yeah.
Truly. And
Yeah, sorry, you go.
Triple S makes plenty of sense for
Yes,
this
I
one.
agree. Yeah.
It's just plain useful, no matter what,
Yeah.
no matter when.
Yeah, man, I'm still thinking about that retaliate. That is such a good Like this is just a constant. I don't even think Legionnaire. I don't even know if had a passive retaliate. I think they only had like activate for duration, retaliate. You know, they probably had a passive. Now they say that, I don't know.
Very. These next ones are very interesting. I'm not trying to read ahead, I swear.
Oh man, yeah. So we're gonna have to start a whole nother conversation in these next round here. Several different conversations.
I'm just trying to format this.
Because we got to talk about disarm, because my mind is struggling with disarm.
Okay.
But let's not get to that yet. Yeah.
All right, yeah. As soon as I finish the formatting for this, and as soon as I hit a new keyword, we'll go ahead and switch over to the monk class breakdown with all the new juicy nuggets and details.
Well, no, there's no disarm is all, well, whatever. Sorry. Yeah, I'll let you.
A little extra information there, huh?
Yeah, he added some text in the move block to talk about it. Which is interesting.
Geez, the formatting of this is,
it's a lot. Yeah,
it's breaking me. All right, cool. All right, sweet. My God, there's so many words already.
I know.
This is reminiscent.
Mm-hmm.
All right, sweet. So first up in tier 3, we got closed fists, 5 fists. Sweet. All right. Oh wait, I guess I gotta add the Italian here.
Yeah.
Bam. All right. Strength is great and all, but hitting them in just the right spot at just the right time does wonders. Reposition to P1. Already wow. Deal X instances of physical damage to target enemy. Hell yeah. Each instance is equal to a basic plus strength plus dex. Love it. For each successful critical strike, each instance gains a X plus strength scaling chance to daze target enemy. Combo, if power stance is active, love that already. Give me horse stance. Gain a strength percent chance to push target enemy 1 amnesia. This is awesome.
This is wild.
I'm just now noticing that all of these have repositioned to P1.
Yep. So there's several things happening here. Number one, they all have reposition, and you're going to see that throughout. A lot of those tiers, if one move has reposition, like all 3 in that tier will have reposition. Also, there's a combo with these stances. The stances are the tier 4. So all 3 of these have stances combos based on the different paths. There's 3 different stances based on each path. And it's a higher level move than this tier 3, which is just an interesting kind of design choice that they made. So hypothetically, at lower levels, you can't get that combo because it's a more expensive tier, you know?
True. But still, I mean,
it's a wild move. I love it.
I mean, especially if you got any of if we've got a Starbuck trademarked double toxic monk team here.
Oh my God, yeah.
Like because this is a trademark move.
So obviously we don't know what the X is. It could be anything, right? That's the whole joke. It could be a boat. But the move is called 5 Fists, and it's deal X instances of physical damage.
I mean, it could be any amount.
I mean, I feel like it's gonna be 5. Right? Which is insane.
I mean, everyone only has 2 hands. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Yeah. But I think it's going to be like between 3 and 6, somewhere between there.
This is nuts.
And each instance, if you have double toxic, holy shit.
Yeah, no, this is super cool, and I have to appreciate and respect the fact that this is not deal X instances of basic attacks. I have to respect it.
Do you think? All right, so hold on. Walk me through your thought process there. You think it's going to be less than basic then?
No, I think these are going to be a little bit more than basic. Just because, like, I think at tier 3 abilities, you're looking at
right. Yeah, we're getting
a decent scaling.
Yeah.
there's a chance they could do less than basic and just be multiplied by 5.
Right. Yeah.
But then you're looking at miss chances. You're looking at DOD's probably going to be a
Yeah.
little bit higher on this
Mhm.
one. But the amnesia makes me think it's actually going to be pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the basic attacks, I'm looking to combo the Berserker's
Right.
chance
Like
to
the
deal another basic
fury.
attack gain.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. Gain
Mhm.
basic attack damage. Yeah. Or with the warrior stuff. Like this is fantastic for something like Bloodthirst. Or
Well,
any.
hold on. I hate to be nitpicky.
Mhm.
I hate to be nitpicky. If the text here for the monk says 5 instances of physical damage,
Right.
or not 5, X instances of physical
of 5 fists.
damage. Yeah. So is that the same as, say, the Berserker's a great example. Whenever you basic attack, I don't know. This is an instance of physical damage. I don't know if this is a basic attack. You follow what I mean?
Oh, yeah, it's definitely not. This is.
I'm being.
It's its
annoying.
own thing. This is an ability.
Yeah.
It is not going to be a basic attack. This is going to proc things like toxic, or.
But I don't. It's not going to proc the Berserker one.
No, but it's not going to proc the Berserker one.
Yeah.
It's not considered basic attack. I wish it was. I really
I don't. Well, and I don't think like the warrior hit P1 and P2. I don't think it'll do that either. You know.
No, because it's only for basic attacks.
Yeah.
So
which is I think it have to, because otherwise it'd be the most insane move in the game.
It'd be so freaking cool though. I just want to build the coolest basic attack fighter out there.
I know you do, yeah. But I think they use this wording specifically, that it's not a basic attack; it's a specific instance of physical damage. You know?
Yeah, no. This is specifically talking to the
5 punches.
The Starbuck trademark. Double toxic monkey.
This is insane for double toxic.
Oh, speaking of which, yo, what's up, Starbuck?
Oh, there he is. Yeah,
yeah, he's in chat.
This is like the ideal double toxic move right here.
Yeah, like, this is fantastic.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with this ability. DOD, I'm assuming, is going to be spread across each hit rather than on one like instance. So for that, and because it's got amnesia, I'm assuming it's going to be really powerful, and that DOD is probably going to be like 30%. Maybe 20. So
and I also
give this a double S because of that.
And also something we're going to talk about more with the stances. Like if whatever stance you pick in the next round, like you're kind of locked into that. So that combo is hard to achieve, because you have to pick power stance and you have to have it active for that combo to be triggered. And I think it's difficult because you might want to pick a different stance and you're out of luck if you do, you know? So
I mean, that kind of makes sense. I mean, what you're looking at is, I'm trying to feel like the big difference between closed fist and open palm, right? So we've got a dazed chance versus a blind chance. Then we've got a passive to push on attack, and then we've got this would also proc 5 times with this, by the way. And then we've got a chance to retaliate, right? So this is as offensive as this is defensive while still being offensive. You know what I mean?
Right. Yes, I agree. Yeah.
So what I'm trying to see is like the main, like how to play a closed fist versus an open palm. Are they both just DPS, or
because
it seems like open palm is like this really interesting in between of offensive and defensive, and this one's doing it like is offensive in a defensive way, and it's defensive in an offensive way.
I think that's 100% understand what you're saying, and I agree.
Which again, it gives credence to the amount of care that was put into this.
Yeah, I think open palm is really a kind of like universal, like I can fight you, like you know what I mean, like weird existentialism. I'm gonna fight you on a level you don't even understand. You know, like
well, yeah, I'm trying to think like, all right, so like to me when I first saw it, I was like,
and close fist is more like I'm gonna punch you in the face hard.
Right. Close fist is like that's gonna be your like active DPS. Open palm's going to be probably like crowd control, and
Right.
then Drunken Sway is going to be your
Like
like
a counter.
evasion reactive tank.
Yeah, exactly.
And honestly, I haven't seen like I've seen crowd control, right? Blind, but Daze is also crowd control, and it's like
Yep.
kind of like
Yeah.
fitting into each other pretty good, like
Yeah, they
like
are. Like,
a yin
yeah.
yang kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
The Starbucks says double toxic explosion might as well be called the Starbuck. I can't disagree with you there, Starbuck. I call it the Starbuck every time I come across it. Every single time. It tolls for thee.
I
What's up, man? Glad you could make it.
I think I have 2 double toxic heroes. I had an alert up at one point, I know, for double toxic, and
just to sell them to Starbucks.
no, like when they went on the market, and I would go like a minute or 2 afterwards, and they always were sniped prior to me getting to them. So,
oh yeah, Starbucks got that alert up too,
mm-hmm.
probably. I'd imagine.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So for all instances, Five Fists is getting the double S treatment. It is pretty sweet. Hey, thank you so much, Intools, for the 700 Bitterinos. Appreciate that, bud. Man, I love this community so much.
I know, right?
I do want to point out that each instance of damage is considered probably a successful attack that would trigger your chance to push this
wild.
Yeah. So, and even on top of that, if Power Stance is active, each one of those instances have another chance to push the target. So, Closed Fist seems to be a push to the back of the line.
Mess with your team. Yeah, mess with the opponent.
The crowd control here is specifically reposition crowd control, which is something I've been looking for a very long time.
Yeah.
Because not only does it interrupt any potential channels, it also makes them waste another turn repositioning to go back up front. Yeah. And I love that. I love that combo. I don't know. Okay, the same thing's happening to me now. Like my dog's now in the water bowl hardcore.
I can't hear. Oh, no, but all right. But also too, going back to what I was saying, how I think Legionnaire Monk is an amazing combo. Legionnaire has a lot of moves that move himself and his team. Monk, I think, has much more opportunities to move the opponent's team and himself a little bit, but like together, like Monk and Legionnaire working together, you could literally just run the battlefield and like mess with your opponent like so much.
Oh, 100%.
And so that's why I think they'd be, not only would they be good like as the main class as like 2 separate heroes in your team of 3, but I think like class and subclass, there's a lot of really cool combinations with Legionnaire and Monk.
I'm about it, man.
Yeah.
I'm assuming like, all right, so there's reposition to P1. I'm assuming later there's a reposition to P3. There's not. There's no.
This is something I want to talk about. There's like reposition 2 spaces.
Okay. That's actually kind of cool.
It lets you choose, yeah, which is awesome. But also, it's interesting how they made the decision. I kind of would like to hear from the team on this of like why are some limited to specific roles and another move set was like your choice of where to reposition.
Yeah, for fun.
Exactly. Like, but is there like a balance thing there? Like, was it broken? If not, you know what I mean? Like, I'm because if it said reposition 1, and you could choose, would that make this move any more powerful? You think?
Yes.
Because if you could back up.
Well, no, yes, technically. So, so value assigning, right? The repositioning has a intrinsic value when assigned to an ability
of a turn, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, for action economy, sure. Like you could look at it in that scope, right?
Yeah.
So this ability, let's say for instance, it has a like for balancing sake, each tier 3 ability we want equal to 9 value assignment, right?
Okay.
And a reposition 1 is equal to 3 points. Right, so there's a value assignment to like every action you can possibly do in a turn, and when an ability kind of like lets you do an action disguised as another one, and like alongside another one's like that's just added that's just like giving you action economy in the value assessment, and like that's at least in my experience that's how like you usually see tiers of abilities balanced is they should equal out.
Hmm.
in their own tiers, or if they've got like a series or like where we have combos,
Yeah.
like they equal out at the end.
Hmm.
Like the whole series is worth this much value
Yeah.
assignment, whereas in the very beginning of the series it's not worth much, but as you ramp up it's worth so much more,
Yeah.
right? um so things like reposition 1, it has its own value assignment. Let's just call it like it's equal to 3 value
Right.
assignment, and then reposition 2 P1,
That's
it
specific.
is
Yeah.
a
Hmm.
potential jump of 2, which would take
Yeah.
normally 2 turns to accomplish. So that could have a value assignment of 6.
Well, but also the
And then
reposition one is like open ended,
right,
whereas
reposition
reposition
1
to
is
P
open ended, but
one.
it's 1 turn's worth of reposition along with
Right.
the rest of the ability.
Yeah.
This
Yeah. Yeah.
reposition to P1 means that
Oh.
it's worth even more because
Yeah.
you could be potentially skipping over 2 turns worth of
Yeah.
repositioning. Sorry to go like
No, no. I'm my
mega
mind.
nerd on that
I'm
one.
like trying to think about it, and like, and yeah, I think the repositioning. We talked about a lot about this with Legionnaire. I'm because I think you look at Archer or I don't think Warrior, like some of the more basic classes, repositioning is not anywhere on their codex, which I think is fine. Like I'm not saying it's a wrong thing. I'm just
Yet.
saying, like, well, yeah, but like I think this is sort of that scale that Workhorse is always talking about of like 1 to 10. I think repositioning it, it I feel like you could get caught repositioning and lose out to an opponent who's just smashing buttons, hitting you, and attacking. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is adding to the hit and run.
Right, right, and you gotta play that off the right way. Otherwise, you're gonna end up,
Right. So, I
yeah,
mean, the way you would want to play that potentially is by building a bruiser team where
right,
if, say, for instance, they've got a lot of people they've got one person that's sniping trying to get a very specific person. And you've got like everybody else in their team is all attacking P1, right? So
hmm,
P1's going to be absorbing most of the attacks, and the sniper's trying to deal the most damage to a very
hmm,
specific person. You could be playing Shuffle the Squishy
yep,
as much as you want, and then spreading the amount of P1 attacks to your entire team, effectively increasing your total like HP bar of your
yeah.
front line.
Well, and also, yeah, also if, um, especially if that sniper has a channeling ability and you're
Right.
fucking it up with all this repositioning,
Yeah.
yeah,
I'd be like, okay, yeah, go ahead and try and hit
do your
my priest in the back. I'm
super
gonna
snipe,
reposition
yeah,
2 with
yeah,
my
exactly, yeah.
evasion monk, and eat that for you.
And again, I know I'm broken record, but like Legionnaire works so well with this too because it has moves moving around people. So like you do this move right now, this reposition to P1, and if you had a Legionnaire in the front or even in the mid, now it moves him back to do his charge move
Yep.
and get the full value out of it. And you're not even wasting a turn repositioning. This is a built-in ability that has reposition. Like this with the Legionnaire, like doing his reposition moves, it's like some insane combos.
Yeah, it honestly, it's a really good combo already.
Yeah,
I think shuffle comp is which I have
yeah,
hereby deemed. I think shuffle comp is actually going to be something really fun and really aggravating to
yeah.
play
I
against.
agree. I agree. Yeah,
um,
shuffle, shuffle, mess with your opponent. That's what's called.
yeah. Yep, I'm liking it. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can already see in our next open palm here, we got soothing palm, and I can see that we've got a new term. So I'll just go ahead and read through this real
Well,
quick. We've got reposition to P1.
hmm,
We got deal physical damage to each target enemy equal to basic plus a dex plus a strength mod. This is a range of 3. So each target
so
enemy, it doesn't really say AoE.
I think it's AOE.
Hmm. It's
I don't know.
yeah,
Yeah,
it would normally say deal damage to all enemies,
all, yeah,
but each target enemy. Oh, okay, yeah, because it's specifying. I should keep
yeah.
reading. You've got a Dex Whiz % chance to disarm target enemy in P1, P2, and P3. I'm assuming they're going to be different. If Ready Stance is active, gain Cleanse all party members. Sweet.
Amazing.
Amnesia X, Disarm
Mm-hmm.
Definition. Hello. Target's
Yeah.
current weapon is set to unusable next turn. Target automatically swaps to alternative weapon set. Target gains 100% resistance to disarm on the target's next turn. Interrupts. Pretty nice and straightforward, actually.
So, yes, I have several questions.
Sure.
Question number one. Automatically swaps to alternative weapon set. There are no limitations on that. So I'm assuming you're going to have your better weapon or more specific weapon for your hero in your slot number one. But slot number two, hypothetically, could just be just as good.
It could be the same thing.
Yeah. So that kind of hurts disarm in my mind if you drop your mace of fire and your alternative slot is also a mace of fire. You
Well,
know?
it's definitely it's a tool, right? It's an answer tool
Yeah.
for like say, okay, I've got my knight, right? And I've got like a lot of my points spent in the archer tree.
Mhm.
And I've got like that snipe ability that's based off of
Sure.
strength for the knight.
Yeah.
And I can like switch over to my
Right.
secondary and I can just like get someone in the back line with my knight and he can actually be turned into a DPS unit, right?
I think like that. I understand. I think that's straightforward and is awesome. The disarm would like really mess with somebody
Mhm.
who was trying to do a really cool build with having a specific alternative set, right?
Right.
Where it's like switch to the bow at the last minute to like finish off.
But essentially, that would also, in theory, remove the knight's shield in order to be that ranger now.
Right. Two-handed versus.
So the idea of the disarm, it would probably be to remove the defensive option that's going on right now, or say there's a dread knight in the front that's just like absolutely beating the crap out of you. You want to disarm them and hope that their incredible weapon or their secondary set it was for a different strategy,
for like a cleanup for later in the battle,
right?
Yeah.
So even though it is 3v3, right, you can essentially build two different or multiple really different teams with the weapon sets.
Yeah. I and also tools for the shout out. I agree with everything you're saying.
The security weapon can be the ice sword of ice after you drop your fire sword of fire. Nice, yeah.
Second question with this, which I think you were going to ask this too, probably, or talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Disarm target enemy for a duration of X. That, let's say that is 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
Target automatically swaps to alternative set. Target has 100% resistance to disarm until next turn. So next turn, I'm assuming is 1 duration, we'll say. So they're going to be disarmed, quote unquote, for 3 durations, but their resistance only lasts for 1 duration.
Mm-hmm.
If you disarm them in that window, can they not use any weapon? Do you follow what I'm saying?
I do follow what you're saying, but I don't think that they would allow that paradox to exist. So you can essentially...
It'd be just picking up the other set. It would just go back and forth between the sets.
I think you're safe to assume that disarm for a duration of X is equal to 1.
Right. That's probably...
Like, it's always going to be equal to 1. Like, disarm would be a little too powerful if the duration was a long time. Like, a duration of 2 is deadly. Well, like, that's something I would expect in the alts, would be disarm for a duration of 2.
But it's interesting, though, because you have an alternative weapon set. So what I'm saying is, like, let's say you have the fire sword of... you have 2 versions of the fire sword of fire. And your guy is carrying both of them.
Right.
You get disarmed. And you immediately go to your second fire sword of fire.
Mm-hmm.
And now for that entire duration or whatever, you're you cannot be disarmed. You know, 100% resistance, right? So you cannot be disarmed. If the duration is only 2, like, I'm just
the next
saying,
turn you can use it again. But
exactly,
so that is forcing you to build your character with the 2 fire swords of fire. That's forcing you to play one-dimensionally.
Yeah, and yes, I see. It's
which
like
in itself
and
is a
here we go. Yep, I knew it was gonna.
mental deterrent.
Yes, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly with that. But like, I think, oh, 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 okay, yeah, that's what I thought. All right, so so Hubert made a comment here that maybe duration is the wrong term here for disarm, because I think that throws me off totally. The duration, disarming for a duration is what I'm struggling with, and I think Hubert's like talking about how maybe it needs to be rephrased, um,
Okay. Yeah, because
because
I was looking at the like the definition down here where it says target current weapon set is unusable next turn.
right, yeah,
So
like
that to me that means like it can't be used. It's no longer being used now and can't be swapped to at the like on the
right,
next turn.
right.
But the turn following, you're good to go.
But also, I
Would I be
really
right
like
with
the
that?
idea. I think disarm is a really cool move where your opponent has to spend their action rearming themselves. I really like that. I think that's a cool mechanism. You know what I mean? Of like either drop your sword and use your backup knife or spend a turn picking your sword back up. I like that as a decision that your opponent has to make, and that's why disarm I think is a really cool kind of move.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this. It's specifically it's making it so you can't be or the only counter to disarm right here, right, is if you're
Yeah.
building one dimensional. And if you want to be
Right. Right.
playing
Right.
with your
Right.
absolute best
Mm-hmm.
heroes, you are not going to be putting the exact same thing in
Right.
your second
Your
slot.
backup weapon.
You're going
Yeah.
to be, all right, I'm going to open myself up to variation. I gotta
Mm-hmm.
field out the options, right? If I can only hit P1, I want to be able to get some ranged if I
Yep.
need to. If we need to absolutely
Right.
just go all in on this on this backline priest because it's causing so much of a problem, right? I need all hands on deck,
Yeah.
essentially.
Well, I think that's a classic. I think a lot of martial classes have like the hand crossbow as like a quick draw, quick ranged thing. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
I
100.
think
percent
like something like that, like a one-handed ranged thing where they could grab it quick and still hold the shield. Like that's a cool build in my mind, and I hope that that's not like a one-handed ranged option. I think would be cool. Um, and again, like I think that's a cool build, and I think that's why disarm would be so effective here because it'd be like dropping your melee weapon and forcing you to use that ranged one could really mess with your opponent.
Oh hell yeah, dude!
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
That being said, let's get back to this move. Sorry, there's just so much to talk about on it. That being said, I think this is good. I don't know if it's great. I don't know.
um,
I'm hesitant to give this anything higher than an S. I'm
Well,
not gonna lie.
I mean, it's a percentage chance to swap everyone to their secondary weapon sets, which can
Right.
potentially give you an advantage.
Sure.
And for like it tolls for these said if they are resistant to your primary weapon type, switch to the secondary.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like a switch off for a spear if they're resistant to pierce. Like that's exactly the kind of mentality you're looking for, right? Like you'll be
Yeah.
able to see what their secondary weapon sets are
Yep.
and you could go, all right, I'd be more advantageous with this for the next turn because what they're doing right now is they've got a great sword and they're just like wailing on my P2. I
Mm-hmm.
just need
Yeah.
them to not have range for this next one.
I totally, and that's awesome. I think because this is AoE and it's everybody, I think just in general, just based on how I understand games, if it's AoE and it's everybody, the numbers are going to be a little bit lower, just because that's how it works. You
Mm-hmm.
can't, if you're targeting literally the entire opponent's team, it's going to be a harder chance to do it. And so that's why I'm kind of hesitant here because, like, yes, you're right. If there's a dude up in front who's just like wailing on you and you need to disarm him, that's great. That's not what this move does, though. You know what I mean? Like this move disarms the entire team hypothetically.
True, but
So
it
it's like,
also can be an anti-setup move, right? So what we were
sure,
talking about
sure.
last time for like our turn one teams, our turn one burn
Yeah,
teams,
yeah,
like
yeah,
our
yeah, yeah.
speed teams.
Yeah.
If I can get in the middle of a speed team setup, right?
Yeah.
Say I've got a ninja monk, for instance,
Hmm.
and I can get in the middle of this. I can swap everyone over to their second sets.
Right.
This
Right.
could
Yeah.
potentially completely disrupt a setup.
Right. Well, especially if like the fast ninja has like agility knife that makes him go fast.
Right.
Like like the speed knife of speed,
Yeah, exactly that.
No, I understand that. And I think, but I think it's very niche, and it's very. I think it also hurts. It hurts that it's AOE. I really don't like that this is especially with the damage up front. I bet that's going to be very minimal. I because of what this potentially does. If that damage is a lot, the initial damage to everybody is a lot. This move is broken. You know what I mean?
I think the damage is there to offset the value assessment that I was talking about earlier, right?
Yeah.
We were talking
Yeah.
about repositioning. So
Right.
the value of a tier 3, like with these disarms, because of the percentage chances, right? It probably didn't equate out, and it's easier for there to be a physical damage instance
Mm-hmm.
to gauge whether it hits or misses.
Right.
So, I mean, it could be legitimately, it could just be equal to like a basic attack plus like,
Yeah.
5% of your strength and
Sure.
dex.
Yeah.
And then this effect to happen. The main idea anyway,
Right.
of
This disarm is the main.
right, is to swap everyone over to their secondary weapon sets. I think this is fantastic disruption. I think I don't know. I'm really digging it. I'm wanting to give it a double S.
I I I think it's cool. I'm a single S, but these are the WoWy rankings, so it's your call. I don't like this move as much as you do.
I think, I mean,
I'm
we're
very
talking
hesitant
from like
on
the
it, yeah.
consistency king versus like
Right.
the
Yeah.
RNG happenstance, and the fact that
Yeah.
the RNG gets to happen 3 different times in
Yeah.
one move.
Mhm.
Like you're just going for a shotgun effect of
Yeah.
something happen, please.
Yeah.
Right? Which of course, I mean, you would be adverse to.
Yeah. And also, quick side note: the combo again, the stance thing. The stances are like their own kind of thing, but cleanse all party members. Cleanse got nerfed pretty hard. It's not going to be as impressive.
So I mean, now's
I
probably
think that's a fun bonus. Like
You think now's a good time to go over to the monk class breakdown and just like kind
right?
of
Yeah.
pick
Let's
out some
talk about
highlights?
stances. Let's talk about stances. Yeah.
All right, sweet. I wanted to read this out. I have not read a single bit of this
Go for it.
whatsoever.
Go for it.
Monk is here, which I'm assuming this
Actually,
is the.
I'm gonna step away because I have to pee. But you read it. Read
You
it.
know what? That sounds badass. As many of you know, Monk is Hubert's absolute favorite class. And for as much as I'd like to meme that he wanted to make everything overpowered, he's actually one of the most he's reeled in about. This is kind of how I felt, Hubert. Just by the way, I was like, there's no way he's gonna let Monk be the overpowered class. It's gonna be, it's gonna be. I'm like, I was thinking lukewarm, where it's gonna be an interesting utility based support, with damage options. Right. That's how that was how I was feeling about it. Workhorse says the monk is awesome, which so far has not been a lie. This thing's pretty cool. Not only is it easily one of the most fun classes to play in an array of MMOs, agreed, MOBAs and D&D, but it's also one that has a lot of room to be creative. Yay, I love that. In fact, potentially too much room. In turn, the monk shook out to be almost 3 unique classes wrapped into one, so everyone should quickly find the preferred monk fighting style of choice woven throughout the monk's disciplines. Agreed so far. 3 disciplines each come with a different level of complexity and each with a clear approach to class fantasy. You got your closed fist, your punchy punch, daze, exhaust, and push targets. Sweet. You got your open palm with balance, subdue, and neutralize in the form of blind, retaliate, and disarm, which I'm really enjoying this form of crowd control. Like,
agreed.
You usually see a lot of like stuns or slows, or like you usually see like
or AoE damage.
AoE, yeah. Or silence. Like we've seen a ton of silence, but like we've not seen this type of crowd control before. As like a theme. And I'm really about it. Like retaliate, we did see, but we've not seen blind and disarm as like key theme abilities. And you got drunken sway, your crowd control through taunt, evasion, and pull. They're just crowd control masters in a non-traditional crowd control sense, right? Though taunt
Well, I mean, taunt is your
pretty
traditional. Like,
traditional.
yeah.
Daze is traditional. But and retaliate's kind of traditional. But I mean, you got your extra little nuggets of goodness. I mean, you know me, I'm always thinking about like, okay, what about a full team of just this class, right? And so far, this is shaping up to be
one of each would be awesome.
Yeah, this could be a complete bruiser build where you shuffle comp and everyone's doing a like equally contributing job in a completely different way, and it's all synergizing.
Yeah. Well, then let me tell you, there's more of that later.
All right, so continuing on, someone once told me that a true battle monk is all about punching fast and eating ass. He's right.
This is just like
so that's exactly
chef's kiss.
What we set out to build with a closed fist, a straightforward melee DPS, tough as hell to kill. It may be simple meat and potatoes, but I fully expect Damage Monk to be a legit high-end damage dealer. Yay. And here's enclosed is a photo of don't tell anybody my main in Final Fantasy XIV, which was a monk, because they're so freaking cool. Open Palm, on the other hand, is all about understanding your opponent and controlling the flow of an incoming attack, even to the point of disarming the opponent. Oh, what's that? A new and improved keyword for disarm? Why, yes, Maddie. It's what he definitely wanted to throw in there. I mean, I'm just realizing I really should have read this
in my mind. He has Maddie at the end of every sentence.
You know what? That is fun. I'm just gonna also imagine that Maddie's at the end of every sentence.
Yeah. All right, did that. We just did that.
We have the disarm definition, and we've got a pretty good chunky clarification from Hubert, which I'm a big fan of so far. Legit, you just knocked your attacker's weapon out of their hands. It's that simple. Simple, Maddie. No questions needed.
Okay.
It's not actually that simple. It's a combination of technique, timing, and situational awareness for mental deterrence. But using your attacker's own momentum against them is what it's all about.
Right.
Why deal damage when you can simply remove your opponent's ability to cause trouble in the first place? But that's not all. When it comes to Open Palm Monk, Open Palm brings us mindfulness, meditation, clarity, which inspired the evolution and rework of Cleanse. This is probably the first bit of bad news I have ever brought to you guys, because the Shroud nerf was a blessing and you all know it. But we weren't liking what we saw with Cleanse in testing. I agree. I mean, it makes sense. It's honestly just too powerful within the context of a game in which status effects are so important to progress fights in a timely fashion. In turn, we opted to nerf Cleanse and release a new keyword in Purify to take its place, which makes me think, are they going to replace Cleanse with Purify?
You mean like the trait, like the advanced ability,
right?
Or basic ability? I don't think so. I don't think they will. Yeah, I think Cleanse is going to stay.
We got live confirmation. Yeah. No. Thank you, Hubert. This is
what I would love to see is Purify replace Hardened Shield or Advanced, whatever advanced.
I kind of like that idea of like Purify being an advanced of Cleanse.
Right. I don't think they're going to do that either.
I really like that.
They're not going to do that.
Of course. I'm not going to say of course not, but I would think not.
Yeah. I love the idea of, let me see, what are our options for active? We got Exhaust, Daze, Explosion, and Hardened Shield. Yeah, like Exhaust being changed to Purify, I'd be very happy with that.
No, I don't know about that.
Exhaust I don't think they could. Good. Yeah, you like Exhaust, huh?
Dude, Exhaust is incredible. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, maybe well, I don't know. I don't like Exhaust as much as you do, but I don't think they're not going to do that. They're not going to. I know they're not going to do that. So
right.
This is a moot point. Yeah.
All right. Well, we could say safely that Purify is old Cleanse, right? Where it's
Right.
remove all
Right.
negative
Yep.
status effects from the target. That's what Cleanse was,
Hmm.
but it is no longer. Now Cleanse
Right.
removes a single random negative
Yeah.
status effect from a target, which I am assuming means that it removes all stacks of a single buff with the same buff.
Yes, that was confirmed last night on Bogside Chats. If you
All
were
right,
tuning
cool.
in, we tweeted at Workhorse Live, and he replied and said yes, all stacks.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's when you said I did reply, and then you guys tried to find it, and
Yeah,
you couldn't find the reply.
yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Yes.
That was fun. I like that moment.
Tune in
Tune
to
in.
get all those details.
Tuesdays at 9
There
p.m.
you
for
go. Yeah.
Bogside Chats. Exactly 6 days. Well, 5 days and 22
right.
hours and 45 minutes from now.
Don't do that. Yeah.
Yes, so we've got the updates. Old Cleanse is now Purify, but not the not the basic ability. Cleanse has been updated to only do a single buff.
Right. Yeah.
Doesn't matter how many stacks of that buff. If it's a bunch of burns, if it's a bunch of chills, if it's a bunch of toxics, Cleanse will get rid of everything with the same buff name, or debuff name rather.
Right.
Purify will get rid of all of them, which I'm assuming we will see in future class releases, because I mean it makes sense that they are more powerful.
Oh, actually, I was going to bring that up. Well, whatever. There is a priest skill currently that says remove all negative status effects.
Yeah, Cleansing Gift. I am assuming that this is going to be changed to 1.
To Purify. It's going to be changed to Purify.
I think it's going to be Cleanse. Purify is 2. So
oh no. Hold on. There's another one that's all.
Oh yeah, where?
Hold on, I'll find it. I will find it.
So I do want to bring this up. Like I do have Cleanse as a double S.
Freedom. Third tier. It's called Freedom. It's under the Blessing.
Remove all status effects from target. Yeah.
That's going to become Purify. Obviously.
Yeah, this one makes sense as as a more expensive, more powerful ability.
Exactly. Yeah.
Purify target, because I mean it's supposed to be a full Cleanse move, which I have also rated the same as Cleanse.
Yeah.
Or old Cleanse anyway.
Yeah.
Our little guy here is going to be changing to suit its basic nature.
Yeah.
So now it's going to be changed to bring a Cleanse to. I really hope you have a Purify.
Yeah, bring a Purify.
Bring a priest subclass.
No, it's gonna
friends be, a guy would say.
Yeah. Bring a knight is what it's gonna be.
Yeah, bring a knight. Yeah, knight the redirect.
Who has the
knight.
status effects? Yeah,
I'm telling you, knight priest. Everyone's sleeping on it.
So knight, the level 10 knight move. It's like all status effects have to hit the knight. Or I'm phrasing it wrong. Yeah, redirect all status effects targeting allies to this. Oh my god, are you kidding me? So now, not only that knight is going to have an insane amount of status effects, and Cleanse is only going to do one of them, and he's going to have he's just going to be he's going to have all the germs.
Yeah,
he's going to have all the diseases, and he's just going to be fine with it.
Maybe.
I mean, yeah.
So I mean, we were talking about this before. Like we were not 100% sure if it like soaks, if it redirects all debuffs to the knight as the active goes off, or no, this is passive. All right.
Well, I think that's a bigger question of like, what is a status effect? You know, disarm. I don't believe is a status effect, obviously. Well, I don't know.
It is a condition.
Yeah, I don't think it's a status effect, but I think that's a great question of, is disarm, daze, blind, confuse. I think that's pretty clear that those are status effects.
I mean, it's hard to say with the earlier releases, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, just like in the level 10s, right? In the 10 tier, or I guess the tier 7s, the WoW tiers, as
sure.
Wisdom Gaming has so dubbed, or Wisdom Labs is so dubbed, which I love. I mean, just look at all the words, like combined total of words here, right?
Yeah.
And now let's look at one ability from the wizard.
I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So, I mean, in the defense of the team, we're going to see some reworks and way more clarifications in the future for what these do. Like the
Yeah.
intended idea is here. Like the way they want it to
Right.
work
Right.
is
Right.
here.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're just going to go through a wave of clarification of they're going to answer our questions
Yeah.
with, what is considered a status effect? Is it a debuff? Like, does it stop other
Yeah.
people? Like the one that was just like, if you have other iron abilities active, you cannot be pushed or pulled, right? Like,
Right.
what about other people? If I pull, if you're in the middle and I pull someone forward, do they just go to the front,
Yeah.
or does nobody move?
No. I think I think they said that it locks it in, but like, yeah, but that needs
Right.
to be clarified. I
Right,
agree.
exactly.
Like, yeah.
more
Yeah.
clarifications going to come out with these earlier classes.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah. So I think Knight and Archer specifically are pretty guilty of being kind of just earlier versions of
right.
you know.
Yeah, like I said, like just combined total of words in 2 tiers of
Yeah.
of abilities, and now let's
Or
look
even
at
or
the
like
first level
Seer.
one. Like
Seer has like paragraphs.
yeah,
Yeah.
Seer's all over the place with it. So expect those, right? Like
Right.
I can't think that I don't think that we could really ask them to clarify on these super old ones. Because
yeah, you're right.
so many
Yeah.
different and nuanced things out there
Yeah.
right now, and they got
I think
really specific, probably because we might have given them a little bit of a hard time.
But no, I think the status effect question is legitimate to be like, hey, can I get a chart literally of what are status effects that can be cleansed? Because even like exhaust has some nuance there.
I'm not gonna lie, I would love to go on a virtual lunch date with Hubert and Workhorse and just go through the mechanics and terminology list and update everything, please. I would love that.
Because like, what's the difference? Yeah, I think you create these categories here on the left, right? That's something you did. Yeah. Of like, I think mechanic versus debuff is a great way to put it. I mean, because disarming I think is different than blinding. You know what I mean? Like I don't
Which is
think,
new, which is strange, because I would classify disarm as a debuff.
I don't know,
because it's a status condition that remains.
Well, like banish is a great example.
But can you cleanse a disarm?
You can't cleanse a disarm. I don't
right.
think.
So if you can't cleanse a disarm, is it really considered a debuff?
Yeah,
or
I don't think so.
Is it
I think
a
it's a mechanic.
status?
Yeah. Or whatever. How you
so
phrase it.
So I mean, there's a reason why I put status versus a status / buff versus a status / debuff.
Well, I would put banish in that same category as ethereal.
Really? Well, I mean, banish is something you can do to somebody else.
But you can't get them out of it. Once they're banished, you cannot target them.
Right. So the reason why I have it classified as a debuff is because you can target somebody else to have them banished.
Oh, I see.
So on your side, that would be a negative effect.
Right. I guess I'm thinking of it as like can't be touched, and I think debuffs can be touched in general.
Right.
Like blinding and confusion and those ones that are more straightforward.
Yeah, I think you get. I think you got the right idea. Honestly, I can't wait to see Senjo hair in action.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be terrified. I'm gonna be very scared when I see it. Like,
I mean, I think it's just gonna be
event. It's a powerful move.
It's an event. It's an event boss like status. Like that's what this is mechanic's gonna be.
Yeah.
Big fan.
All right, we gotta get back to Monk, I think.
I guess. No, yeah, that's right. We're not done with the. We took a break.
All right, go back here. Yeah.
I'm a big cleanse fanboy. Same, buddy. So this was a tough one, but it will result in a much more level experience and will allow us to price cleanse skills a bit on the cheaper side to help with some balancing issues. That's that value assessment I was telling you about. Where it's like they've now value assessed cleanse a lot higher, and I was like, I don't want to say I told you so, but no, you can't bring a cleanse anymore.
Don't bring a cleanse.
Yeah, don't bring a cleanse.
No, I mean still bring a cleanse, but
definitely bring something.
Bring a purify.
Bring something.
Or items. I mean, items do it too.
That's true. Bring a cleanse item.
Bring a cleanse item.
This move also called for a rework of the opposite end of the spectrum as well, with Dispel and a new keyword, negate. So our updated Dispel definition is remove a single random positive status effect from the target, which just nerfed the crap out of Seer. And negate is remove
Yeah.
all positive effects from the target, which is probably going to get reworked into the Seer somehow.
Yeah.
Which I want to see a lot of these. I want to see a lot more of these. I want to see a lot more dispel effects because I absolutely love them. I would
I think
love
it's
for
cool, yeah.
say a tank unit that like can't really do anything other than basic attack anyway. I would love to see something along the lines of like a passive of every time this hero lands a hit, has a certain chance to dispel.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah. That
And
could
since it
be
would just be
that could be
one buff, it'd be
Paladin. I
perfect.
could 100% see Paladin having that.
Oh, I'd love that. It would be what
Yeah.
it would be exercise
Yeah,
or
exactly.
excise,
Yeah,
rebuke.
gain the faith. Like
Yeah.
when you get that hit, when you get the attack, then you you get inspired, you
Oh
know.
hell yeah, I'm all about it. A little symmetry there makes my smooth brain feel nice. I agree,
It is
bud.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all about
Yeah.
it. Which leads me to my final monk point: drunken sway and how it unlocked stances. I'm going to probably put this on loop after I'm done with stream today, but I encourage everyone to go to this. Oh wait, I can't do it in there. I encourage everyone to go to this link. This is Workhorse's patch note blog for all of the DFK updates. It's incredible. I want you all to subscribe to it, sign up your email. It's incredible. Show some
Agreed.
support.
Ditto.
We love our main man. I know Hubert's in the chat right now, but Hubert, you don't have a blog that I can subscribe to. I don't want to tell you what to do, but get one because I want to subscribe.
Oh my god! If
I want to have
Hubert
all the updates.
No, if he started a blog and then just literally did like esoteric, weird ass, vague quotes for
Oh my
like,
god!
I would be so about it.
If Hubert
Like,
made a blog and just like reviewed like appetizers at local restaurants, like that's
no,
like
but
I'd be
yes,
all about
but
it.
it was just like I felt emotions on the crest of the mountain. I'd be like, fuck yeah, yes.
Just like super short poetry. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
Hubert, please, I am begging
do
you
that for
right
us.
now.
Do that for us. Because then we can overanalyze it and like think it's hints about DFK.
And yet we'll know it's not, but we'll feel like it is.
Just like beautiful, like monk revelations.
I love it. I love it so much. So again, going back to Workhorse's blog post here, I am reading this as him, which is why I'm giving him like very appropriate sultry smolder in the retelling here, because that's exactly how he sounds.
Is that true?
Yeah, he's incredible. I wanted to read bedtime stories on Audible, so I could just have them playing while I'm just trying to relax.
I mean,
now,
I'm sure if you like paid him like Cameo or whatever.
Maybe I'll pay him in like a skill shared kind of deal.
Oh yeah.
He reads me bedtime stories. I read him bedtime stories. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god.
Now this is a style of play, talking about drunken sway, that I really enjoy, and I hope you feel similarly. Whether it be Chen from Heroes of the Storm, Jackie Chan in Drunken Master, or even Poe from Kung Fu Panda, another great one. Drunken style is something I've always thought was just the coolest way to fight. Agreed. But to have a monk feel like it's playing drunken style, we needed to start thinking a little extra. And that's what inspired stances. When you look closely at how drunken style works, so much of it is based around entering a constant watery flow-like state that ups evasion, reduces damage taken, and frustrates the hell out of opponents, which I'm sure we all love, especially if you're watching this video.
Yes.
This was definitely a hold my beer moment when we wanted to really get it right. So we knew we wanted a sway stance that placed your monk into a state of readiness that allowed it to react, evade, respond, and flow all in one mode. And thus stances were born. That desire to have the monk feel reactive or ready for anything. I used that word. I used that word earlier. That's exactly what I said earlier.
You
Was a
did, yes.
reactive tank. I love this. Or ready for anything, quickly evolved into monk discipline path, having a stance that functions as the center of all monks' lines of play. Closed fist gets power stance, open palm gets ready stance, and drunken sway gets flow stance. Each stance is a core to the class experience, and each results in a very different feeling when you play that must be woven into your rotation, which is why we went with activated passives to harness that feeling. Activate your stance, do a bunch of monk stuff that plays off of that stance, activate your stance again, repeat as needed. It will be very fun. And until next time, here's all of
Links, yeah.
all of Workhorse's links.
Okay, before we go back to the move set,
Twitter.
This is what I want to sort of just let you, because I've read all of them and you haven't read all, or maybe you've seen them, but I want to go through this.
I've gotten all the way through halfway through tier 3. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. These stances, all three of them are tier 4. So they cost 4, obviously, that fourth level. There is, all of them have a level 3 move that has a combo bonus if you're in the stance. At level 10, they all have a 10 plus version of it.
Okay.
There's also a level 10 passive that if you're in the stance, you get all these things. And then there's a level 10 active move that you have to be in the stance to trigger.
Okay. So here's my guess. I'm going to throw out a guess right now.
Right.
Based off of your tone and specifically the things that you just listed, you are not enjoying monk as a subclass.
I'm not. No, yes. I think monk as a main class is fucking wild, and I love it. I think these stance, to get the full value out of the stance, it's too expensive as a subclass.
Interesting.
Here's the thing, though. We've already seen in levels 1, 2, and 3 that it could be successful just with all that. Just with that. That's it. That's all you need. So, like, it's interesting because I think monk as a subclass to a tank or to a channeling magic class, I think could be wild. I think as a subclass to like another support class, I don't think it's going to be successful. You know, like pirate monk, even though they're the same like, you know, mutation. I don't know if pirate monk really will work out together, just because I think they do a lot of similar things, so they're not going to succeed in anything specifically. So I really struggle. I think these stances are such a cool technique and such a cool thing to do in this class. It reminds me of the Wizards, you know, arcane power. It's like a whole different world you have to deal with, you know what I mean, within this class. But I don't, like, same with Wizard. I'm nervous about Wizard as a subclass. I'm very nervous about Monk as a subclass as well, because of what the full value out of a stance, you know.
Interesting.
Sorry, that was a lot. That was a lot. I know.
No,
that was a lot.
I'm glad you got that out, because
Yeah.
I mean, it's what you're saying makes sense, and I can see that, like, so what we were talking about earlier with value assignment, right? Where, like, if in a series, like, it starts off not as worth it, but as you go further, it becomes at least equal to everything else you've done, right? I think we're going to see that here, where it's just like, okay, so this ability has a value assignment of this, but if you're in the stance, right, if you've already committed, you get extra value assignment.
So, yes, but that's only the level 3s. The level 10s say at the very beginning, this is only active if it's in the stance. So they are useless if you are not in the stance, which also limits your paths in terms of, like, because you have to pick one, at level 4. And so you cannot mix and match those stances later. And you'll see what I'm talking about with the level 10s. There's level 10s move that say, if you're in ready stance, if you're in flow stance, do X, Y, and Z. So if you're not in that stance, if you like never pick that stance at whenever the level is available to you, you're out of luck.
It actually sounds kind of, while it does sound limiting, it does sound kind of interesting,
Oh,
because
it's
it's
super
like,
cool. It's
maybe
super
I'll
cool
be
as a monk
saving,
class. Yeah,
I'll be
yeah.
saving some points to spend
Mm-hmm.
specifically in my subclass earlier. Where, say for instance, if I'm making a berserker, right, just for reference, I have access to every single one of these 10s, and I want
Right,
all of them,
right.
right? A bunch of
Yep.
them synergize, and they're
Mhm.
really, really, really good. So I'm going to be spending most of my points in
Correct.
the valuable end, and probably not in my subclass. But with what you're saying with a monk, I can go in and get power stance and get all the power stance stuff, and then because I don't have technically access to the other stuff, I could instead spend my points in my subclass earlier.
Correct.
I kind of
Which
enjoy
is
that.
it's super fun.
I kind of
But
enjoy that a
again,
lot.
it's limiting for monk subclass. But I think it makes monk class super fun and also kind of similar to like seer and wizard of like there's a strategy within monk class itself. There's a whole game within monk class itself.
You know how much I like that. Bring on the
I know.
complication, baby. All right, cool. Well, I guess we should move on to the end of tier 3. We're only 2 hours in. But that's okay, because at least the first half hour, maybe even 45 minutes,
Yeah, it's like
was
ranting and yeah,
putting
ridiculousness.
together the spreadsheet. All right, cool. Well, we got our Drunken Sway tier 3 stumble. Trip and fall to your enemies. It happens in Italian. There we go. Reposition to 1. Deal physical damage. Deal physical damage equal to
Same
each
thing as the other ones.
enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this one is a chance to taunt based off luck.
Yes.
Well, it's a flat and then has a luck scaling chance, which is good for me because I level everything with luck. It's not. I'm not even joking with that. Like, there are maybe 3 of my heroes that I don't level luck first, and it's because they've got a greater stone on them. Everyone else is set on luck primary bonus.
That's alpha. That's alpha right there.
I mean, it's mostly a guess.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's my strategy. Whatever your growth stats are on the secondary, I let you free. But everyone's going luck first. I kind of like this. If in flow stance, gain physical barrier equal to X% of this hero's current HP. Cool. Become exhausted.
Exhausted sucks here, and amnesia makes me question it too. But I love this move. I think this is double S.
This is really interesting.
Yeah.
The exhausted, rather than having this be a channel, is super interesting. Huh.
So like, let's say it works out. You get everybody taunted.
Mm-hmm.
You're exhausted, so that sucks. But if you're in flow stance too, you got a nice little barrier to help you out. I mean, you become the tank.
This is really good.
I mean, yeah. Like again, with Legionnaire as a sub or Legionnaire as a with the flow stance, you can't get that. It's hard with this subclass, but like with a tank main and a monk subclass, I think this is an amazing move. Like a paladin monk pulling this off and successfully taunting the entire enemy team. Holy shit. But grant those chances are going to be low, and luck is hard. There's not a lot of classes that have good luck unless you're WoWy and you like push luck hard.
I mean, monks are one of the ones that don't get much luck.
No, yeah, they're very low. But so are paladins, and so are like knights, and any tank is low in luck. So a taunt, to maximize the taunt, luck is the worst case scenario, I think.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. I mean, you're already going to be going pretty hard into endurance. You're already going pretty hard
Mm-hmm.
into vitality. Like, luck is the least of your worries, but because monks have such a low luck growth, I'm assuming that the luck scaling on this is going to be pretty high.
Yeah, yeah. What's luck on paladin?
Uh,
I think it's like 40 or 30 or 40. It's not very good.
I don't think it's super duper. 40.
Yeah.
So
So
10 more than a monk.
yeah, but even paladin with a monk subclass.
I'm kind of digging that.
Yeah.
Like, I like the idea of a monk sub on a tank class right now a lot,
Mm-hmm.
especially a channel tank. Um,
Yep.
I actually quite like this ability a lot. I find it to be balanced very well with the exhaust and the amnesia. I think it's very powerful. I want to give it a double S. This if this didn't have become exhausted, this would be triple S, and if it didn't have
Yeah.
amnesia, this would be
Oh,
Wowie.
yeah.
Just flat out.
Well, I can sense you said ellipses. You said dot dot dot. I heard you say it.
Yes, I audibly spoke a dot dot. But yeah, that's my assumption right now is like this is like it's kind of funny. Each of these got a double S, but I feel like this is very well balanced. I think that there's a lot of
Yeah.
positive here, and I think there's a fair negative caveat here.
Yeah.
Use it at
Yeah.
your discretion.
Mhm.
Can you afford to be exhausted right now? This is a ripcord defensive option where it's
Okay,
like
so also going back to not stumble, the one above it, the disarm one. All
soothing
all,
palm.
all three of these moves reposition to P1. I think stumble maximizes that because it is for a tank. To move your tank into P1 and then taunt the entire team is maximizing that reposition. Where the disarm, especially if they fail, if the taunts fail, it's not the end of the world because P1 still is probably going to be the target for most attacks. But for the disarm, that's not a build that is for tanks necessarily, and you're moving to the front line. And now, if it fails and your opposing front line still has his huge two-handed great axe, like you're screwed. You know what I mean? Like failure for soothing palm could be way more detrimental than quote unquote failure for stumble. You know what I mean?
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I really struggle with that soothing palm. I think it's I don't know. I just don't like the RNG in that. It
I
stresses me
think
out.
you're just gonna need to see it in practice
I
before you
yeah,
really
that
know what's
too.
up.
That too.
I
Yes.
think like so this it kind of so the disarm kind of harkens back to like the seer who can like mess
Right.
with the data that your opponent
Mm-hmm.
receives.
Yeah.
This messes with the direct input of what your opponent can do.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Without like completely locking them out of options.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like the most like I'm gonna be able to fuck with my opponent as hard as I possibly can
Yeah.
without breaking the game. It's fun
Mm-hmm.
within prescribed limits.
No, totally. I agree. I think I me personally, and honestly too, this is like something we talk about, you and I, when we're talking about this. Like me personally, the level of RNG for this move is something that I would stay away from. You know what I mean?
I mean,
But
like,
that's a personal decision.
hmm. Yeah, I mean, you want your consistency comps,
Yeah.
which is
I don't
perfectly
like this
fine.
because I feel like this could fail miserably.
It could,
Yeah.
but
It also could be amazing.
you
Yeah.
could also try again later.
Yeah. Well, and it's recoverable. It's not the end of the world. Like you're not exhausted after this one.
Right.
For Soothing Palm does not have that exhaust that the Stumble does have.
This would be the exact same thing as missing with any other ability if every part of this fails.
Right. It'd be like a basic attack miss.
It'd be a basic attack miss. It could be 5-fist miss. It could
Yeah.
be, a blinding weave miss. It's the exact same value.
Well, except the reposition.
The reposition still, you still gain that. Like the reposition to P1 is
Right.
huge value just right off the bat.
Yeah. Regardless of whether damage is done or disarming happens.
Right.
Yeah.
Like regardless of those things,
Mhm.
reposition to P1 is huge.
Yeah.
Because it's essentially, if you're in P3, it's a 2-turn
That's huge. Yeah.
action economy
That's
move.
not possible. Yeah, that's not possible regularly.
And you could do your shuffle comp with your monks and your legionnaires.
Oh my god. And I have to assume something in like this is a separate topic. We don't need to get into it, but like whatever these advanced classes are going to be literally insane. Like it's going to break our minds.
Yeah. I think these advanced classes are going to be nuts.
Because like the fact that we're talking about like Legionnaire Monk combo, which I think is going to be awesome. Like hypothetically, Shapeshifter Bard combos are going to be that much more better. That's the wrong way. Ninja. What would be the comparison there? Whatever, you know what I mean? Like,
yes,
like a combo of the next level up would be like it's supposed to be double, hypothetically, double the value. You know what I mean? So I don't even know what the codexes are going to look like. Yeah,
I think what the advanced plus classes we're going to see is more like variable options.
Yeah,
like where this is like different forms of CC in different ways, right? Like there's a defensive way and there's 2 offensive with 2 different themes of CC, right? Like we're gonna see like a CC in the way of being a tank with a paladin, or like a heal tank with a paladin, or a DPS tank with a paladin. Like you're gonna see one theme but with multiple options.
Or so like the Dark Knight is gonna be like one path is gonna be sniper, or that's the wrong word, but like direct damage one target versus like an AoE guy who just like messes with the entire team.
Right. And I mean they might have some like taunt options as well. Off tank.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true.
It says I think they will be just as nuts as basic classes, but with better stats. I mean, you're probably right.
Yeah.
That's that's 100% a possibility. They could all just be basic classes, right? They're just making abilities based off of theme, and advanced classes are just going to have more stats to work with. Just higher chances based off of they have better growth.
It's literally the exact same thing of like deal damage, chance to daze, but the damage is way stronger and the chance to daze is way higher. Like that's just what's up for the advanced classes. Like
no, this is all good. Tier 3 I think is very well done. I think like the power dispersion is very interesting, right? Like with Closed Fist and Open Palm, you're getting Amnesia in both. You're getting Reposition in both. But one's more direct, one is team-wide disruption. And then with Stumble, you're getting a team-wide disruption support.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is very, very, very well done. I could tell that the team put a lot of work into making sure none of this was over-tuned.
I mean, I personally, if Stumble, like you 100% all your rolls and you're perfect, Stumble seems insanely broken. Like you successfully taunt the entire team, you put up a barrier. Sure, you're exhausted, right? I get it, but like your other heroes are just going to, as long as your other heroes are damage dealers who can clean up. I mean, even if it's 1 or 2 turns. Like if you taunt the entire enemy team to hit that one guy, oh man, they better have purifies. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
But also,
Hmm.
I think that the odds are going to be low that all three taunts are successful. I think that especially that P3, like you said, like they're going to be different percentage chances each one, and I think the P3 one's going to be very difficult. You know, I think it's going to be single digits chance of actually taunting. You know, so I think it's going to be hard to pull off taunting the entire team. But
I mean, depends,
but if you do, whew, boy, that's impressive.
right? Well, I mean, we got to remember, like, our experience right now is with level 20 heroes being the
Right,
cap.
sure, yeah.
So
Scaling to 100, who knows?
scaling to
Yeah,
100,
yeah,
it might be a lot more like
yeah,
consistently effective. You're probably going to see like
yeah,
metas in which like, well, these classes don't scale well until level 40, right? When all of a sudden, like,
yeah,
the scalings from stat growth are, it's pretty close to the flat of like, it's a 30% chance to taunt, plus the scaling, so it's like a 32% chance
yeah.
to
Right,
taunt.
right. It
And
doesn't
it's
matter
going to
much.
scale
Yeah.
up at like, okay, well, by level 40, like, just from stat
Mm-hmm.
growth,
Mm-hmm.
like, we're looking at a 60% chance to succeed.
But also, so quick note, Monk has this a bunch of times, and some other classes have had this of X% chance to a cap of X. So I assume that they're thinking about this exact thing that we're talking about,
Mm-hmm.
where if it doesn't say that to a cap of X, I mean, it could scale to 100 hypothetically, 100%. Like if it's 0.1, right, times your dex, and your dex is 100, or your dex is, well, I guess, yeah, it would be what? If it was times 100. You know what I mean? Like eventually you could get to 100%
Right.
if your stat was insane enough. Uh some of them have caps of like capping it at whatever. So like level 100 heroes, the sky is the limit.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you.
I phrased that poorly, but whatever. You know what I mean.
I do know what you mean, and I mean, I think
And I
that
did phrase that poorly. Say it. Say it. You phrased that poorly.
I think there was better ways to phrase it. I don't believe
Whatever.
in being negative here. Let's see. Hubert says, I would love to hear Workhorse's story of how it was to work with me on Monk. I was very stubborn.
I
You know what, Hubert? I'm actually would love to hear what you thought of my little introduction.
Oh my
My
god.
my introductory Monk attempt on April
It was so
Fools.
broken.
It wasn't broken. I'm telling you.
It was
I
like
think it was
ga-
quite
it
great.
was gain abilities based on your basic attack, but is it's
In
broken
one
because
tree.
no, because it was like the whole thing is that like basic attack is the basis of everything, and so there's bonuses that boost basic attack. You were boosting bonuses already.
Yeah.
Like you were gonna, it was going to be, you were making it exponentially better.
it it was only going to be exponentially better until that point.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my bad. I forgot
Then
about
it was
that.
just going to be augmented better. Um, but yeah, no, I'd
I'm
love to
telling
hear
you, though, first off,
the
it's
thoughts.
like a level 10 move, but we got to get to it. There's like a punch, and then if you punch previously, do another punch,
Oh,
which is
no
like,
freaking way.
yes, that move is down in like level 10. So like we have to keep going.
Oh my god, I'm so excited to see that. Okay, we got our first tier 4. We're only 2.5 hours and we're on tier 4. We got power stance.
Right.
Activate to gain power
Mm-hmm.
stance. For Dura, I'm just assuming that these are all different like
Yep.
poses for Power Rangers right
Correct.
now.
Yep.
Reposition this hero. I should have formatted that better. Reposition this hero 1, which means forward or back. While
Insane.
active, gain the below effects plus X% agility, plus X% block, and plus a flat plus dex scaling critical strike chance.
Insane.
Wow.
Insane.
Doesn't Wizard get critical strike chance as well?
Potentially. I
for
mean, wizard?
their
Nope.
fire abilities.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
and it's a passive. Increase critical strike chance when dealing damage to targets that are inflicted with a burn.
They already have
Bro,
the burn. Oh
we're
man.
building a crit. We're doing a
Well,
crit
that's like
build
the
right here.
yeah, that's like the elemental monk who like
Oh
is so
hell
in
yeah.
tune. He's so in tune with like the element of fire that
This
he can
attack
like,
has additional critical strike
oh
chance.
fuck
Oh
yeah.
my god. And then the
Monk
monk gets
Monk
a ton of stuff
Wizard
for
Monk Wizard
critting.
sub now is amazing. I love this idea with like
Right?
fire.
Or yeah, or a monk sub. Get yourself
Yeah?
power stance just because.
We'll see. You know, I'm hesitant there. Yeah.
I do, because you only got 15 points. I get it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Um, but I really like this so far.
No, it's cool. It's very cool on its own. Yeah.
Each instance, this here, I like the deck scaling critical strike chance instead of luck
Yeah.
scaling.
It's
I
very
like this
cool.
a
Yep.
lot.
Again, Legionnaire.
Yeah,
Legionnaire combo.
this allows you to like,
Yep.
holy crap, a greater deck stone where you're just pumping decks.
Yup.
Period.
If you could get a monk with dex at like 70%, which is I think greater stone, right? Because he's 60, so plus 10, and then happen to hit blue. Holy shit.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting.
Yeah. Or Legionnaire with a monk sub.
Yeah, I'm liking this a lot. A lot. So each instance this hero successfully hits a critical strike, gain a flat plus strength percent chance to push target enemy 1. Wow.
Just more pushing.
Refreshes and does not stack, which is I I'm curious to hear about the thought process that made them want to put that disclaimer there.
Well, it's so duration, let's say duration is 5. If you're at if 3 tick off and you're at 2 left, and
Oh,
you
that's
trigger
what that means. Okay,
and
okay.
you trigger it again, it's only going to 5. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to 7 on that re-triggering. Does that make sense? Yeah, that makes sense.
That makes
I
perfect
would
sense.
assume that's how that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. Pretty straightforward, honestly.
Yeah.
I love this.
Just because like, yeah, it would be bullshit if you could just stack, like you could just do it forever. Yeah.
I love that this is essentially the most powerful reposition you can possibly imagine.
Okay. I mean, other than the next 2, but yes.
Really? All right. That's all it is though. Like, okay, what can you do on your turn? You can reposition, right?
All the stances have repositioned this hero 1.
True. I'm kind of liking shuffle comp a lot right now.
No, I know, it's insane. With all the Legionnaire's charge. Oh. Because this reposition 1, this is why I love these ones, is like you have the opportunity to move up 1 or move back 1 here. Like there is not, and there is a move later down the road that has reposition 2.
And Porque no los dos, man. You know what I'm saying?
I don't speak.
So if you've got a Legionnaire monk, you can reposition back 1, and your monk main can reposition up 1, effectively putting you in V3 in launch position.
Oh, exactly. For the supercharge move. Yeah. No, totally. Yeah, and because again, granted, I know you're talking about that stuff about like Archer and Knight being like early versions of it, but like they did not have the repositioning abilities that some of these other heroes do, and I think that's on purpose. I think there's only going to be limited amount of heroes that have these kind of reposition built into their codexes. You know.
True. I think we are going to see some like in the reworks. I think we're going to see some more colorful abilities.
Well, I do like the idea that Knight has a ton of like anti-repositioning.
Yes.
Which like I think at the time we were like, oh, that's weird because like we don't know anything about repositioning. But like now it makes way more sense. Like
yeah, Knight that passive ability for Knights where it is if you have another iron ability active, you cannot be pushed or pulled. That is a direct counter to the monk.
But also though, this is the anti-speed. Okay, so every instance this hero this is the bad example. It's the next one that I want. Yeah, I'll do my point
Okay,
in the next
yeah.
one.
All
Sorry.
right,
Yep.
cool. Yeah, we'll finish up on this one first. Power stance, I'm really enjoying you. I love the fact that it doesn't do something to your opponent.
Hmm.
I think that's extremely fair for the benefits you're gaining.
Yeah.
Um, I want to give this a double S.
Mm. Yeah.
I think this is super well balanced.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
It goes up or down depending on who this is on.
Well, the key
Like,
thing that's interesting here is it's a percentage agility.
so
So if you,
it's speed
yeah,
based on how much speed you already have.
exactly. Like if
So
your
if you're
agility is insane,
right, if you're
this would
already
be that much
fast,
better.
you
Yeah.
get more. Block percent is flat.
Yeah.
Um,
That's not gonna
but
help
critical
you much.
strike chance is stacking.
Yeah, and I really like that.
Oh, block percent is
Uh,
also stacking, but
because you know the sister stances um are evasion, which is significantly different than agility getting the boost. You know what I mean?
it's
So
true. It's
I do
true.
think power stance has that advantage of it being a straight agility boost versus ready stance and flow stance have evasion boosts.
Oh man, I really hope the animation for this is like
Oh yeah,
an actual
yeah,
different stance. Like I want to see a Goku stance with
yeah.
this one.
Yeah,
Like
power
like
stance. I
this is
would
just like
love.
activating a
Yeah,
Kaioken. You know what I'm talking about?
well, or not. Yeah, like I mean, yeah, obviously it'd be cool if it was like big and dramatic, but also just like really subtle. If it was just like their legs square up very slightly, like slightly different. Like you know what I mean? Like it's just like they bend their knees a little bit and then stay that way. I think that is all it is. It'd be super cool, I think.
I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I
Like
there's
subtle, like
I think there's a lot of potential in how this class can be expressed
oh, I agree, yeah.
through
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, Drunken
animation.
Master? Holy shit.
Oh yeah, it sounds like it's gonna be great.
Yeah, yeah.
And so yeah, this is my. I think it's a double S. I actually want to give it a higher rating because I like all the stuff that happens here
I don't
and the
know.
combo ability.
Yeah.
Because it's good for everybody, right? Agility is good for every single
Sure, yes.
person,
I agree. Yeah.
including people that want evasion. The block percent is good for
Well,
tanks.
and closed fist is deal damage. Going fast, dealing damage is
Yep.
great. Yeah.
I'm thinking it's like subclass of like picks as well.
Oh yeah. Well, all right. Well, we'll keep talking about it. Why are you picking the stance as a subclass?
Because it's pure self buff, and the self buff gives me.
So you're doing it purely on this, and regardless of any other abilities that may or may not be affected by it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right.
Yeah,
Sure.
pure,
Fair.
like if I had, let's say I've got a warrior monk, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd want this on him. Just period.
Fair. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm giving it the double S. I think that's
Okay. All right.
I think it's very well balanced.
I think I'm a little lower. I think I'm an S. I think it's good. I think it's good. I'm hesitant on all these stances, to be honest. So let's just keep going now.
All right, cool. Ready stance. Activate to gain ready stance, a different Power Ranger pose. For a
Mhm.
duration of X, reposition this hero 1. While active, gain the following effects. Did I put a I did. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Formatting emergency. All right, we're good. Gain the following effects. Plus evasion, a whiz scaling block, which is really
Amazing.
interesting. I love that. And a dex scaling chance to retaliate. Wow. Each instance's hero blocks an incoming attack, gain a whiz scaling chance to disarm attacking target enemy for a duration of X, refreshes and does not stack. This is
I love that. Okay, so this is what I was gonna say in the first one. I'm gonna say it now. Each instant this hero blocks an incoming attack. This, in my mind, the way this is phrased and the way I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong. This is a counter to a fast team. Because if the fast team is coming in hot and lapping you on the ticks, you know, their ticks are going way faster than your ticks, and they get multiple attacks in, this ready stance is going to affect them more so because it's every instance the hero blocks one, and it's a wisdom scaling block, so their block is going to be better than normal. And every time they do it, you're going to disarm them. So you want this to be on a slower, more concise, monk who again is like he's looking at the battlefield like a pro,
I
and
like
just
it.
like taking it all in.
Yeah, no, I'm really, 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 really digging this, especially because this is a reactive defensive option
Right, yeah,
for anyone at any time.
yeah.
And it's whiz scaling, so this makes me automatically assume that this is a healer's defensive option. Um, I'm going to give this a double S again.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I'm going to give this another double S, and I am going to say this is because like I love the whiz scaling. I really
Yeah.
do. I just think it's well balanced. It's just super well balanced.
Yeah.
It works for so many people. It works for everybody, but it works for healers more. It works for like paladins more.
And the beauty of the reposition this hero one, this could push your monk back to the third row.
It really could. It really
and
could.
And would be just like if your monk needed a minute to heal or to like take a beat, move them back to the third row and regroup. And also increased evasion, increased block, moving to the third row. There's not, I mean, we don't know exactly how weapons are going to play out, but like it is harder to hit the third row than the first row. That is just a fact.
True.
You know what I mean? So this move allows you to get back into that third row. I mean, that could be all you need to get another heal in for like one round and then come back again. The monk has a ton of moves to get back to the front row. So like this move pushes you back to the back, you heal, you come back into the front, and you're back into this battle.
Yep.
Like, I love it.
100%. And it's a ripcord defensive option too. Like you can just go in front of your front line and protect it.
Yeah. With evasion and block, fuck yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You become a pseudo tank.
Yeah.
And it's based off of how much of a healer you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is super cool. I like this ability a lot. I love this stance. I love that it's a self buff and that it does something for you. Like you can have it semi activate right on the round. Like it semi does something on the round that you choose it to, but like you have like it's for your opponent to answer and nothing else. And I really enjoy that.
Well, I think I also love. Well, I'd be very curious to see what the evasion number is a flat number. So I'm very curious on that.
Oh yeah.
Because again, we talked about that. Like it could hurt later down the road if it's like, it doesn't scale. It doesn't scale with your stats. Well, It sort of does. It sort of does, but not really. I don't know. Whatever.
Well, moving on.
Yeah.
We got our tier 4 Drunken Sway. We got Flow Stance.
Oh.
Simply avoiding damage is not enough. You must know when to strike back.
I love this move so much.
Activate to gain Flow Stance, a drunken Power Ranger pose. For a duration of X. Reposition this hero 1. While active, gain the below effects. A luck scaling evasion, which is very cool, and an endurance scaling physical defense, which just makes sense. Each instance this hero evades an attack, gain a luck % chance to taunt a random enemy for a duration of X.
Holy shit, I love this so much.
Oh my goodness.
This is Trickster Tank.
This is the easiest rating I've given it so far.
This is Trickster Tank. I agree wholeheartedly. I don't think it's a WoWie, but like
this scales into WoWie. At level 100, this scales into WoWie, period. Because anyone can buff luck enough in a even if it's like we'll do 1% of luck. You know what I mean?
Well, and the physical defense too. Like
the physical defense, the evasion chance. I mean,
if you successfully taunt people, they're going to attack you, and if you have a boosted physical defense, it's like just ideal. Like,
well, I mean, your counter here is magical damage, but even then, you can evade magic.
Yeah, you can evade. Well, Is there not a magic evade? Or have we talked
No,
about this?
there's
It's just
spell
evade.
block.
Yeah. Right. Right. It's
Evasion
block.
is
It's not
evasion.
evasion. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I think yeah, I think this move is awesome.
This is super good.
I yeah, it's
Yeah,
great.
I'm enjoying this a lot. Um, hmm.
Also, man, I know this is not how you rank them, but like I always compare like the same tier moves to the other ones. And like this one's super interesting that it has the luck based adjustment on the evasion where the one above it is just a flat evasion percentage. I'm very curious on that. Obviously I think the numbers are going to be relatively low on that, but also again, as you get higher up in level, it makes the flow stance significantly better than the one above it.
Yeah, I mean, better or
Well, maybe
worse.
not better, but like
I don't know how to like call that,
yeah.
but like situationally, more devastating, probably. Um,
Yeah.
but since
Uh,
the I do have to take a short intermission right now.
do you want me to
Um,
keep going? I can keep going.
I mean, yeah, if you want to keep going, that'd be fine. I was actually going to put up this picture of the graphic updates differences for a couple of my heroes that I have, just to see like how much work actually went into it with second best at. But if you want to go ahead and ramble for a little while, I kind of got to go take care of something real quick, but I should be back in just a few minutes.
Yeah, wait. Can you scroll up a teeny bit so that the three stances are on the
Sure.
screen? Does that make sense?
I don't know if I can get all of.
Like zoom out. Can you zoom out? Zoom out. Zoom out like
No,
10%.
I don't know if I
I don't,
can.
yeah, you can.
I
You
think
don't know how to zoom out
there it
on
is.
Excel?
90. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, I'll be back
Perfect.
in just a little minute. Maddie, if you can keep it
Yeah.
going, sweet man, appreciate it. I'll be
So
back in just a minute.
this is what I want to talk about. Uh, so these power stances are level 4 or tier 4, which already is kind of expensive, not like terribly expensive to get to, but there's a level 3, all the level 3s above it have a combo that get a bonus from the stances. And then later down the road there's a 2 level 10s that get boosts off each of the 3 stances. So this is why I'm so hesitant on monk as a subclass, is because to get the full value out of like using these stances, you can't you can't possibly, because there's 2 level 10s that are affected by the stances. So like literally it's literally impossible for the subclass to get the maximum value out of it. However, here's the thing, we should talk about this with WoWy, is like they have crazy value on their own. Like the stances are not bad just to have, even as a subclass. Like getting an evasion, getting a block bonus, and getting the like every time an attack hits you or misses you, like getting those extra chances. Like it's still they're still very good moves. And so it's hard for me to say like it's like monk is a bad subclass, because like monk is going to be a solid subclasses in certain situations, but you're not going to get the full value out of these stances, which is like the monk main class is going to get those value, is going to get that value, and especially when you like pick a specific path and like go all, go all in on like close fist or go all in on open palm, you know doing the stance like moves at level 10. That's how you can get the full value out of monk. But I mean, we'll see, and we'll talk about it when Wowie gets back, because I think I do want to hear his opinion on that, in terms of like, like like monk is going to have value as a subclass, like no question, but is it going to be the absolute maximum value that other subclasses might be better? I don't know. I think I think Legionnaire right now, Legionnaire might be the best subclass. I really love Legionnaire as a subclass. I also think Archer has a lot of like easy, and Berserker has a lot of easy subclass moves that like really work well, especially with like the martial classes like Warrior and Knight. Guys who are just going to be swinging, dealing damage. Berserker and Archer really work well with that, because they just love dealing damage themselves. Um, All right. I don't want to keep going on the skills because I'll wait for Wowie on that. Um, but I do want to mention, what was I going to talk about? Oh shit, yeah. So like um the evasion versus agility. So I think it's really interesting because so like agility is part of the equation for speed and for like turn order, which is like what we've been talking about this for a while. And Wowie kind of broke down how the like turn orders are going to work in terms of like the ticks and how fast your heroes go, and basically it's going to be like a live, like there's going to be like a live determination like on the turn order, like like it's happening simultaneously like throughout the battle, that the turn order is going to be as determined by how fast your guy goes, and it's going to change throughout the battle. um which really interesting here on the stances, especially this tier 4 here. When you increase the agility, you will affect that formula for like the turn order. If you're affecting evasion, you're not touching that at all, which is like it's like a very specific distinction, which like seems subtle, like when you're looking at the codexes like this, but it's really not, because affecting the agility changes both the evasion and, well, hypothetically, we don't know the formula for evasion totally, but we know agility is going to be part of it. But affecting agility will affect that turn order. So it does make a kind of interesting distinction between like affecting, increasing agility versus increasing evasion exclusively. I think it makes sense for like closed fist because it's like a deal damage, like, hit him in the face kind of path. So like you would want the agility to be increased because that would increase your speed and your turn order, where evasion um is sort of a more defensive kind of mechanism, so it makes sense. But I think the like the new like speed combo, or not speed combo, it's the wrong way to phrase it, like the speed formula, I think is really interesting in terms of going back to the other classes and looking at who had agility bonuses versus who had evasion bonuses. Like Seer has a ton of evasion bonuses, but doesn't really have that many agility bonuses. So it's sort of interesting, but also has that first strike, which first strike might be changed. I don't know. So they might have to change that or not. I can't tell. Um, all right. It's still just me. I'm waiting on Wowie. Um, I also don't have control of the Twitch, so we're stuck on this screen, whatever it is. Um, I think the power stances are very fun. I really like all of them. They all have some pretty cool effects. I think yeah, I'm ready for the game to be at like level 50 versus level 50, because I want to just like fill out the codex completely. I think that's something we're all kind of, I mean, I know we talked about it, but like I think we're all kind of ignoring the fact that for a while, the early PvP, when we're capped at level 20, is going to be very stripped down versions of these like codexes. Like we're going through the level 10s and like the level, like the specials, like the level 15 specials, and it's like that's a ways away. Like you need to be level 35, 40 to get to even get that like as a get that even available. So I think it's gonna be interesting, the early battles where we're all just like, picking our level 1 and level 2 moves while we battle it out. It'll be fun. Tools for these saying everybody's gonna ape into Drunken Sway. Yeah, I believe that. I don't know. I like Drunken Sway the most so far from what I've seen. I really like Drunken Sway, especially as like a monk tank. Even monk main class as a tank. You don't typically think of that, monk as a tank, but I think like, give it a vitality bonus, and like, a subclass that's like a legionnaire or a paladin, even subclass, monk paladin subclass, I think could be like very successful. Because I think the Drunken Sway plays very well into like a tank based hero.
100%.
There he is! Wow, what a jump in! That was amazing.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that statement though. Like,
Yeah.
I know I've said this a lot in previous shows,
Mm-hmm.
where I'm just like, man, this makes a really good subclass. Congratulations on everyone who has it.
Yeah.
Like, this makes a perfect like this and
Mm-hmm.
this subclass. Like, the monk is literally just a toolbox for whatever you're
Right.
doing.
Right.
It is
Yeah.
for everyone. And I don't
Yep.
mean this in like the infomercial sense. And I know it's
No.
totally coming across that way, but
But
like
I mean,
legitimately,
sort
if
of.
you're a
Yeah.
healer, there's
Yeah.
stuff here for you. If you're a
Yeah.
DPS, there's stuff here for you. If you're a tank, there's stuff here for you.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to do a hybrid build, there's stuff here for you. You
Yeah.
can go ahead and go into flow stance and then go straight DPS route
Yeah. No
if you
question.
so wanted to. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, I know you were talking about like you're not a huge fan of picking up the stance for a subclass, but like
Yeah.
to me, it's like why not? You know what I
No,
mean?
I know. I know. Well,
You don't
we
get
gotta
the
keep talking. I want to show you the level 10s and then feel just how frustrating it is.
okay, okay,
The
yeah,
level
you're right.
10s, like you read them and you're like, oh, it's so cool, but I can't afford that as a subclass. Like
Yeah, all right. No, I kind of
just think about it. So like I'll just tell you this. There are two level 10 moves that build off of your stance. Stance is is a 4. So already you can either do the stance and one level 10 and then a level 1 or you know what I mean, like, and you're out of luck, or not out of luck, but like you're out of subclass at that point. So you know, you'll see what I mean of how frustrating it is, because like some of the level 10 stance bonuses are awesome. The passive stance bonuses are so cool,
all right. Yeah, I'm kind of
but
excited to get
we have a
there.
ways to wait to go there.
A little ways, a little ways. So I'm gonna go ahead and start formatting this.
Also, I can't wait for you to listen back to what my rambling was just now.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna put it on the YouTube on the time map as like the Maddie monologue.
Oh, it was random, but it made sense, I think. But whatever.
I have no doubt in my mind it made sense.
I was talking about evasion versus agility. Like it's so interesting.
I think
I
it's a
love this. I love this
conversation
game.
that's important to have as well.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
I like, how do you like this? I zoomed in even further. It's probably a lot
I
easier
know.
for people at home to read
Yeah.
now that I've done this.
Well, I imagine everyone's following along. Like they have access to this document. Like
It's true. I mean, yeah. But I mean, yeah, the monk so far has been a fantastic mixed bag.
yeah. And we haven't even got to the fun stuff yet.
Amnesia X. Everything's got amnesia, which
A lot of things have amnesia. Yeah.
I like. I like it a lot.
I don't love it, but it leads me to believe that these moves are powerful.
It makes sense
Yeah.
though. You know what I mean? Like, do something different.
Kai Blast is insane when we get to it, by the way.
All right, I'm very ready.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
What?
Hold on.
You're right.
Yeah. Oh, I'm very all right. I'm noticing something.
What? When
X.
channeling? Yeah.
Oh,
at the end of the channel. Yeah. That's your favorite. Yeah.
Note effects occur in order written. Okay, so Key Blast. Let's just take a gander over to my April Fool's strike. I got Key Strike.
Oh yeah.
And I was going for
You gotta hold Dow of Key is what you called it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was going for a like there's the punchy monk, there's the Dragon Ball Z Goku and Frieza beam fighting monk.
Yeah.
And then there's the mystic monk with seals and like ancient priests.
Sure. Yeah.
That was my idea. Like I wanted to go
Yeah.
into like
Yeah.
a little extra of the mysticism.
Yeah.
But let's see, what was my key strike? Hit them, but from over there. Deal magic damage to target enemy with Dex and Strength. Generate X key. Haha, I wonder what happens here. All right, so we got Ground Slam for Closed Fist.
Yeah.
Harness your inner life energy. Now project it outward. Channel for a duration of 1. Neat, because you get lots of channeling benefits.
Yep.
Deal physical damage equal to basic plus strength to target enemy in P1. Why does it have a range of 2? Oh, because you're doing 2 things.
You'll see. Yeah.
You have a flat plus dex % chance to push target enemy in P1 to P2. If push is successful, deal physical damage equal to a basic plus strength to target enemy that has now moved to P1. That's kind of cool. I like that. Combo, if hero used 5 fists on this hero's last turn, gain a dex % chance to exhaust target enemy in P1 Amnesia X. I like it. I like this a lot. I'm a big fan of it.
I think it's cool. There's a lot of ifs and buts here.
This is
in my mind.
So the way Monk is shaping up to be is you set up, you do your rotation, and you set up again.
Yeah.
That's what it seems to be. And this seems to be a perfect in-between rotational. Like, it's a stepping rotational here.
Actually, does it matter where you are?
Oh, what do you mean?
Like, if you're in P2 or P3, you could do this move, right?
Yeah, you
target enemy in P1, doesn't matter, right?
Yeah. It would be well, it doesn't even matter. Like, if you've got a range of 1 and you're in P3, like, you still hit the front row.
Well, yeah. So yeah, this is kind of interesting as like, especially after moving, moving to the back and doing this move.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Eric's, I like the sentiment. I like the control the monk provides. I prefer it over Berserker. I think Maddie agrees with you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, like, if you want to control the battlefield, Monk is gonna do a significantly better job than Berserker.
I mean, yes, like, I think the theme here, the expression of the class is control.
Well, yeah, I think that's especially open palm. I feel like it's like, I'm smarter than you. I'm taking away your weapons. You know what I mean? Like, that's like, yeah. Well, and Drunken Sway, I mean, Drunken Master is just like, you're gonna hit me, I'm gonna throw it back at you.
I like this a lot. I'm having a hard time thinking about what I'm gonna rate it, though.
I don't love this move. I understand you potentially giving us a triple S. I understand why you would like to do that. For me, this is between an S and a double S. I don't love this move. I'm not gonna. I think it's good. And especially if you're going with an aggressive type monk, I think this is solid. I also think, like, the monk does, and this is something we didn't talk about, like, he does lose out a little bit because he's good at everything, not great at anything. So, like, his strength and his dex are, like, good, but they're not going to be, like, super crazy good,
especially if you're just pumping it into luck.
Yeah. well, that's you. But no. But, like, especially if you think, like, I want a fast monk, so I'm going to put in agility, or I want vitality for him to, like, deal, to hang longer. Potentially his strength and his dex are going to be very mediocre. So I don't know. I'm not excited about the damage dealing monk. But that might be a decision that is based on my personal strategy, and not because it's a bad technique to use. You know what I mean?
See, I'm kind of on that same vein, but based on the monk's jack of all trades growth, I have a feeling that the scaling is going to be higher than it would be on a normal class. That's the
Oh,
balancing I'm
you think
feeling.
those X's are going to be a little bit different than that we're normally seeing?
Right. I think they're going to be a
Yeah,
little bit a little bit
yeah,
more tuned up,
sure.
just to make sure that the monk feels punchier, pun
Right.
intended.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, and I think that's going to open up a lot of options for subclass DPS choices,
Yeah. No,
where
totally. I
like
think
I
yeah.
don't really expect my you know
Yeah.
I don't expect my monk to get that highest strength, but if I choose monk abilities on my warrior,
Yeah. Yeah. For sure.
then the,
Yeah.
the strength mod makes it hit even harder. Tools for these says, I think winning a tournament with 3 stanced monks would be the ultimate dab. Yeah, it would.
I mean, yeah.
I'd love to see it. I'm really excited to see like tournament hosting because I want to see things like Baby Cup.
Sure. Yeah. Level
uh,
caps and
yeah,
yeah,
level
yeah.
caps like nothing over level 2,
Or even like
or
class
mono
caps, like
teams. Yeah,
no advanced classes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that'd be cool. Yeah.
yeah, mono teams. You can only choose one class.
Oh, fucking all monk tournament would be super fun.
Right? Like the only thing you're allowed to choose is your
Yeah.
subclass differences.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like
That'd be cool.
I think that'd be a lot of fun. Or even subclasses, like everyone's gonna have the same subclass.
Oh, but also going back to what we were talking about earlier, if this was like a decision landowners made, and like it was like, oh fuck, dude, there's a monks only tournament on the other side of the map. Oh, but there's a really cool like berserker versus seer tournament on this side of the map, and like you had to make those choices. That'd be so much fun.
Bureaucracy.
I honestly, yeah, I love that.
Yeah. I mean
Yeah.
I mean I think ultimately that depends on like the size of the community.
No, I agree. Yeah, you're right. Well, because I mean, yeah,
And I mean I would love it. I would love there to be like, hundreds of thousands of
yeah,
people
yeah,
on just like
yeah,
hosting a ton of stuff all the
yeah,
time with like weekly stuff going on. I would
yeah,
love
yeah.
that. I would sincerely love that. And then
So
everyone's
that
just
like it
out
was
there
so much so that
jobbing.
like we like it's overwhelming and you can't participate in everything. Well, like that'd be a good. I mean, I shouldn't say overwhelming, but like there was so much content and so many tournaments that it'd be literally impossible for you to participate in all of them.
Yeah.
Like,
So much going on that you can't do it all.
yeah, like that'd be awesome. That'd be ideal because then like niches,
I think niche
neat
and niche are both fine.
niche like little pockets could develop from that where if there was that much of a community where it's like, hey man, like this is our fight club in this corner of the world.
Yeah. No,
Like I
100%. Like
like that'd be so cool.
that's exactly how prize pools work.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, and then
Like
like
coming here's the cover
yeah,
charge for, entering the tournament, and the prizes that we're giving away is equal to 95% of the
right,
prize
yeah.
pool.
Or yeah, but also too like there's sort of like an unwritten rule of like this is just our group, like in this
Sure.
corner of the map. Because like if O'Cool comes in or Baka,
The
like
clean sweep.
everyone's like, yeah, hold on. Like, no, I don't want to exclude them, but like I do
King
love the
Baka
idea
comes
of
in, I'm
like,
here to enter the baby cup.
yeah, yeah. No, but like you know what I mean. Like I think that'd be super interesting if it was so diverse and so big that like you could find a corner of the world to just do a little fight club. That'd be so cool. Fuck. I got myself all excited about now.
I just want somebody to develop a tactics style dungeon delving.
Yeah,
That's just something I want real bad.
that
But
would be cool.
as in
Yeah, let's
terms
get
of
back
a
to this.
rating for this,
Monk, yeah.
um I think this is really good. I'm going to give this a double S.
Yeah, I guess.
I think it's really good. And honestly, I feel like I'm holding back, right? Because
I know you are. Yeah, I know
this
you
is
are. Yeah.
essentially a push, but it deals damage to both of them.
To the guy,
And we
yeah.
don't know
To
who
the
it
one you
exhausts.
move and the one who comes in.
I don't
Yeah.
know if it exhausts the person in P1 before the move or after
That's
the
a good
move.
point. That's a good question.
But
Yeah.
exhaust is just too damn
But also, like,
crazy.
does
So
what if
this
you
opens up even more
fail? What
moves
if you
because
fail to do some of these things? Do they all still happen?
exhaust can't reposition.
No, I know,
So
but I
it
mean,
locks them there until the other person
oh
goes
yeah, yeah.
ahead. So this is actually a form of like lockout crowd
Right.
control.
But like, let's say you deal physical damage to the target enemy in P1,
Mm-hmm.
percent chance to push. Let's say you miss on that.
Mm-hmm.
Is the move done at that point?
No, then you go for the exhaust as well.
So that exhaust, no, but that's only in the combo.
Oh, you're talking about no combo?
All right, yeah, all right. Let's say you have the combo active.
Okay.
You have the combo active. You channel for 1. You deal physical damage to the target in P1, but then you miss on the push. Then we go to the combo that automatically triggers because the combo's active.
Right.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, it's a solid move. I think SS is fair. I don't love it as much as you,
It's
but
got caveats to it. I mean,
yeah,
it's got to be fair. You know what I mean? Like they're adding in value assigned negatives specifically because the value assigned positives are outweighing.
Yeah.
What's supposed to be on par for a tier 5. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like I don't know, like the stuff the stuff in Legionnaire, right? When we go to a tier 5 in Legionnaire, all of that was SS. And it's like
because that was
benefit,
way more,
become exhausted, amnesia.
No, but I think the Legionnaire moves did significantly more.
Charge itself is ridiculous.
Charge is a wild move. I love it, and so much like it's a game changer, and it's something that like your opponent will have to. It's a it's a mental deterrent.
Indeed, it is.
Well, actually, that's a good question. I think you'll know what your opponent's Codex is at the beginning of the battle. Like if you know they have a Legionnaire who's going to do charge, and you see the Legionnaire get into the 3rd position, he was in P1, and then some sort of events got him into P3, and you're like, fuck, he's going to do the charge now. Like it's coming, and you know what I mean. So like that's why I think that
you can technically prepare for it.
No, I know, but I mean like it will screw up whatever strategy your opponent may or may not had,
especially if you do something else.
I feel like this Grand Slam, this move, closed fist, tier 5, does not have that same effect. You know what I mean? It is not as dramatic. And again, granted, I know you ranked that triple S compared to this double S, but I think this is even less than that because I don't think this move is that impressive, to be honest.
I like the way you use the word dramatic.
Yeah.
Because that is 100% true. The Legionnaire's abilities are all like a super hole punch of drama.
Right.
Yeah. Each one of them are pretty insane.
They're wild. Yeah, they do wild things and they change the course of the battle. I think I don't think this move is doing that. I don't think it's a bad move. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's like bad. I just don't think I just think I'm not choosing it for my monk builds, you know?
I gotcha.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Sorry, I had to look away for dog. Let's see here. I think SS is fair, but I totally get what you're talking about with it.
Yeah.
So we'll move on to Open Palm Key Blast. I mean, remember,
I'm so excited about this
Key
one.
Strike, but
yeah, exactly. It's the exact same move.
Yeah, pretty much. Channel for a duration of 1. Remember, my key strike hit them, but from over there. Key blast,
smart.
Range of 3, right?
Yeah.
Deal physical damage equal to a basic plus vitality plus a wisdom mod.
That's wild.
To target enemy. A dex % chance to banish target enemy.
Holy shit.
In P1 for a duration of X. That's pretty huge. Combo, if this hero used Soothing Palm on its last turn, gain while channeling, heal for a Vite scaling on each
enemy turn.
Whoa.
Slow monks dominate.
Huh.
This is the speed counter. This is insane. Banish.
Yeah, I mean they would just
banish
take a turn.
The guy. So banish their tank, and then let their fucking ninja attack like 5 times while you sit there and you just heal every time he does it, regardless of whether the attack's on you or not.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting because
this
the whole
is doing
point,
so much. Yeah.
The whole point is the banish.
Right. Well, I guess, yeah.
No, I mean like that's the main
That's
like
the
that's the meat
meat.
and
That's the meat.
potatoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the meat and potatoes, and the side of green beans is the heal.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? The deal physical damage is a small glass of milk that came with it. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Yeah.
It's not the main part, but I mean it's there. It's nice.
No, the banish is the main
Yeah, the
insane part.
banish is the main portion of this. The whole point of using this is for the banish. So
Mm-hmm.
I would assume that that's probably around a 50 to 60% chance.
Oof. I don't know. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I agree. I think it's not going to be that high though.
I don't know. So this is what I wanted to talk about, like in terms of game mechanics with Hubert and Workhorse, very
Yeah.
specifically. The difference between effectiveness and effect resistance.
Ugh, I don't know if I can do this. I struggle with this.
Well, I mean,
It gets to math very quickly, and I cannot deal
so
with
I
math.
mean, let's talk about a dex percent chance to proc, right? So let's say it's a
Right.
50%.
Okay.
So it's a 50% chance that the attempt goes through or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
So your effectiveness, so it'd be the same thing as accuracy, right? Your accuracy versus their evasion.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be your effectiveness versus their effect resistance.
So the question is it 2 rolls or is it 1 formula?
It would be a roll into a formula.
Yeah. But well, okay.
I guess it would be 2 rolls.
Well,
So
I guess the
it would
question
be a
is like
roll to hit, and then it'd be a roll to
if yours
happen.
is a 50% chance to banish and you succeed on your whatever 50% chance that is, then their banished resistance is 25%.
No.
Okay. That's my question.
So resistance actually doesn't come into play yet, right? So
Sure.
if your chance to banish is 50%, it
Mm-hmm.
has to go through a hit chance first.
Right.
I have to register a hit, and
Have
then
to.
the next roll is the 50-50 of does the banish take place or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we know we've hit our enemy, and let's say
Yep.
for intents and purposes, the attempt is now going through. I have a
Mm-hmm.
50% chance to banish, and it's going through, right? So the
Okay.
banish is now happening. Now the last bastion is does the target resist the happen?
Right.
The banish, right? So it's actually a third roll, I suppose. So it's a roll
Oh,
for
okay.
your
Yeah.
hit, and then it's a roll for the chance to occur, and then it's a roll for you to get through your target's resistance, which is based off endurance.
So, all right. So, yeah, initial hit, secondary roll for chance to banish. If you succeed on chance to banish, there is then a banish resistance final
Right.
roll where the enemy could potentially withstand it.
Right, and that's based off of endurance.
Okay.
And my question in the terms of like how the mechanics work, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a way to increase your effect resistance, right?
Right. We've seen that as bonuses and buffs. Yeah.
Is there a way to increase your effectiveness?
Oh yeah.
So
Your chance to banish.
Your chance to apply the effect, right? So
I mean, I can see that as a weapon. That'd be wild as a weapon.
Right, it'd be interesting.
Yeah.
And I only say this as like a point of contention to me because like I akin it to the accuracy versus evasion.
Yeah.
I can buff my accuracy. I can spend stat points into accuracy. Same with evasion. I can build for evasion. Right. I can buff evasion. I can change those numbers myself.
Yeah.
With effectiveness versus effect resistance, I can change my effectiveness. I can put money in. I can put points into endurance.
Well, it is money, but yeah.
Right. I can put money, and then subsequently points into endurance and increase my effect resistance. But is there a way to increase my effectiveness? Would the effect
Mhm.
resistance scaling into level 100 into the extremes
Right.
effectively make my secondary attempts
It'd
with
be
banish, my status attempts, be almost moot
useless.
on a
Yeah.
knight
Yeah.
that's done nothing but pad endurance?
Yeah.
Because it's not like, okay, well, this is based off of level or average level,
Mhm.
like what we have for the speed formula right now. Does everyone have the same effect chance? Does everyone, you know what I mean? Do different classes have
You would hope your hero, if you wanted to increase it, you would increase your dex, right?
right? That would, I mean, that's for your accuracy. I was thinking that wisdom
Well,
was
no,
the
no. Even for this specific formula, increasing your dex, you could argue, is how you increase your percent chance to banish. You know what I
hmm.
mean? It's not going to be. I understand what you're saying because like there are a ton of like bonuses that say it, like especially. I mean, there's traits, the traits that are like, clear vision or headstrong and stuff like that. Like those boost your like defensiveness, but there's no counter to it. I mean, there's no counter to that where it like increase your effectiveness in boosting that chances. But all these formulas that say like dex percent chance or luck percent chance, increasing that stat hypothetically is how you increase your chance to banish. No, I understand
Okay.
what you're saying, and I think maybe a weapon. I think a weapon too added on that would be wild because like that'd be a super interesting and strategic decision that you'd have to make if a weapon literally said increase your banishment odds by 10%.
Or your
That
or just like your status condition odds.
No, no. I see. I don't. I think that would be too OP if it was all statuses. I think it'd be very interesting to be like increase your banish odds or increase your blinding odds or increase your whatever. It had to be a specific thing because then you'd have to make this strategic decision of choosing that weapon or not. Because I think a generic weapon that was like increase any status effect odds would be too OP. You know what I mean? I
Interesting.
because I think uh, I don't know. And again, we're getting very close to like game theory, where I don't even know if we're talking speculation on this game. We're talking about like how games are created and how games are made. We're not even talking about like strategy of what's the best way to do it. Because like I don't know. And that's a great question in terms of like and I think you can see it. You see it like you see that like that give and take of cleanse and purity and dispel and negate. There's kind of a give and take on each side of it. Whereas I think you're right in this case where there's a lot of abilities and chances to resist status effects, but we don't necessarily see boost chance to hit status effects. You know what I mean?
Right. And workhorse. Hubert did say that you have a good way of looking at
Yeah.
that, which kind of like so. It's making me think that
It's
like there's the flat percent chance to banish
well,
target
that's
enemy,
not
and the
yeah.
scale, like what you were saying with the scaling, is actually the effectiveness stat, like what you were saying in the
Yeah.
beginning.
It's not the answer you want, but I think that's the answer.
Well, yeah, I guess I.
you know, uh, like
I
increase your deck. If you want to increase your banishment chances, increase your decks is the answer.
I know. I guess it would be a little bit much of me to be like, so yeah, what is the formula that determines how effective your secondary
Right.
attempts at a certain
Yeah.
ability?
I mean,
Might
this
even
is
be
what they're
too
giving.
early for
This
that.
is what they're giving you. This is what they're giving you. Play with it how you want. I mean, especially because I think there's going to be amulets of dexterity and sword of dex. Dex sword of dex. Like that's going to exist. So
Dexterous sword of dexterity.
yeah. And that's how you counter the higher resistance.
Yeah, no. All right, cool. Well, I mean, after all of that, I'm gonna say this is triple S. I
Yeah,
really like it.
I agree.
I really like it. I
Yeah,
enjoy the fact that this has a range of 3. Yeah, it's got DOD, but what doesn't anymore?
yeah.
Um, I like that it's got a range of 3. Don't target knights with this.
Sure. Fair.
this
Fair.
this is a removal option for those of low endurance.
Yeah, I mean, this is how you hit the guy you hit the sage, or you hit the sniper in the back row. You know.
Yep, you remove a problem, not the tank with
Yeah, it
this.
just disappear. Yeah, banish. They just banish is better than stun.
Oh yeah,
They disappear from the map.
you can't target to cleanse them.
Yeah, you cannot target the clansman. You cannot heal. You cannot do anything to them. Banish is the best.
It's good. Banish is really good.
Well, banish isn't even. It's not even a status effect. It's like a hero stance change. I don't know. I'll come up with that later.
I consider banish a debuff because it's something that you as a person can target on your enemy team.
I guess.
And
yeah.
negatively affect the enemy team.
Right, but I mean, like, it's not. I don't want to call it an effect because it cannot be. You cannot change it once it happens. You know.
Right, which is part of the negative effect.
Right. Yeah, it's like we're in a circle. Yes.
Yeah, there's the fact that there's a removal of an answer is like what gives me the it's got to be a debuff. Like it's a negative effect that happens to my opponent, and they can't do anything about it. It's like a double. It's a double. Debuff.
I consider it a different category, but like we're in the same. We're talking about the same thing. Like,
we're agreeing aggressively.
Yes. yeah. Again. Yeah.
All right. But cool. Yeah, I really like Key Blast.
Stun can be fixed. Like stun can be cleansed hypothetically, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean that's why banish is like
it's better.
Yeah.
But there's so like
holy shit, we've been going. Oh my god. Okay, we have to wrap up. Yeah, I mean, we have to move fast.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, we'll move on. We got Stagger and Drunken Sway to level out our basic abilities. Reposition to P1. Cool. Like it. Ripcord. We got a luck % chance to taunt each enemy. I like that. Not a differing % chance across the board. And that's all it does. And now we get a combo. If this hero used Stumble on the last turn, gain physical defense for a duration of X. Gain channel for a duration of X.
So
you gain channel. At the end of the channel, deal damage equal to X % of the damage.
I actually
to target enemy in P1. Effects occur in the order written. This
is 5.
The channel actually buffs it because of the initial one. Oh wait, no. The 2. While channeling, this hero gains a physical barrier.
This needs an answer. I think the combo paragraph ends, and then the channel is a separate occurrence. So go to the original like Medium article, and you can see it a little bit easier.
Let's see if we can find it.
Because the way they have it written there, the combo and the channel seem separate. Yeah, okay. Hubert is kind of backing me up here. So the combo, whether the combo triggers or not, that next round of channel happens no matter what.
Oh, geez.
So the reason the combo is there, and that this is why that note is there, is because it happens in the order that it's written. So if the combo is not active, it just skips right over it and goes to the channel. You follow?
Yes. So if the combo is not active, you're not gaining the physical defense buff.
But then it goes. So it's % chance to taunt first reposition to P1, then chance to taunt everybody, then check for combo. If combo is active, then increase physical defense. If combo is not active, skip it. Channel for duration of X. At the end of the channel, deal damage, and then amnesia X at the end of that.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I love this move so much.
I really appreciate Hubert coming in there and clarifying, because that is not what I would assume.
Right, you'd say the combo would be like a combo everything after this.
Yeah. Usually what we see when we see a combo, it's everything below the combo is part of it. But no, that makes more sense.
But that, I mean, I think like just take the combo text out of there. I still think this move is insane. I think with
Oh,
the combo,
100%.
it's even crazier. I think this is triple S, if not wowie. But I think because I think, well, I got all right. Let me rephrase that. If you have a hero build that is a tank that can take some hits, that can take some damage, and can like withstand it, and then dish it back out like this move is a killer.
Oh, 100%. Um, I would like to know if the damage is like how the damage is calculated. If my physical defense being higher means that the final damage calculation of what I've received is
Oh,
lower,
fair.
is
Yeah.
that actually a buff to me, DPS wise? But I
Hmm.
really enjoy this because again, this is a great example of how useful shuffle comp can be because
Yep.
you can go to P1 and start channeling, and then you
Hmm.
can reposition your middle unit to go forward and like set your channeling guy to take a channeled hit from the enemy team.
Not, I mean, yes, that, but I'm just saying there's a chance he taunts everybody with this move.
True.
And that is just a game changer. Taunting the entire enemy team to force to hit this guy.
Hmm.
Like especially if this was a subclass move. This is insane.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this a lot.
Because again, this one it doesn't have just stance doesn't matter. There's no, I mean, there's a combo of stumble, which yes, you're right. You're talking about the physical defense may or may not help you, but I think even without the combo, I love this move. I really like this taking damage as a tank, as a monk
Hmm.
with a tank, either monk subclass or even just trying to build out a monk tank himself. This could be a wild move. Yeah,
And it
triple
does,
S. I'm
and
ready to
it
give it a
does.
wowie, but that's
I
just
mean,
me.
and it also combos with all of my monks right now that are being built
Right,
with
with
luck.
luck. Yeah, yeah, with luck. Yeah.
um,
I
hmm.
don't think you're gonna give it a wowie, and I understand that, but I think this is triple S at least.
No, it's really, really good. And we don't see many instances. We
And
don't see many
and
instances of taunt, and we don't see many instances of
no,
a full taunt.
yeah, AoE taunt is wild. And also too, channeling,
No, this has too many combos.
yeah, the channeling the drunken sway channeling track. Like there's, oh my gosh, he's giving it to it.
I
He's
gotta
giving
give it
it,
to it because
he's
now I'm
giving it the
thinking of
wowie.
like you don't need the stance for this. You don't
No, yeah,
need the combo for
yeah.
this. You can build. This is what you would want to put in a
Mm-hmm.
counter build.
The paladin monk. This is insane. And you're it's a paladin monk, you get that passive at level 2 that builds out the barrier. This
Hmm.
has a channel built in. You're taking that damage and you're dishing it back out.
So
And
I'm thinking this for
hypothetically, they
actually
have
a
to
monk
attack you.
archer,
Or yeah, even a monk, yeah, it'd be awesome. Well,
a
the only
monk archer with shroud and flick shot.
oh my gosh. Well, the only I'd be nervous there is if they evaded literally everything and got no damage. They wouldn't
Right.
be able to dish it out.
So the damage would come in the counter from flick shot,
Right.
and
Well, oh, because those are if it misses, it still counters, right?
correct.
Oh, damn, that'd be awesome.
So rather than taking any damage at all, you can be dealing damage.
Oh man, that'd be wild. My only fear in that is like an archer monk build might not be as hit points heavy as like a paladin monk. You know what
No,
I
of
mean?
course not. But
Yeah,
it would be so.
it'd
This is
still
the
be
closest thing
very
we're getting to
cool.
an invasion tank
Yeah.
right now.
Holy shit, yeah, those would be super cool. That'd be super cool with the archer.
Yeah, big time. Especially if we get like chuck
Yeah.
a flow stance on there, and then we pop just channeling
Yeah.
tank moves, especially
And
ones that taunt.
reposition to P1 and taunt everybody
Yeah, this is
is
the
such
closest
a
thing we're getting to an invasion
regardless of
tank house.
anything else happening. Like that is wild.
Yep, this is fantastic. Good
Because
job,
then
guys.
and then yeah, like because especially like yeah, like if you have somebody else who needs to move out of there real quick, like because they're hurt, like this guy just jumps in and is like, hit me, bro. Like this is come at me, bro. That's what this move is. This move is come at me, bro.
I'm gonna put brackets on.
Sure, fair. Yeah.
I'm gonna put brackets, and I'm gonna take away some formatting.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna also put the right brackets. There we go.
Okay, I gotta step away for 2 seconds, but then you reformat the next round.
Of course. That's exactly what I was gonna.
Talk and ramble. Yeah.
Yeah. Time to ramble. We got the 10 pluses coming in, which I'm pretty excited about. Oh, we got pluses on the stances. Whoo, that's pretty cool. Swig, Blinding Weave, and Cripple Strike. All right, that's exactly what I thought. So it's the 4s and 1s. So we've got 6 costs and 9 costs throughout here. Very interesting economy. We'll go ahead and format these. I really like this stagger because it just has a lot of options, and opens up the ability to evasion tank extremely effectively. I'm trying as hard as I can not to not to read them before we go too far here. Again, the following effects. Oh, I'm reading them. Jesus, a lot of stuff. Boom. So for the 10 pluses, just so far, just from seeing that it's the stances and the level 1s, it's pretty much pick a build and then make it even better. This is going to be really interesting. Here. Da-da-da. Oh, this is riveting podcast material. I know. Come watch the Wowie show where I format text on a spreadsheet. Let's see. All of this is an extra line down. Boom. Here we go. So, I mean, Hubert or Workhorse, if you guys are there, I would be pretty curious to hear the opinion on the combo in Stagger. If the physical defense buff,
right, if it's
lowers,
a negative, technically if it's a negative,
right,
yeah,
does that lower the actual damage output at the end of the effect?
well, it might, but like also it could keep you alive, so it's hard to say it's a negative, you know what I mean? Like, you're right, it might not be, but also, I mean, this is something that this goes back to like Pokemon, the move called Bide.
Yeah,
Right?
that's it. That's all this is. That's all Stagger was, is Bide. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're exactly right.
But the obviously the risk with Bide is you sit there for like not five, but that's like you sit there for 5 moves and take damage, and you have to survive that. You know what I mean? And so like it's moot if you die at the end of the damage taken. You know, so I feel like while you're right, it might in the long run be a like increasing the physical defense might like negatively affect the damage outcome on that move, but it saves you from dying, you know.
I do think you get a increase in defense for Bide as well, like while you're channeling that.
Interesting. Well, it's Pokemon. I mean, Pokemon. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you go up like a stage of defense. It's not a huge amount. Um,
Oh, I think Hubert. I think this is twice Hubert has said I'm right, and I just want that noted.
Let's see. Hold on. I'll get to it in just a second. Oh yeah, I forgot to put the
Yeah,
Italian.
he
I
just kind
forgot
of
to put
agrees.
the Italian in.
He just kind of agrees. It says it would lower the damage output, um, and he said he was going to make a similar point to what I'm talking about now of like but it keeps you alive,
Right.
which I think that's what he's talking about is like yes, the like increasing the physical damage, physical defense.
Well, here's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Berserker Monk.
Okay.
I can't die,
Oh.
and I want to
Well,
take the full amount of
I
damage
don't know.
possible.
So, can you read me the move
Sure. Which
that
one?
brings him? It brings him to 1 damage or 1 hit point.
Yup. Yep, I
Because
can.
it might not matter with that because then
Activate to reduce this hero's HP to 1. This hero cannot die for a duration of X and
right.
deals
Okay.
X% additional damage.
So bad news. I feel like that means he hasn't gotten any damage done to him. You follow what I mean?
I think it means that he can take a ton of damage, but
No.
none of it will drop him below 1.
No, he's not taking any damage.
I don't know about that one.
There's not a you think there's an active count of damage he's taking that's somewhere else.
Yes.
Like there's a bank that's just noting all the damage he would have taken.
100%. And I think the difference here is on the difference here is barriers. Right? So if you were to attack a barrier, I don't think that the bide would work.
So like for the see like that, I think also too the question here becomes like last stand. The move last stand, I think. And well, and the monk super move also has this as part of it,
which I have also not read yet.
Yeah. Yeah, but the idea of like a suspending, like you would die, but it's suspended because of some ability, you know.
Interesting. Yeah, I would think that like
I don't think any damage done in that suspension period would count for the like to flip the damage back at someone.
See, I think that's a super interesting combo too.
Yeah, no, I kind of like the idea, but I feel like especially maybe just with the Berserker specifically, because the Berserker activate to reduce this hero's hit points. So the Berserker's doing it to himself. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like he's bringing down his hit points to 1.
Oh no, I don't mean that. I mean once your HP is brought down to 1, like you would activate this, then you would activate that other ability.
I see. Yeah, maybe we should ask them. This is an interesting interaction.
Because I mean, my only question would be like, I guess the question is on the damaging instance at the very end. But I mean, for all intents and purposes, this is a perfect combo if you taunt everyone into your Berserker.
Oh my god, yeah, that'd be wild.
Like barring the damage portion of this idea, like this is a stupid good combo.
See, the only thing is I feel like I guess the question is, what does this hero cannot die? What does that mean in terms of damage that they take? Because that might just wipe away. That might just mean like any attack that comes into them automatically does 0. You know what I mean?
No, because you can be healed and take damage still, but you can't die for a duration. You would be stopped at 1.
Because that is different. Something else. What was the other one? There was another ability that's similar to that where you cannot be healed. I think it was a you know what? It was a priest one, and it's different. It's different than what I'm thinking of.
Murder.
You know, it's no, it was a Berserker one.
Was it?
Oh no, you know what? No, I'm an idiot. It was the Berserker do moves after you die.
Oh and yeah, the like, Berserker one.
You can't heal while you're doing those extra moves.
Right.
So it's a little bit different. Yeah. Oh man, this is super specific, but
I'm a pretty specific kind of guy.
I think it's interesting. Yeah, maybe we broke it. Maybe we broke it.
I don't. I honestly, I think that's intended. I think the question you're asking here is a very good one. Where it is there a
Yeah.
bank of damage
Yeah.
for the
Right.
ability itself?
Mm-hmm.
Right. If I'm brought to one yet cannot die, I'm still.
Right.
If I take 200 damage, but I
Or
can't be
the
brought
wait.
below one.
Yeah. There's a priest move. The priest move. It's like you can't die. Right.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Oh
Same thing.
fuck, man, that would be awesome. Hold
Oh
on, what's
man,
that move?
that's a same turn combo too.
Hold on, what is that one? Like
Which one?
nobody
Mercy?
dies.
Yeah. All allies cannot die this round.
Target enemy cannot die this round. All allies cannot die this round.
Oh, target ally cannot die for X rounds. Bam. Miracle
Oh,
of
that's even
intervention.
better. Yeah. Holy shit. Okay, so target. So all right. So you trigger this like bide move, right? On your monk, and then next turn your priest puts miracle of intervention on them, so they cannot die for 5 rounds. It's probably 2, but then a ton of damage gets done to them where they hypothetically would have died, but they survive.
Right. So
But so if the damage goes over 0, does the output then reflect that? You follow what I mean?
yes. So I mean that's the
Like,
big question
yeah,
here, and I think
yeah.
Hubert's talking about it right now. He says I don't think we have programmed that one yet, but I think I would say cannot be killed means any damage that would reduce the target's HP to 0 is reduced such that the final HP would be 1. Though we're going to talk about this one, I think.
Yeah.
And I think it's a pretty good one to talk about because I think this is
Yeah.
a really good and useful, like high risk combo because
Yeah.
like you have to funnel in so much support after
Right.
proccing this.
Well, this is just a wild. I mean, this goes back to, and Hubert. Maybe I should ask this one because I think this is a funny one of the warrior Highlander move, and the priest. No one can die. If I set it to both warriors, no one will die ever, and the game will just stall out. I think. But yeah, but I think this is a similar situation of like if there's a situation where he cannot go past 1 hit point, but damage is dealt to him for like negative 100, can he then dish out that 100 even though that 100 wasn't dealt to him? And you know what I mean?
Personally, my own opinion, I think that should be like I think that should be legal. Like that should be a
I don't know. Yeah.
I mean it's a complete and total like this is a hallmark for the berserker is living rage, honestly. And I
Right.
think
Right. But like,
being able to play around it is
yeah.
actually very good. I mean, you could do the same thing with a paladin, right? With
Sure.
hand of justice, I think it was, or
Yeah.
hand of
Yeah.
I think it was hand of justice or blessing of justice. Where I mean, proc this and then AoE taunt. Like this is an intended uh feature, I would assume, or mechanic
Yeah.
of this ability specifically. If I can focus attack onto this, then that's my value from this ability.
Berserker monk. Where
Plus,
monk tank or a monk can get the taunts off.
plus
Holy shit.
Berserker has
Yeah.
a lot of tanky options.
Oh my god, yeah.
There's effective evasion in it even.
And this is only level 5, so this is very easy for a monk subclass to do. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh man.
Yeah, for everyone who's watching still, like we're talking about this one up here, we still haven't got to the 10 pluses. But we're going to right now.
Holy shit.
So, while you were gone, Maddie, I was talking about how all of the 10 pluses are a mix of the level 1s or the first tiers and the 4 tiers.
Mm-hmm.
So we have 9.10 pluses and 6.10 pluses, which is kind of unfortunate for level 20s because you won't be able to pick a 10 plus.
I mean, this is sort of what I've been talking about. I think monk is tough. Monk is tough for subclass.
But I mean,
yes and no. I don't know.
that's not to
Like
say
I
level
struggle
30
with it.
comes out
Yeah.
before or right as PvP
Yeah,
does.
yeah, yeah.
So, I mean,
Well, and they said we could respec, like respecing will be an option with the codexes. So
yeah, I would love
who
that.
knows? Yeah.
So crippling strike. We're gonna go ahead and just reread it real quick. Deal physical damage to target enemy equal to strength and dex, and then we got a strength and dex chance to daze the target enemy. Nice, sweet, and simple.
Mm-hmm.
It has been enhanced to deal physical
Mm-hmm.
damage to target enemy equal to strength and dex with a strength and dex chance to daze the enemy. However, this time is combo. If this hero used a basic attack on its last turn, immediately cast crippling strike again on the same target. I love this.
Punch again.
It's punch. It's
Punch again.
punch. I love this.
Did you punch last turn? Punch again.
Oh my god.
I don't know. I it's very cool, and I do love this added combo for the 10 plus. Oh boy, though, it's 9. It's expensive. It's expensive.
Perfect.
It's expensive.
It's perfect and it's worth it.
I don't know. It's expensive. That's all I have to say. I do love it though. I do love the concept of the and also basic attack. I think double push. Oh shit, yeah. If you have it with the oh my god.
Yeah.
The monk combos are insane.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I am in love with this.
Because the basic attack, basic attack last turn has a chance if you have the same close fist.
Well, let's just say we're building a basic attack warrior monk.
Yeah. And days, and then they'll be pushing the entire time. Yeah. I do. I think it's a lot of fun. I love the flavor of it too, of like the punch again. It's too expensive for me though. I think this is an S at best.
No, this is perfect.
What? Oh.
Yep.
Oh. Holy! It costs 9. It costs 9.
It's literally this isn't just an increase in like potential damage.
No,
this
I understand.
Is literally
it's
a double DPS for crippling strike.
I don't know. It's upending your entire subclass builds.
You're doubling the chance of all of your on-hit based maneuvers. So this is double the chance to daze. This is, as Hubert said, double the chance. Oh, he's had a double chance of daze as well. Double chance to push, chance to daze.
Well, no. All right. Well, so again, the double chance to push, that is a 2-cost passive. Okay, this is a 1 cost that you then have to pay the 9 to get the 10. So now you're at 13 right there. So so this is exclusive for monk main class. Like building this out as a subclass would be nigh impossible.
Yeah, but it's still good.
I don't know. I feel like that hurts. It doesn't make it universal. Like this is not available to everybody. This is available only to closed fist monks.
Well,
whatever. You know what? It's the WoWy rankings. I don't want to. You know what? I disagree with you here, but like it's the WoWy rankings. I get it.
Well, here's what I'm trying to think about, right? So say I've got a knight monk, and say I've got plenty of tankiness in my knight, and I really don't want to go for overkill or more because I'm dying specifically to like magic casters. Right? So now what I'm trying to do is fish pulls or fish pushes and then try and disrupt casters, right?
Yeah.
That's what this would be for.
Increase days, increase push. Yeah. Yeah.
It would
and also and then double it up with the bonus. Yeah.
Like there's a lot of uses here, especially with a patented Starbuck double toxic explosion build.
Sure, obviously, yeah, that's huge here. But I still hate that 9 cost, and
I'm not a huge fan of the 9 cost.
Yeah. And I think it just kills the universality. Is that a word?
Universality.
Universality.
Yes.
Of of this move. I mean, this is, and I think this is still a really cool build for a monk. I'm not saying it. I like again. I think I maybe I could be convinced of double S, but because I think this is really cool for a closed fist monk. This is awesome, and especially with this double days, double chance to push.
Well,
It's a lot of
we
fun.
also don't know if these
What these numbers are
if
going to
the
be. Maybe they'll be
scaling
increased
is
because it's the
actually
plus.
increased as
Yeah,
well because it's a 9
yeah,
cost ability.
yeah.
Which, I
Maybe.
mean, to me, that only makes sense.
All right. Hey, let's move on. We got to move on. We can't debate that.
Oh, plus the additional crit chance as well, and the additional things that happen on crit
Yeah.
if in power stance.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Like this is this is so good.
But
It's
yeah,
not even funny.
if yeah, monk main class, and you're building out a closed fist monk, this could be awesome.
If you're fishing RNG, this literally
Yeah.
just doubles your
Yeah,
chances.
yeah, totally.
All right, so we got power stance. Activate to gain power stance, my
Mhm.
favorite Power Ranger pose, for a
Mhm.
duration of X. Reposition this hero 1. While active, you gain the following benefits: agility, block, even some dex scaling, critical strike chance. Each instance this hero successfully hits a critical strike, gain a strength percent chance to push target enemy 1. Refreshes does not stack. I'm pretty sure this is the same
I'm pretty sure it's the same. Yeah.
with higher
I would
mods.
assume. Yeah.
It is not. Right? Agility block? Is it agility block? Agility block.
Dex and then push. Yep. Strength chance to push. Yeah, it's the same. Yep, it's the same.
All right. It's the same with just enhanced stuff.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Nothing
And
wrong with that.
I bet they're
still
going to be
like
great too. Yeah, I really think the agility. I talked about this when you walked away. I think if you want a punchy kill guy, you want agility increase, not evasion. So I mean, or speed, if you will. Speed is the ideal, but agility gets you there too.
The heck? Why did that?
You all right? You okay?
Formatting.
It's like 90% of the stream.
Right. All right. So we got Blinding Weave. Just as reiteration, deal physical damage to target with Dex and Wiz, chance to blind. This one, Blinding Weave, deal physical damage to the target enemy with Dex and Wiz, with a Strength Dex chance to blind. Combo, if the target is inflicted with blind, gain a int scaling chance to disarm target enemy for a duration of X. That is super cool.
I don't love it.
Because the monk has such a, and all the moms out there listening, please excuse my momentary use of the French language. Since monks have such a poopy int scaling, I am assuming that this int scaling is going to be humongous.
Is this the first time we've seen int, right?
It's the first time we've seen int.
The other disarms were luck, right?
It is the lowest, by far. I think it's almost as low as the knights, or is as low as the knights.
Yeah, nobody has. I had that up earlier. I had the hero. Yeah.
Knight has a 20%, so it's just about as low as the knights. Int scaling, which makes me think immediately that the int scaling is probably pretty close to a
it would have to be
like 80% to a 1-to-1 ratio scaling chance to disarm, and is extremely good on casters.
Yeah, this is why. So, warrior, knight, pirate, berserker, and legionnaire all have 20% intelligence. Man, intelligence is such a weird stat, the way it like scales. Or not scales. It maps
Both.
across the different classes.
Both.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess yeah.
Expect not very much mana from your martial classes.
Yeah.
but I really like
Yeah,
this.
I don't love this.
I
think
really like this.
it's 5 if then statements.
Yep.
And I don't want to do that.
It is a 9 cost,
And it's
so
9 cost. Yeah.
so
Oh,
the 9 cost for me says that this is going to hit harder. And the chances for the things to happen are going to be higher.
So deal damage to one individual target.
Yep.
High chance for blind, probably 75%.
It's probably an increased chance to
Yeah.
blind. The damage probably doesn't change.
50. Well, no, damage I'm not worried about, but chance to blind is probably 50 plus, if not 60 plus, probably 75.
And
is what my
scales.
range. Yeah. And if target is inflicted with blind, meaning from the line above it, right? Not just like in general if they're already blinded. Although maybe.
Wait a minute. Dex Wiz chance to blind. This has been changed to Strength Dex chance to blind.
Ooh. Weird.
It's been switched. It's deal physical damage equal to Dex Wiz.
That could have been
it's a Strength
I'm not gonna lie.
Dex chance to blind target enemy, which is the opposite.
That might have been a typo.
This is Dex Wiz. Oh no, it's both Dex Wiz.
Yeah.
Dex Wiz.
And then so then all of a sudden strength was included.
Yeah.
Or strength was put in place of wisdom
for the blind.
Oh, maybe. So all right. So if the blind hits,
right,
then the combo is triggered for a chance at disarm.
Okay. Now don't think about if blind hits. Think about I just hit them while they were blind.
Well, yeah, that's actually a good question. Is the combo reliant on the line above it, or is it just in general if they're blind?
100% in general. That's the if statement.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
The target is inflicted with a blind. Now you can run.
So regardless of whether it just happened or it already had happened. Yeah.
I think those comps are going to be dirty, man.
For me, this is an S. This is a 9 cost with so many if then statements. I'm not interested in this. I understand why you might be excited about it if you're more risk excited about crazy things happening in battle.
I don't think that this is a very risky move, to be honest. Everyone has access to blinding winds.
Yeah, but it's just one person, and then again the disarm,
and it doesn't go away unless it's cleansed.
I know. The blind is nice about that.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, this is something that is almost perpetual bonus.
Yeah. No amnesia on this too. You could just spam it.
Exactly. Yeah. This is a spammable blind.
Listen, listen.
50% chance to miss.
I get it. This is not something I'm choosing. I don't like
50% chance to miss with both physical and magical attacks.
Wait, what's the magical part?
No, it's just evasion. If they're blinded.
Oh, you mean blinded? Yeah.
It's a 50% chance to miss with spells and physical moves.
Yeah. No. It's great. It's great. It's good.
And you can spam it.
It's not for me. What are you going to give it?
Double S.
That's holding strong. All right. I think it's
honestly,
fine. I think it's fair.
I'm teetering on triple S. To be completely honest with you,
I think triple S is insane for this move.
It's so good because once you land the blind,
it's just going to make you excited to do it. I shouldn't say that.
Well, once you land the blind, right? The move becomes useless as a level 1, right? I've landed the blind. They don't have any
cleanse it, or they cleanse and it misses or whatever. Yeah,
right. They don't got anything left. This is pretty much it's just a basic attack with some extra scaling. This gives it a just mess with them. Land your blind and then make their lives worse.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
And yeah, if the damage is enough, I get it. The 9 cost though, we got to move on. I get why you're into that.
I'm happy to move on.
I get it.
All right, we got Ready Stance Plus, which I'm assuming is going to be pretty much the same. Reposition, gain evasion, block, retaliate chance. On ready stance, you get a whiz chance to disarm. This is the exact same, but with higher mods. Why is the formatting terrible again?
Yeah, that was weird. Usually
And it was different in a different way. Yeah, and why is the font
What
bigger?
did we give Ready Stance? Double
It's
S.
a different font even. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah.
Regular stance got double S, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think same here. I think this is solid.
Yeah, it did.
It's not going anywhere.
Ready. All of the stances were incredible.
Yeah.
And flow stance was just a little bit better because I mean,
agreed.
I just like it more. So we got swig. We'll go ahead and reiterate real quick.
Oh yeah.
Here, drink this.
Interesting.
Helps. Channel for a duration of X. Gain endurance. % physical defense for a duration. Gain dex % evasion. I love dex % evasion. I love that
I love
so
it too.
much.
I love it a lot.
For a duration of X. This is so good. And then we got Swig Plus.
Oh,
yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Spellbow too.
Spellbow. Oh my god, Spellbow. Yeah.
Channel for a duration of X. Gain. Oh, I formatted that wrong. Sorry, everybody at home. Channel for a duration of X. Gain endurance scaling physical defense for a duration of X. Gain a dex % evasion for a duration of X. Combo. This hero used a basic attack. You know I'm loving it already. On its last turn, gain an additional X % physical defense for a duration of X.
So that's new. That combo is new.
Wow, I like that.
And I like it a lot.
I just.
This is great.
I just wish so badly Retaliate was just a basic attack.
I know.
I wish so badly that Retaliate was just counter with a basic attack.
This has an absolute base of a double S, but I think it's a triple S. If not, it should be considered WoWy. I don't know if it's WoWy level. I think if those numbers are high enough, it's a WoWy, but I love this move. I know it's expensive, but this one, I'm willing to pay for it because dex evasion bonus, and then with this extra defense, like you just become, you're like the ultimate, you can't be touched. Oh, I love it.
I feel the opposite.
What? Why?
I swear I'm not being oppositional on purpose.
No, it's good content. Let's hear it.
Okay, so with our previous ones, I'm assuming that the what's it called?
Numbers.
I'm assuming the numbers got better, right?
Right.
If they didn't, right? If the numbers didn't get better, then this is literally just double, right?
Sure.
This is a changing of the stat scaling, which I mean is a better chance for CC.
Right.
If the numbers didn't get better,
I don't want to go back to arguing about them.
This is what I'm saying. If the numbers didn't get better for this one,
I have to assume they are. We're paying $9 to pay for it.
That's the assumption, though. I mean, what happens?
Right. You're right.
When you assume. So the only benefit you get from this is I now have to throw a basic attack into my rotation.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And you gain additional physical defense. I would assume that the additional percentage of physical defense would be very high, and the only thing that's wrong with that is it's based off of your current physical defense, which means DPS and healers would not benefit from this.
Well, no, I don't think so. I mean, this is the tank build. I think Drunken Master is a tank build.
If it is, but this would be a more like.
Yes, it would have universal appeal
if it had flat physical defense added.
No, I understand it. Yes, but I think Drunken Master we've seen
or even scaling physical defense.
Yeah, he has, or I shouldn't say he, but it has barriers. It has barriers when you're channeling. evasion and defensive boosts, I think the Drunken Master is a tank build. And I know maybe that's not maybe ideal. Not ideal. I shouldn't say ideal. Maybe that's not what the like. It's supposed to be open for whatever, but like that's where I see the value. And this being added to a tank, that seems insane to me. This just seems like super valuable. I know it's 9 and it costs it's expensive, but I love this because I bet these numbers are gonna be super high. They'd have to be. I mean, obviously that would change my opinion if the numbers are, if it's only a slight increase from the level 1. Obviously, you know what I mean? Like I'm gonna change my opinion.
Right.
But I imagine it being a 10x increase, because
that's what you would hope. That's what you would hope for.
Yeah.
But I mean, like I said, in the instance of the crippling strike, right? This is a literal doubling of this effect, right? I throw in a basic attack, or I somehow proc
no matter
attack.
Even if you don't know the numbers,
this is now doing double.
Yeah.
If I
understand what you're saying.
If the numbers on this aren't better, the scaling is different. The whole point is blind your target, and this would be higher because Wiz in strength on a monk is
right. Yeah.
Whatever. For this one,
we don't have that.
You don't got that. So we have to rely on the numbers getting better. And I mean, yes, I like the percent physical defense. For a tank, this is absolutely wonderful, but it is limited in the options in which you can pick it. Because even on a tank, you can still pick Crippling Strike.
Yeah.
You can still pick Crippling Strike. You can still pick Blinding Weave, which makes sense on a tank still. Because, I mean, if you blind something, that's a 50% evasion chance bonus for you. I still like this. I still like Swig, but I wanted to point out the difference in how I felt with this. I still think it's a double S.
Fair. Yeah.
I think it's plenty good. It's so dependent on what the combo is.
Yeah. Well, I also very curious on, and I'll need to review like everybody, but like Dex-based evasion bonuses
is so cool. I love that.
It's a wild concept that I'm super interested in, and I don't think anybody else, like Archer, doesn't have anything like that. I don't think.
I would
if
I had a tank, period, I would pick this.
Yeah,
like it just makes sense, right?
Well, I mean, Legionnaire monk. Either way.
Yeah,
monk is the subclass, monk is the main class, legionnaire is the, you know what I mean? Like comboing with legionnaire seems wild still.
Yeah, this is legitimately the best defensive option for a legionnaire main class.
No question.
Period. End of story. It's incredible. Moving on to Flow Stance Plus.
Yes.
I believe this is a reposition. We got Luck Evasion, which I love. Endurance, physical defense.
I think there's something different, isn't there? Maybe not.
Chance to taunt a random enemy for a duration of X. I think that's the same thing.
No, I think it's the same. Right? Oh my god.
Chance to wait a minute.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Go back. Wait.
Something's a little different.
I don't know why I'm saying go back when I literally have my second screen has the exact same thing on the screen and I can edit it myself. Like.
You know what?
Flow Stance. Right? That's what we're looking at. Flow Stance Plus.
Yeah, so you go to the 4 and just read it out real quick.
All right. Activate to gain Flow Stance for a duration of X. Reposition this hero 1. While active, gain the below effects. X flat plus X luck evasion percentage. And then X flat plus X endurance percentage physical defense. Each instance this hero evades an attack, gain an X flat plus X luck % chance to taunt a random enemy for duration of X. Refreshes and does not stack.
Hubert is saving us from the torment we were about to give ourselves. Because
it's the same.
The difference here is activate to gain sway for duration instead of flow stance. I was about to go.
Right, okay.
What's the difference between flow stance and sway?
Yeah.
So you were just saying, looks like we missed some edits on that. What's the same with better values? Yeah. All right, sweet.
Same with better values, as we say.
Whoo, that was close. Almost went down a rabbit hole.
I mean that's the same. Hubert, he won't answer this, but like, what's the difference between allies and party and?
I feel like he could answer this because the answer is there isn't a difference.
Workhorse is just messing with me. What's the difference between allies and party and whole party? I think. Okay.
Oh, that's actually huge.
Right.
Oh, now I got to go back and.
You are a party member. You're not an ally. Yeah, that's right. Allies means the other two.
Holy crap! No, that's a gigantic. That's a gigantic difference.
Right? Yeah. This is what I thought. I've been thinking this forever. So ally. So, god damn it! It's already fucking.
Back to the drawing board.
1 a.m.
We're starting over.
We're at hour 4. Hubert, we're at hour 4, and you're dropping this on us.
We've been asking for months, and all Workhorse would do is give us a wink.
Workhorse would literally just fucking put a smile emoji. All right.
Oh my god, that's great.
All right.
For all of our sakes, for all of our bedtimes, I apologize to everybody for starting at 8 whatever. Because
first off, I'm feeling good. I'm ready to go. I'm going all night.
I'm getting second wind. I was starting to like peter out around like 11:15, 11:30, but I'm feeling it. I'm ready.
You call it. You call it if you're tired. We'll do a part 2.
That's my secret, Maddie. I'm always tired.
Same. No, I'm feeling good though. Usually I this is the point where I usually message you and like wrap it up. I'm
got work in the morning.
I'm ready. I know. I can half-ass tomorrow.
Oh my god. Thank you so much for showing up, Hubert. We gotta have you on
Hubert, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, there's like 5 people in chat and it's like all Hubert right now.
Yeah. Hey, but I appreciate
that's what I want. This is what
all
I
the
want.
5 viewers, no matter what.
Oh no, I appreciate that, but also I just want to comment on us chatting.
Oh yeah,
that makes me happy. Like
the back and forth is what keeps me going. I gotta say.
Yeah.
But
level 10s. All right, the level 10s are so
we're
much
on the
fun.
level 10s.
I'm so excited.
We're on the level 10s. We were at the alts. We're at the alts, or what Wisdom Labs has effectively nicknamed the Wowies.
The Wowies.
And I am so ready for it.
They're fun. They're super fun. I love it.
I feel like I've got an understanding of the monk right now, and I can't wait to have that shattered. All right, so first up, closed fist, unwavering resolve.
Mm-hmm.
While in power stance, gain X% physical defense, X% magical defense. Yes! Finally! Mm-hmm. This is the first iteration of magical defense we have seen on a tank. X resistance to all status effects, oh my dear god, and X% block.
Amazing.
I hope for the love of God. And I'm not a religious man, wholly, but I will say this. I hope that magic defense is super high. So monks are the definitive magic tanks in the basic classes.
That would be wild.
I would love this.
What number would make you happy?
150%. Because I'm assuming everyone's...
Be realistic.
I'm assuming everyone's going to have really low magical defense that isn't a caster already, which a monk is not.
I think 60% is realistic. And might disappoint you, but I think that's realistic, and also I think it's very impressive.
I mean, like, double and nothing is still nothing.
Why do you think it's going to be 100? Like, you think it's going to be over 100%? That's insane.
Well, I mean, it would be a doubling, right? So magic defense comes from what stat was that?
It's your wisdom.
I thought it was wisdom, but I think
it's a formula. It's like wisdom plus something. Yeah, it's not pure wisdom.
Oh my god,
wisdom is part of the formula.
I'm embarrassing myself right now after I asked Hubert all those questions about like what stats do what, and then I made a huge like compilation of all the stats and what they do.
Yeah.
And now I'm delving back into PvP discussion on the Discord, and I'm
Just
scrolling
search
down
for
the
your name.
page.
Search for your name. It's easier.
Magic defense, magic defense. Ah, yes, wisdom, the magic defense stat. Main stat for healing, MP growth contributor, magic damage reduction, and magic accuracy contributor. So
Wasn't no.
how what's the whiz get? What's whiz growth? 50%? Okay. I think that's fair then. I think a 50% to a 60% is mighty fair.
Right. Said.
Yep. Nope, you're completely right. I was thinking that they had like
I think 150 is insane.
I don't know why I thought they had like a 30% growth in wisdom.
No, yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Here's obviously it remains to be seen what Paladin and I mean even Shapeshifter is going to be a sneaky tank. You know, their magic resistance, we'll see what they are. But for basic classes, you're right. There is a major gap in magic defense tank.
Yeah, there is.
We haven't seen it. Yeah, we like literally. Yeah, you're right. I should just rephrase that. There isn't one, and I think while this move is impressive and really cool, I there's also a lot of stipulations here. This is only when you're in power stance.
Right.
Okay. Also, power stance is the stance for closed fist. Closed fist is the aggressive offensive path.
Right.
So your tanks are not traditionally going to not going to have power stance.
Oh, this rounds out your DPS.
Right.
So that they're not a squishy problem.
Yes. And I think that's great for that. But I don't think this is necessarily the skill that leads to a magic defense tank. You know what I mean?
No, you're right. It doesn't lead to a magic defense tank, but it does lead to probably the most magic defensive tank out there. Like if you're
fair, yeah. Well, no, it leads to a damage dealing monk that like is hard to stop. That's what I'll say.
Right. No, I agree with that.
Yeah. And I love it. And again, like this is not for monk subclasses. This is so deep in the weeds of monk. Like you would never, no monk subclass is ever touching this skill, in my opinion. You know what I mean? I don't know how you could or would.
Yeah, no, this does make it a little bit difficult, especially because like, I mean, if you're a tank off class, main class, and you're trying to like pad out your stuff, this is something you would not take. However, this is something you would take if you were to build a bruiser.
Oh yeah.
Like if you're building a warrior that can take hits and dish out as hits, or if you're building like a beefy berserker, or if you're building out like this is a fantastic, like I don't have to worry nearly as much. This just pads your endurance, it pads your wisdom, and it pads your block chance for giving yourself a gigantic DPS buff.
You have to trigger power stance, and
which is perfectly fine because power stance is balanced in the fact that it doesn't do something the moment you activate.
Right.
Like it's incredible, but it does balance you out because it's action economy.
Yeah.
How long does power stance last versus how much am I losing in damage by not choosing an ability? Right. That's the math we're going to see.
So all right. I hate this because your main class is warrior, right? Who's going to be a bruiser dealing damage.
Mm-hmm.
So you have closed fist as your monk is your subclass, and you're going with closed fist.
Right, and with closed fist or with power stance,
but you would have to pick power stance.
Right.
At level 4,
which is like what you want to do.
Sure, but then you're going with the level 10 to match this passive. You know?
Yeah, and then you go for
that means you do nothing else. Yeah, what level 1 is left.
Probably swig.
Yeah, probably swig. Yes.
It's either swig or
I mean that's not the end of the world, but like also I feel like
it makes your bruiser more self-sufficient.
But you're cutting yourself off from a ton of cool stuff that the bruiser could use.
In a monk subclass?
Yeah, a five fists would be awesome for that,
Sure.
and that's not an option.
Right, but
You know what I mean?
that's not the point of this. This is
Yeah,
something akin to like a divine martyr,
war, or yeah,
where it's like this
yeah,
has
it's a
nothing to
specific
do
build.
with
Yeah,
anything else
right. Okay.
in the
Yeah.
priest's kit at
Right.
all.
Right. Right. Right.
Almost
Right.
doesn't matter what you pick.
Yeah.
The point of this is to pass stats on. This is a stat block.
Right. Yeah.
This is the same thing.
Well, especially if you're blowing it turn one.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Plus, it turns your DPS into a pseudo tank while the stance is on.
No, I know. Yeah.
And now you've got a bigger problem, because if that thing can deal out as much DPS as a regular DPS does, yet it's not taking as much damage as a DPS does,
Yeah.
that means the action economy is in their
Sure.
favor.
Yeah. No, totally. Yeah.
So,
Well, and especially the resistance, man, with the way cleanse was changed, like status effects could be a problem quickly.
true.
Like especially if you have especially a team that is built to just snowball status effects.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Where it just gets like Seer can do that, and so can uh I forget who can fuck with the other team. Pirate, I think it was.
Pirate, seer, thief.
Yeah. Like it could snowball very quickly where, especially now that you cannot cleanse, like cleanse does not clear everything, it only clears one of them.
Mm-hmm.
The status effect
Resistance to all
snowball
status effects
team.
is huge
Yeah.
here. It's
Status effect
effectively
snowball
giving
team,
you
yeah.
it's giving you effective endurance and wisdom that you wouldn't have built into to begin with.
Yeah, exactly.
So I know you
Which
might
also
not agree with me here.
Close fist is more of an aggressive.
Right.
So you might not have spent the points on. Well, you're going triple S
I'm
with
going.
this one?
I know you're not going to agree with me, but I'm going triple S on this one.
I don't.
It's just a stat block.
I understand. I think you justified it very well. I will say that. I still have my hesitations, but I understand where you got to the point. I think you used logic. And I appreciate it.
It's an automatic pick for a closed fist monk.
Sure, 100%.
Like
yeah, I agree with that.
You cannot avoid picking this as a monk main.
I will go back not
as a power stance
forward. And spoiler alert here, there's each stance has a passive at level 10 here.
Okay.
And I think I'm gonna agree with you on, if you're going with that build for that monk, I agree with you in terms of the passives. They're gonna be automatic adds. I think they're all very, very good. I think the drunken master one is a wowie in my opinion, but we'll get to that one when we get there.
All right, cool. So this one, I'm giving a triple S to this passive. I think it's incredible. I think it's really good. I think this has a lot of potential to round out what we thought was going to be a problem, where like, okay, you could take defense. You could take it into a defensive option, you could take it into an offensive option, you could take it into a crowd control option, but then they're going to be weak in their other forms, right? This makes that not so.
Well, yeah, exactly. It makes your DPS
and
beefier, basically.
Exactly. And if I decide, right, if I decide to like stat build a like beefy tanky monk, I agree. By going a power stance route, I open myself up to being able to DPS and then absolutely cranking the defensive options without having to pick anything else.
And if you happen to get like double clutch or last stand, or any like matching kind of like trait, it could literally launch you into the next stratosphere.
No, 100%. I think double chatterbox on a monk is actually fan freaking tastic right now.
What magic damage has there been?
Channeling.
That's not magic damage.
No, but chatterbox makes it so you can't be interrupted.
Oh shit! Wait, what?
Oh well,
I need to reread that.
It prevents you from the silence, and the silence interrupts.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah.
And like silence was very popular.
No, I can understand that.
So like the days, like the double headstrong, so the The daze resistance and the silence resistance are equal.
Yeah.
Having one of each is probably really good, though. Good coverage.
Yeah. All right, let's do this.
That's what we talk
Oh,
about.
I love
Baseline
this one.
effect
No,
resistance.
I like this one. One punch is the one I love.
All right, disrupt key. I'm assuming you activate your Byakugan and sense all of the chakra points inside of your opponent, and you just like flick them in the forehead and they crumble. This skill is only available while in power stance. Dang.
Yep.
Deal that is a negative. So
Yeah.
deal physical damage to target enemy equal to a strength plus dex mod with a whiz % chance to inflict amnesia X on a random target hero skill would.
Love it.
That's interesting.
Combo,
if this hero used meditate on its last turn, gain a whiz % chance to silence target enemy for a duration of X. This is super. This is.
It's a lot.
It's
a lot.
cool in a really weird way.
It's very weird. So meditate is an open palm 10 cost one that meditate, we'll get to it. Meditate is a WoWy right off the bat, in my opinion.
Yeah, butter me up, huh?
go back up. But that doesn't matter for right now. The only important thing you need to know about meditate is that it's another level 10 that's a different path, which is just immediately that's a weird combo that we've seen in a couple different classes. They've done this, but that's a hard combo to come up with. It's 2 level 10s. That's going to be tough. I mean, that's not something we're going to see anytime soon. And also in general, it's tough just because typically the different paths are going to have different builds. But I think this move is so hard to rate because, again, it's only available when you're in power stance. So it's immediately locked out from many different monk builds.
For anyone else who didn't pick that level 4.
Right. Like if you picked flow or if you picked ready stance, the other 2 stances, this move is just null and void. Like
I'm going double S on this one.
I'm
teetering on a single S.
I give it a single S because it does do really cool stuff. I'm assuming the physical damage is going to be pretty significant. Also, the amnesia. I'm pretty sure Seer had one move like that.
Yes,
but no one else. No one else.
Is so powerful.
It's wild. It's a wild move.
It's so powerful. And I mean, it's just a random target hero skill. I mean, that seems like it could be any of them that wouldn't normally have amnesia.
Well, I think you're targeting one hero, so at least you can narrow that down a little bit of like who you're targeting.
Well,
but
the thing that really, really, really brings this back, right? The thing that really brings this thing back is it does not have amnesia itself.
Right. You could spam this. I have to assume it's going to be expensive.
You could almost conceivably lock someone down if you've got high dexterity on this.
Just like
I would assume
like
the DOD
doing
would
it
be
over and over again. Yeah,
drastically huge. The only problem with the random target hero skill is I could add amnesia to
something that's already but also something that's already amnesiaed.
Well, I mean that's always good, right?
Well, if it lasts longer, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
So you could effectively
right, but if
get no value by amnesiaing a level 1 skill, or
can you amnesia passives?
No,
you're right. It's only active skills.
Yeah.
Which
is better, but there's going to be a lot.
Right.
There's going to be a lot of there's going to be a lot of active skills.
Not at low levels, but I know what you mean. Yeah. I think double S is high. I think S for that.
Wait, Huber, what? Did we say what? Say that what? Say what that? Which part am I making?
Amnesia passives.
Oh. Huh?
I don't know. He might be delayed too. I'm pretty sure that's what. I don't know.
Very interesting. You can add amnesia to a random target hero skill. I guess a passive would be considered a skill.
For
Would it
for wait
disrupt on passive
for
abilities?
Amnesia X. So Amnesia X say like 3, right? So 3 turns you don't have a passive. Now, granted, that could be like the Pirates level 1 passive that's like gain 2%. You know what I mean? But also it could be fucking the knight's passive of collect all status effects. If he loses that, that entire strategy of that team where the knight is the like, you know what I mean? Like you could
Hubert
upend.
Hubert's saying, "Did we say that?" made me squint so hard in suspicion. The meter,
You know
huh?
what I mean though? You know what I mean though? Like that if passives are eligible to be amnesia, which I'm making that a verb. Is that the verb? I don't know.
No, I think that's a
But
good verb.
yeah, then that kind of makes that kind of changes the story here
Yeah,
a little bit.
hmm.
It makes it a lot stronger. But also it increases the randomness. You know what I mean? Like it makes like if you amnesia a level 2 or level 1 passive that's like a very basic, plus 5% agility. Well, that still would
I'm
be a good
I'm
block, but
I'm
like it's not
I'm
as dramatic.
envisioning this on a sage with a lot of speed and a lot of mana.
Yeah. Well,
It wouldn't deal much damage based off of the scaling, but the lockdown potential is frightening, to say the least.
well, hold on. I gotta look. Control F. Um, How do you even spell it?
Spell what?
Is there an E?
Amnesia. AMN.
M and an N next to each other is wild.
ESIA.
Is
Yeah,
that
right.
true? uh, AMN. Yeah, does Seer has an ability, right?
It should.
Because inflicting amnesia on others is insane to me.
I forgot how to do
Excuse me?
it. Yeah, all right. So this is being categorized under raised eyebrow for sure.
Mm,
Um
that's the rating it gets?
yeah, officially.
Yeah,
This is a very very cool move, and I think I'm going to come back to it after I've read Meditate.
fair.
Um
Meditate's a wowie. I'm telling you.
I mean, we'll see.
We'll get to it. Yeah.
All right, so we got our last ability in Closed Fist, I think.
Oh, I love this one.
We
Yeah, this
got
one's super
One
fun.
Punch because everyone's favorite anime of
Hmm.
2017.
I actually haven't watched the second season, so no spoilers.
Okay, I will give you no spoilers.
How many seasons are there?
There's going to be more.
Is there only 2 currently?
The manga's really good.
No, but like, all right. So the anime, like the
Yeah, so the
TV
anime, there's
show.
only 2 out right
Okay.
now, but
Okay,
there's
good. Yeah.
going to be more.
The first one was fucking wild, and I loved it. And I
Don't
also
they?
loved the idea, like, of
Then they have the 3rd season out. Now I'm thinking about it.
like they do like the power ranking. I love power rankings of like anything.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm sure you're the same. Again, I know we can't go off tangent because we're already
literally power ranking.
we're at 4 hours and 37 minutes, and I want to go off tangent, but like there's been so many times in my life where I just Google like Marvel power rankings just because I'm like,
Oh my
can
god.
can Thanos beat so and so? Like, you know what I mean? Like, because I just like think about that randomly, and I'm like, fuck, I want to know.
Yeah, I used to do that a lot, and then
Oh,
I
I do it
saw
all the time.
I saw a video of Stanley because someone asked him, like, he got sick and tired of the question of who would win in the fight, this person or this person,
Yeah.
and he responded pretty candidly, and he's like, I'll tell you exactly who wins every single fight every single time. Whoever the writer says who wins.
That is okay. Now that's gonna open a whole conversation about philosophical things of like author's intent and creators. our creators have control of it, or do the authors,
Right. Well,
or
that was
the
his whole point. He's
fans?
like,
Like, yeah,
if when I go into a fight, I don't go, oh, who would be most likely to win? I would go, what would tell the best story?
yeah. I mean, that's a great way to play it. Yeah,
He's like, if it would be a better story
yeah,
for the Hulk to lose, he loses.
yeah. Well, that's bullshit. The Hulk never loses. But anyways, One Punch Man, at least in the first season, and I'm sure this is throughout it, I love the like the defaults, like they just talk about ranking the heroes. Like that's like just so intrinsically part of the show. I love it so much. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and like also the fact that he doesn't give a shit is hilarious. Like
Well,
it's so
it's
good.
funny because he does.
No, I know. Yes, right.
He
There's that
gives
like
so
little,
much
yes,
of a shit,
yes,
but has
yeah.
absolutely no idea how any
Yeah.
of it works.
Well, and like again, don't say anything. I didn't watch the second season, or nor have I read any of the manga. But like
Mm-hmm.
the bicycle kid, like I love the
Oh
bicycle
yeah,
kid so much. Like you
Moomin
gotta love
Rider.
him. Like he's like, it's like pathetic, but also he's admirable. Like you gotta love him. But like yeah, they just do it so well. And also like the meeting of the like, and like the fucking asshole guy who's like, I stay at level A because like fuck you, asshole. Like it's just such a good show. I need to watch the second season. Anyways, let's move on.
No, it's pretty great. I mean, I love One Punch Man.
I
Honestly,
know. Yeah.
I would suggest reading the manga because
Really? Yeah.
there's one
Is it
version.
better than like the show, or oh wow. You got quiet after that.
I'm gonna say yes.
Wow.
I'm
Okay.
gonna say yes. So
Yeah.
first season does a really good job. I would just say that.
I love the first. I was super into it.
First season's
Yeah.
art. There's a original manga which is kind of drawn on like a napkin at the bar. And
That's
it's
super fun. I mean, that's what I
really
want.
crude
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah.
And then like they give it to like a professional studio,
Sure.
and then they
Yeah.
make it like this ridiculous like work of art.
Yeah.
The secondary manga is really far right now and is like it's chef's kiss. It's really good.
That's fun.
But I think
And they use that same system of like the ranking and like they keep that going, right? Like
yes, but it's
well,
exploring
also, yeah,
how
yeah.
like it's disrupted completely with his presence.
Right. Well, and also too, yeah. Like the exception proves the rule. Like this is what I want. Yeah,
this is a non-sponsored stream. Go get yourself a Crunchyroll subscription,
I know. Oh
or a
my God.
Verve. Verve also would be fine. I wish they would sponsor me.
I'm such a lame. I'm such a lame. Like I have delved into anime and stuff like such a tentative. Like I haven't ever. Like I
you gotta
remember.
have a plan. You gotta have
I
like
know.
a
Well,
list
I never.
of good
so,
stuff.
Like I loved. I believe I was in college. No, it was a little after that. Like Inuyasha. So like Adult Swim did episodes of Inuyasha like all the time, and like I fell in love with Inuyasha just because it was very basic and easy to follow. I don't know if you ever watched it, but like it was like very much kind of like
I woke up a bunch during Adult Swim on Cartoon Network as a kid at 2 a.m. to that.
Yeah. And like it was a very basic kind of like there's a main bad guy, but also there's like little bad guys you had to fight, and like there's a main story of like
it was written like a video game, honestly.
Yeah, like it was very straightforward, and I loved it, and that was like one of my first introductions to like anime, and I also loved. God damn it! I'm going on a tangent. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's gonna be anime stream here now.
I watched it for a
put
while.
one anime reference in a Codex, and it's anime stream.
I didn't watch it for very long, but Vash the Stampede.
Oh yeah, classic.
It was so much fun. Oh man, I haven't watched it in like years. I watched it years ago when it was on like Adult Swim, and like I was like, holy shit, what is this? And just like watched like 3 or 4 episodes, and I was like, well, I have to watch every week now. Like even though like I didn't do any research on like what it was. I probably could have found it online, to like binge the whole thing. But I just kept tuning in every week when they played it on Adult Swim.
I'll give you a couple real quick.
Yeah.
In this order, being greatest to least greatest, all still incredibly good. Gurren Lagann, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure,
So okay, yeah.
and Demon Slayer.
So
That'll
okay,
get you
so the
set
first
for a
one.
long time.
Okay, the first one you said I have no idea what that is, and I'll follow up with you later.
It's the greatest thing ever made. I'm just gonna say that.
JoJo's I've watched the first 2.5 seasons.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm actually mad they ditched.
Oh yeah.
Like
Oh
I'm
yeah.
mad
Yeah.
they went to stands and not whatever. Anyways, um, and then finally, what was the final one you said? I've heard of it.
Demon Slayer. It's very
Yeah, oh
new,
yeah,
and it
yeah.
took
Demon Slayer I
over.
have not watched, but like I've seen it on my like recommend like for all of them.
It
So
is extremely digestible.
okay, all right. So give me the link on that first
Oh
one
my
because
god, thank you.
I'll check
Oh
that
yeah,
out. But also,
Mob Psycho is perfect for you. Hubert is exactly right. If you like One Punch Man, Mob
is it
Psycho is
good?
where it's
Yeah.
at.
All
Yeah,
right. Cool. I'll
it's
check it out.
fantastic.
Where's it? Is it like somewhere I can steal for free or watch?
um
You can't say that on Twitch. Yeah.
I'm not. This is not a sponsored stream, but go ahead and pick yourself up a Verve subscription or a Crunchyroll subscription.
There you go. Yeah.
I don't think I am allowed to talk about fraudulent stuff.
Right.
On
Right.
Twitch.
Yeah.
But yeah, Gurren Lagann. Gurren Lagann. It's just the best thing. It's just the best piece of entertainment ever made. Oh my god.
Oh shit! Really? Okay.
Dude, if you want to like motivate your life, watch it.
Oh boy, I don't know if I need that.
If you want to like catapult yourself into action, oh my god.
I will say, I said, well,
Jujutsu Kaisen was really good too.
Unrelated, but also related. This was like a couple months ago, but I rewatched X-Men 92 or 97, like the old X-Men show.
Oh hell yeah, the one with the like
It was
greatest theme song ever made.
Fucking good, yeah. And like, but like, I have a crush on Rogue. Like, you can't. I think everybody did. Like, she was just like, oh, she was amazing. But I think it was a 97 or 92. I forget. But like, I rewatched that and I was like, holy shit, this is so good. And that moment after I rewatched that, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna watch cartoons from now on. like
cartoons like, is where it's at, man.
Cartoons are art. Like, it's fucking bullshit.
Cartoons, comics, and video games. What else you want?
Yeah. Me and my dogs will just watch cartoons by ourselves. Fuck
you know
society.
what? I might do a branch off here and just do like an anime night, just complete anime stream,
God.
and we'll get you an entire like watch list plan put together.
No, I can't because I would sign off and be like, all right, see ya, and then binge for like fucking 8 hours.
Well, we'll give it to you in chunks, right? So like watch these. I
don't want to sit around. Though. I just want to consume. You know. All right, we gotta finish this.
Oh, that's honestly, I was hoping Hubert was going to say this. Todo in Jujutsu Kaisen is my most favorite monk in anime. I think I love that take so much. He's perfect for like a modern rendition of a monk. It's still high fantasy, but in a modern way. I don't know. I totally get it, and I really like that take a lot.
Is it? Are we in Japan/Asia for most of these, or like fantasy worlds for the most part?
In some of them, yeah.
It was a multiple choice, and you said yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of them you're not really like.
They don't even know where you are. Yeah.
Yeah. The location. It's not really. Yeah. It's on a planet, but we don't know which. Like, you know what I mean? What world?
Like, the way would be a spoiler, and you're not even naming any specific. It's like all of them.
You said no spoilers. I'm not even gonna tell you if there's a planet.
All of them. To reveal that it's on Earth on any of them is a spoiler.
Exactly.
All right, we got to move on.
You're the one that's.
I gotta go to bed.
Turn this to anime chat.
I do want to talk about anime. I'm like a what's the word? Like,
you're a budding
anime. I've dipped my toes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You're an anime babe right now. You gotta. We don't worry. We'll take care of you. We'll take care of you.
Yeah.
Hubert and I are gonna add you to a chat on Discord, and we're just gonna give you anime recommendations. and
then I
it's
mean,
all going to be
yeah.
top of the line.
I already my friends are like, you should watch this show, and then like 3 days later I'm like, I finished it, and they're like, it's 5 seasons, and I'm like, yeah. Like
It's like
I
180 hours of content.
yeah
There's no way you could physically do
sure
that in
yeah
3 days.
yeah I did.
Whoa.
I already binged to an unhealthy level, but if you guys give me more of that, I'll just it'd be bad news.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, we'll give you plenty, and then we'll catch up,
All right.
and then like all of the, because there's a ton of references throughout this stuff that all are from like anime or from like movies and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, and you get the One Punch one, so perfect.
No, I know.
Okay,
All right, here we go. Monk.
One Punch.
Yeah.
We'll timestamp that as well as anime chat time.
Yeah.
Anime chat with Maddie.
Sure. Yeah.
All right, so channel for a duration of X. Deal physical damage to target enemy equal to basic plus strength plus dex mod, with a strength % chance to banish target enemy for a duration of X.
Who banish?
Wow.
It's got to be high.
It's strength scaling. Banishment is so incredibly. It's a triple S.
I agree.
It's a triple S number one.
I agree.
The strength scaling is perfect.
Insane.
I'm assuming it's going to be dealing a lot of damage as well. And
no connection to power stance or whatever. Like you can just do this one.
The whole point of this is to deal a bunch of damage, remove them from a supportive answer.
Yeah.
And
I think
just make them panic.
I think the banish chance is going to be high. I think it's going to be 50%, maybe 60.
I think the damage on this is going to be high.
And the damage is going to be high too, because it's exhausted and amnesia.
Yeah, there's caveats with this. There are heavy caveats with this.
Yeah.
So
this is awesome. It's super fun. I love it. I love just the whole concept of like one punch. Like,
it's nice and simple.
I'm punching you into oblivion. Like I love that so much.
Yeah,
like,
this is gonna be really
Monk.
good.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. I think obviously the only thing holding it back from a WoWie is some DOD and some percentage chances. They like the if it misses on the banished, you're kind of fucked. You know,
right.
So
I mean, it will be a WoWie if the numbers check out, right? If this is like a one punch and the scaling on this is like deal 1.5 times your strength and dex on top of your basic attack, on top of like a 250% basic attack mod. Like, this thing's gonna be a WoWie. It's gonna be a gigantic just leave.
Right. The fucking banish is so cool. I love the idea of punching someone into oblivion.
Yeah, punching someone so out of the game.
Yeah. I mean, that's just fun. It's just fun.
I like it.
God,
I like it a lot.
Excited.
So on to our first open palm. We got guide momentum.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Sounds fun.
I want to hear your opinions here.
While in ready stance, which is evasion plus whiz scaling block and a chance to retaliate with disarm chances. While in ready stance, each instance this hero evades, blocks, or retaliates an incoming attack, gain an X% chance to daze the attacker, a X% chance to pull attacker 1, X% chance to exhaust attacker for a duration of X.
This is insane. I
don't even need words.
Okay. All right. Let me hear it. Yeah.
You can stack your evasion, your block, or your retaliate on multiple different classes.
Yeah.
You don't need to go into anything else other than ready stance and this. And I guess go ahead and pick up swig.
Sure. Yeah.
Go ahead for the extra evasion.
4 plus 10.
Yeah, 4 plus 10 plus 1.
Yeah.
Every single time you have a chance to do you do 3 checks versus their attacks. Whenever they miss you, or you block them, or you proc your retaliate. Are you
like they're attacking and it's like you're hoping your checks hit?
Oh my dear God.
Yeah.
this is 100% the open palm, like Bagua of just like, you're coming at me, I'm redirecting it and I'm throwing it right back at you while I
exactly.
take nothing.
This is the like
perfect.
I'm smarter than you, like your attack is stupid.
Dude, Eric's hit it right on the head. Monk mode activated. Like
exactly,
with this. And it's freaking passive. This is incredible.
I also want to note this. So I'm hesitant on giving us a wowie, but I do want to note what I was saying earlier. I think slow monks, this is even more advantageous because, again, hypothetically, if your opponent is lapping you and doing 2 turns, you're just getting more chances to fuck with them.
Oh, it doesn't matter because, see, your stances will end and you have to reapply them. So the only time you will not be in ready stance is the start of the turn in which you cast it.
Right. Yeah. So like, yeah. No, I guess
you
so
can
it doesn't
literally
matter. You could just re-up it. Yeah.
Right. You can 100% uptime your ready stance.
Yeah. But again, I just feel like this is like the counter to like somebody like I feel like I love the idea of the monk and just lore
this
wise.
Counters my basic attack warrior Zerker.
Yes.
Totally. This 100% counters it.
This is the monk who's sitting there in a pose and like you're coming in and you're fast and you're swiping and you're crazy, you're a ninja and you're just like, I'm super fast and you don't even know. And like this monk is like, no, I know the battlefield. I understand how this works. Like, screw you. Like, this is the counter to that. You know what I mean? Like, this is the guy who's just like calm and in control of the entire battle.
This is nuts. It's incredible.
It is
it's
very good. I mean,
it deserves the wowie.
You're giving it the wowie. I appreciate it. I think for me, I'm also hesitant just because you have to have the ready stance.
Do you have any idea how much of a mental deterrent this is?
I mean, it's a huge mental deterrent.
It's nothing but a mental deterrent.
This means the entire open palm track.
If you want to use your character, don't attack this unit.
Yeah, no, because yeah, and not only that, like he has boosted evasion, block, and retaliation. Like, so wait, so every instance. Oh God, you know what? You're right.
Every instance.
I'm convinced. Yeah, because retaliate is almost automatic, isn't it? Or no, I guess it's not.
No, it is.
No, because it's like it's percent chance to retaliate, right?
Right.
It's not
so
automatic.
It's an automatic chance to occur.
All right. So if you don't evade, you don't block, then there's oh my God. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Best case scenario for them, I take damage.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That's it.
And do you have any? Does Ready Stance have any? No, it doesn't have any like physical defense.
There's a chance that they can be dazed, pulled, and exhausted. There's a chance all 3 proc.
Yeah. Well, because let's say they don't even hit on their initial attack.
And remember,
and
exhaust
then all the shit happens.
Means you can't reposition.
Oh my God. Well, so if it's a sniper,
if I remember that correctly.
Full attacker 1. All right, so it's only
well,
whatever.
Yeah,
if it's like
you can reposition, okay.
Regardless, though, like still, like if it's somebody who's like who should not be in the front row,
right?
This is going to fuck them up. Yeah. Damn. All right.
Wowie.
It's
easy.
a wowie.
It's a wowie. That's damn good. That's a damn good Codex right there. Nice.
What's going on there? Who are you doing there? Is that a person or a voice you're doing there?
Oh no, that's just me getting sleepy and
okay.
that's Florida man coming out. Beware.
Oh boy.
Alrighty, so we got Shatter up next. This skill is
Bolon hasn't been in chat, so I'm assuming Bolon's gonna watch this later. And I'm excited for him to make it to hour 5 and hear that voice.
He's gonna be upset because this is all he wants is a 5-hour stream.
I know this is what he wants.
This is all he ever wants is a 5-hour stream.
It's 5 hours. Jesus Christ.
All right. Well, we're close. We are close. Yeah.
All
right. This skill is only available, Shatter, in Ready Stance. Which, I mean, Shatter's already giving all of our D&D listeners some flashbacks right now.
Yeah.
Deal physical damage to target equal to 0. Whiz percent chance to destroy target's barriers on target enemy. For each barrier destroyed, deal physical damage to target enemy equal to X% of the current HP value of each barrier destroyed. How many barriers are you allowed to have?
Yeah, I have many questions here.
What the what?
They're using the plural, which is throwing me off.
So there are physical barriers, there are magical barriers,
and there's like,
and then there's pure barriers,
like universal or whatever. Yeah,
you can have
like a third category.
I didn't think of having multiple types, but also the way this is phrased is making me think that if I cast barrier from like the monk and I cast barrier from the wizard, those are two different barriers that have stacked, not just were added to or replaced by whichever has the bigger HP pool.
Interesting.
Hubert, can we barrier stack? Because if so, holy crap.
Yeah, this is throwing me off because I also too I thought this was
like if this was target
AOE.
all enemies.
I thought it was AOE.
Yeah, right.
I thought it was AOE.
If it was target all enemies and get rid of all the barriers on them, this would make sense.
Get it. Yes.
But this is target one person and get rid of all of the barriers.
So, okay, regardless of that, I want to talk about this last sentence because I think it's interesting. Deal physical damage to target enemy equal to X% of current hit points. Current hit point value of each barrier destroyed. Can you walk me through that?
So, say you've got a barrier. Say the X% is 25, right? If you've got a barrier for, let's just say 1,000, you destroy the barrier.
Yep.
And you deal 250 damage to the target.
Gotcha. Okay. But hypothetically, like we talked about this.
Oh my dear God.
Holy shit.
Are you holy?
That would be insane.
Hubert.
That'd be broken. That'd be broken.
Oh man, this is
Come
cool.
On.
No, this is
That'd be
cool.
So broken because having so you'd have a double barrier. So the universal barrier.
Yeah.
What is it called? What are we calling it?
Pure.
The pure barrier would be a double barrier for both the magic and the physical one.
Yeah.
So you could hypothetically have like a 2-layer. It'd be like a 2-layer barrier. Basically.
Well, think about it this way: the barrier that you get from the Arcanist wizard,
right, that's a magic one, right?
is considered another target, and is not on another character.
That one has a separate right.
How would the interaction be for that? Oh my God, this is super cool.
That is wild, and I love it.
Oh my God, you can. So barriers have 0 defense. So I'm because it's 0 defense. I'm expecting.
Wait, this goes back to what I was saying though. Is it like a bubble?
Well, the Arcanist wizard isn't. The Arcanist wizard is like.
Oh, all right. This is the one we're talking about, where it's like it's its own. It stands alone.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only one that I think isn't considered with this, because you can't target somebody. You have to target the barrier. But this is actually. Really good information right here. Barriers have 0 defense, so they take a lot more damage than an armored hero, which leads me to believe that barriers actually have quite a large pool of damage to soak, which means this is probably going to hit real hard.
This is going to be excellent, because it doesn't, like, the barrier could have the numbers on the barrier don't matter for this skill, right?
Oh, it does for the damage. This erases the barriers, and then whatever
beats
the
barrier
total
destroyed. It beats barrier destroyed. Okay,
right.
So I see what you're saying. Right. But this, and then also I believe Pirate has destroy barriers as a move as well, right? I'll need to look that up. There's somebody else who has destroyed barriers without it might do damage minimally, but like the move is destroy the barriers, and I'm 90% sure it's Pirate.
This is super cool. Steal barriers, that's what it was. Yeah, the thief.
Oh, the thief steals barriers?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my god, barrier comp's gonna be
See.
interesting.
Oh man. The super. Sorry. So yeah. So pirate does have destroy it. Um. Chance to destroy barriers and targets in P1 and P2. Same thing with the plus version. And then there's another one, chance to destroy barriers. So pirate has a chance to destroy barriers too. But also oh man, I really love the idea of like the barriers, like kind of mini game where like everyone's trying to decide, should I put up a barrier or does
Yup.
my opponent have a way to destroy it?
You know what we call that?
What?
A mental deterrent.
I mean, yeah, it's interesting. Like if you know that they have
If you know they got a monk.
if you know they have barrier busters.
Yeah, barrier buster comp, man. Come on, that's
Yeah.
badass.
And Shatter also just like I love the lore flavor on that, just like Chef's Kiss. That makes sense. But you gave that a wowie?
Yeah, no, I already went through it. I just gave it a wow.
I mean,
I was gonna
I
give
think
it a
it's really
triple S,
good.
but the more I'm sitting here thinking about it, and
I don't know.
the more barrier comp can be a real terrible thing.
No, I know, but you have to be in ready stance. So like
So what?
this move is only available to monks. This is a hard move to sell to a monk subclass.
This deserves, like, this in particular deserves to be a capstone.
And I think
By
the reason why
itself.
it's not is because it has this caveat of you have to be in ready stance, right? That's
Right. So
why
there
that's the
is
cost.
one, yeah.
That's the 5 cost that it loses, or
Right.
whatever.
That's the
Yeah.
cost that comes with
Right.
this.
Yeah.
However, it's available to every monk.
Yeah.
So, oh my god, this is insane. This is so insanely good, it's not even funny. We have seen barriers all over the place.
Yeah, there's
Priests
a lot of
and
barriers.
wizards. The wizard
Yeah.
has an
Wizards
entire
has an entire track
skill
of barriers.
tree
Yeah.
dedicated to barriers, and this one move
Yeah.
counters it. And then not only does it get rid of the barrier,
But it
the
fucking
barrier's got
blows them up.
1,000
Yeah,
health. It
yeah.
doesn't have to deal 1,000 damage.
Yeah. It
The
just blows them
barrier
up.
goes
Yeah.
away and then deals a percentage of that to the barrier holder.
I mean, here's the thing that's super interesting. This is a level 10
Oh my god.
that requires ready stance. If you at the start of the battle see that they have a monk who's open palm build and has shatter available to them,
Yep.
like your entire strategy has to change.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And the fact that you're not casting barriers anymore is good news for me.
No, yeah, exactly. If that
You know
was
what
what
I'm
you
saying?
were building, yeah.
So just having this on your monk, you don't even need to use it
as a move, yeah,
as an
exactly.
option.
Yeah.
Just having it there makes people go, "Oh god."
Flip the script so hard. Yeah. Oh man. I mean, obviously we talk about this all the time of like if somebody has second life or resurrection, you need to target them and you need to kill them right away.
Mm-hmm.
But
and they're gonna be putting up a bunch of barriers on them.
On your tiers of like priorities to kill heroes, if you are looking down the barrel of a monk with shatter and you have a barrier build, I mean, you need to kill that guy as fast as possible because.
And good luck while you're in ready stance.
Yeah, this deserves the wowie.
You get
You're
evasion,
right.
you get block, you get chance to retaliate, and every time you do, you disarm.
He can single-handedly. If you have a barrier build, if you have a barrier build, this single-handedly like upends the battle.
Holy
you know what I mean?
Crap!
This is the counter barrier right here. Just this one
insane.
move.
This is absolutely insane. I'd give this a wowie 2, honestly. Like I said,
whoa.
This
slow down.
Legitimately deserves to be its own capstone ability.
Hold your horses, because the monk move is wild.
Okay, all right. I'll rein myself back in a little bit.
Yeah.
This is really good. Holy crap. All right, so we got meditate. We got our last open palm.
Holy shit. Meditate.
Take a
Right,
moment for
Wowie,
yourself.
right now. Put Wowie right now. This is insane.
Clear your mind.
Reposition
up to 2 positions.
That's enough. That's enough to be Wowie.
Well, I mean, it's 2 turns worth of moving.
Okay, sure. It's only that.
Channel for a duration of X. Okay. All right. Heal this. Oh, a heal. Heal this hero for Whiz plus Vitality scaling. Purify this hero. Nice. Ooh, wait a minute. This is really good.
What? Huh?
Gain
Who said it was really good?
Gain X% physical accuracy for a duration of X and evasion for a duration of X. What the hell?
If you're in the front line, because you just did some crazy move that got you there, and you taunted or not taunted, disarmed everybody. You know, you're crazy and you got hit hard and you weren't expecting it, and now you're low. You do this move, you move to the back line, you heal, you go into a channel with high evasion, and you purify, you clear all status effects. This is insane.
I have to agree with you.
This is a Wowie. This move might be broken. Like, this, don't ape into broken. Like this is, I'm like, I need to talk to Hubert and Workhorse on this, because like repositioning 2 moves, healing and gaining evasion and purifying. Like I don't understand how this move will work in battle, where this makes monks like,
I'll tell you exactly how
it'll
work.
I don't care. Well, just interrupted. If you move back to the third row, you move back to the third row. You know how hard it is? Not everybody has access to moves that reach the third row. Like,
he typed that as I was thinking of it.
What?
It's like, I mean, you could just interrupt it.
I mean, I guess so, but I mean, the reposition.
All right, so
like,
you know what? I might take this away.
No, don't you dare.
Well, I'm still thinking about it, because I think this is a triple S. Because so the thing about this is, you would probably want, well, active gain the following effects. Nope. Where is it? Where's the passive? You would want Drunken Sway with this.
Totally.
While channeling, you get a physical barrier equal to your current HP. When channel is complete, the barrier is destroyed. Well, I guess not. I thought there was other stuff you can get for that.
Well, that's fine though, because all you need is the protection during the channel.
What if that duration is 4?
I mean, I'm still fine with it, because it moves him.
Being a Wowie?
Yeah, because it moves him to the back row. Okay, makes him channel the evasion and stuff, but whatever. He gains the barrier, right?
Mm-hmm.
He only needs to survive 1. You get somebody else who has a heal. You give him a little bit of a heal that pushes him through that 4 duration. And then he heals on himself and evades and gains that evasion afterwards. I think like this is a parachute, right? That's the right word, right? What's it when you jump out of an airplane? What is that called?
Skydiving.
Yeah, but like, what do you like?
Or
what do you trigger?
Idea?
What do you like? You pull the lever and a parachute goes, right?
Yeah, it's a parachute.
Parachute, right? That's what that's called.
Yeah.
This is a parachute.
You pull the ripcord.
Yeah, whatever. That's what you do for this. This is what you do, where like you did a bunch of moves where your monk came into the front and he like punched a bunch of people, and then he got hit a couple times, and now he's in bad shape. You send him back to the third row. You heal him. He's channeling, so he puts up a barrier while he's channeling. Finishes the channel. He gains evasion. Purifies, so clears all status effect. Like, this is insane.
It really is. This is fantastic. Hubert is right. It's very susceptible to an interrupt. And I only say this because out of all of our mechanics and terminology, if I were to Control F, interrupt.
Yeah, it's a bunch of them.
We've got 13 instances of an interrupt. Well, I guess this one isn't fair because it's got 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, no, those are all different.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So
there's a lot.
there's 13 instances of something that can interrupt.
But not everybody can interrupt to the third to P3.
Not considering push and pull, which also interrupts. So there's actually 15.
Right, but I
there
guess
it
if
is.
you push,
Never mind.
you gotta push P2, which again is hard. Not everybody can push P2, you know.
True. So there's 11 because I got interrupt here as a mechanic.
Well, and again, fucking mental deterrence, you know,
like 100%.
So let's say your monk is in dire straits. He's about to die. You pull a meditate.
Do love that
like
band.
That gets him out of the battle, or out of the front row. And if your opponent wants to spend their turn on the next turn trying to interrupt them in the back of the third row of a monk that's already dying, that's fine by me when my other heroes can then move forward and make their moves for the finisher,
Yeah,
I'm fine with that.
No, I mean you're not wrong. Like,
I think meditate is insane. I want to do a drunken sway build. I'm going to incorporate meditate in it though somewhere. You know what I mean? Because I think this is a huge move.
Channel that. I would reposition 2. I would channel this. I would heal myself. I would purify myself afterward. So this could essentially work with Abide. I would gain accuracy and evasion afterwards.
Yeah, actually,
I'm assuming that's afterwards.
Question on that, yeah.
And then as soon as that was done, right, that goes off. I heal myself. I purify myself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fresh boy. And then I go to disrupt key, but I have to be in power stance.
Mm-hmm. Which is fine. Meditate doesn't require any stances, so
right. But the duration of the channel is
you might be
is the thing that's gonna get you. Then you deal physical damage to enemy equal to strength dex.
Right.
You get a whiz chance to inflict amnesia on a random.
Use meditate last turn. Yeah.
Use meditate last turn. Chance to silent target enemy for a duration of X.
Yeah, it's not that. I mean, I feel like the combo's not that for what meditate costs. It's not like, you know what I mean.
It's multi-turn. So
somebody else has that. I think somebody else has meditate. Yeah, stunning momentum has a meditate combo.
If it wasn't so susceptible, like if you gained evasion during the channel,
right, yeah,
I would give this a wowie.
Which is I think you have to do the level 2, get the shield.
Yeah, you'll give yourself some.
Again, I think at this point we're talking about a monk main class because we're so deep into the level 10s.
Right.
I think
meditate doesn't require a stance, so
no, it doesn't.
That is the cool part.
An archer sub with shroud, even a nerf shroud is still going to be beneficial.
No, yeah, you're completely right about that.
Yeah,
it is comboable. It's really, really good. I love the self-sufficiency in it.
I think it's a wowie. I'm saying wowie.
It's good. It's really good. It is susceptible is the problem because it doesn't do anything at all if you get interrupted.
I guess so.
Like if it gave you an extra layer of defense, this would push it right over. This is at like a 9.9 out of 10. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it definitely has a.
It just needs that wowie 10.0. It needs it. It needs it.
It has an Achilles heel for sure.
All right. I love it, and also, well, we'll see too. Also, I also love. I give it more credit because it is used in 2 different moves for a combo, and I think for stunning momentum, it's an awesome combo. So, but let's get to that. We gotta move on.
Cool. All right, I'll format this one real quick, and maybe I'll even read it.
This one is
while in flow states,
wild.
And at the end of the enemy's turn, gain a luck % chance to taunt enemy for its current turn. This is a beautiful mechanic. I see this all over the place.
I love it.
It's always incredible. It's always great whenever it happens. The percentage
Yeah.
chance is never extremely high.
Yeah, but the
Um,
passive, like you don't have to do anything. It gives
yeah,
it so much value.
it's a free
Yeah.
taunt, which is a blessing and a curse sometimes.
Uh-huh. Well, yeah. Well, again, I think, like I
reposition
said, a
reposition
drunken
yourself, two
sway.
position back, and get yourself a heal in
Yeah,
2
no,
turns.
exactly.
Uh-oh.
This won't work well with meditate, I think. Yeah.
No, this is a really good move. The only like I said, I've seen this all over the place. The only problem with it is that the chance to stun is usually fairly low, which makes sense because it's the start of each
To
enemy's turn.
taunt, but
Um,
yeah.
but I mean, it's just good. It's not perfect. You
Yeah.
can't do
Well,
anything
again,
about it, but it's free.
quick little note too on a slow, tanky monk. It's at the start of each enemy's turn.
Well, it doesn't matter how fast you go.
Well, no, but if the enemy hypothetically laps you and does 2 turns, that's more chances for this to be triggered.
True, but at the same time, even if you take the
It
same
doesn't
amount
matter
of
with a taunt.
turns,
Yeah, it doesn't matter with
yeah,
a taunt. Yeah.
it'll have
I
just
see
as
what
many
you're saying.
chances.
Yeah. I've realized that after I said it. Yeah. Because it's current turn. Yeah, I
No big
gotcha.
deal, man. Like seriously, the people like this stuff needs to be said out loud because
Yeah,
I mean
but also, well, yeah, it's interesting.
it's good information.
And again, luck based bonus is interesting for monk. I
I
think
love it because I'm already doing that.
there's been a lot. There's been a lot of it. There's been a lot of it for the drunken master, which makes sense. Like drunken master, yeah, having good luck makes sense.
Yeah, I'm. I don't know what else to say other than
That's a good one. That's good.
I like it. Thumbs up.
Yeah. Okay.
um.
I fucking love stunning momentum.
All right, sweet. I see amnesia at the bottom, so I'm sure this is big. My God, the formatting on this on these last two are nuts. All right,
Yeah.
stunning momentum. This skill is only available while in flow
Mhm.
stance. Become unstoppable for a
Love
duration
it.
of X. Which,
Yep.
in case everybody who doesn't
Mhm.
know, unstoppable, or like what I like to call improbable,
Ooh.
cannot be affected by negative status effects. Period. End of story.
Yep.
Powerful auto cleanse. I will be changing that to auto purify at some point.
Fair.
Uh, become unstoppable for duration of X. Deal physical damage to target enemy equal to a basic plus endurance scaling. An endurance scaling damage ability. I like it because it gives my knight monk something to do. A luck percent chance to stun target enemy. Neat. Combo if this hero is used meditate on its last turn, gain a luck percent chance to repeat X up to a max of X.
Punch again.
Punch again.
Stun
Amnesia
again.
X.
Up to a maximum of 2 times.
Very interesting, and it's an
So
endurance base.
well, I don't know. Actually, that's curious. If it's repeat twice.
If it's
for-
repeat once,
No, but if it's repeat twice for a maximum of 2, does that mean it's 4 times?
I would
You
assume
follow
no.
what I mean? I know. I guess. I know it would be. It would be additive. It would. Oh, you follow what I mean? Like it's a weird
I
way to
gotcha.
phrase that. Like I'm assuming they're worried up to when you include max of anything. I feel like they're worried. Like it's gonna be broken by happening infinite amount of times.
Well, I mean, they sit there and they hear us do it. Like, okay, what if we just like?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. We're just Yeah.
What if we just tape an unstoppable force to an immovable object?
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
how would that do in combat?
What if I used this one random skill from this one random class and added it to this one, and then broke the game?
All right.
No, I love this. I
Triple
think this
S.
is amazing. I think, yeah, I'm a little hesitant to give it the wowie. Granted, I'm not even wowie, so I don't know how I can give it a wowie, but I think this is like it's so good. What is going on? What happened here?
It's
the screen is massive.
I know it's the formatting on this one on the copy paste for some reason.
I think that I'm hesitant because obviously there's like a lot of RNG in terms of like actually happening on the repeat. But if this could successfully repeat, and not only that, if you could retarget on the repeat, which I think you could, right?
It sounds
you
like
could
it.
you could target someone else and stun someone else hypothetically, and then if the repeat was more than one, which I don't think it would ever be, but like you could hypothetically stun the entire team. Like that is wild. Now again, I there's a lot of RNG for that to happen, and oh, it's on the same target, so no, that can't happen. Never mind. Okay, so I guess that would bring it to Wowie for me, but I guess it's not going to be a Wowie if it's all the same target because you can't be stunned more.
But you can attempt to stun again. It's just
right. If you
it's
miss
like
the first round and deal more damage, like yeah, no, I think like so. But again, this depends on meditate and flow stance, which I think for a monk build, this is very easy to attain. But obviously, I think this is something that's just not attainable as a subclass.
Oh, literally can't be done on a subclass.
Yeah, well,
it requires 2 level 10 abilities.
Well, no, yeah, the
and
combo,
a level 4.
yeah, meditate, yeah. So it's not possible with the subclass to get the full value. Yeah, you could do the main one.
That's
then,
legitimately the reason why it doesn't get higher than a triple S for me, is that there is no cross class pick with this.
No, yeah, and I think I agree with that. I think that it, I think yeah, I struggle with all these stance moves because like the stances I think have such cool build outs, but like
I like the exclusivity.
they're not universal. Yeah, exactly. They're not universal, which is fine. And I think similar to like Wizard has like a lot of weird intricacies that make it super fun to play and make it unique, but it doesn't make it seem like Wizard subclass. I'm very hesitant, Same thing with Monk. Although Monk, like the early level Monk moves are going to be awesome for subclasses, so I don't know. It's hard. Okay. Triple S, I still think it's an awesome move. The stun.
Yeah, I'm honestly a big fan.
Is amazing. Yeah.
Like I like it a lot. I think it works really well. I think it keeps with the theme very well.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a good flow to it.
Yep.
I think it's pretty good to catch up after I've done a big channel.
Sure.
And there's a ton of utility in it.
Yeah.
I think the caveat of amnesia is very fair. The only problem is only a monk can do this, which I actually, personally, I enjoy quite a bit.
Yeah.
I enjoy that, but for like usefulness outside of the monk class, it literally can't be done.
Right, that's why you can't rank it. You can't rank it higher than
Right. So it is ranked as high as I'll put it. But I think this is a super cool move. I like this a lot. And then we got
I'm pumped for this one.
Our last ability before the capstone. We got Into the Fray, which I like the name already.
Yep.
Channel for a duration of X. Get all channel benefits. During channel gain, yes. Luck scaling evasion, luck scaling block, and negative physical defense. Interesting. Whenever this hero receives damage, gain an X chance to retaliate X. Whenever this hero retaliates, gain an X chance to confuse target enemy. Whenever this hero evades an attack, gain an X% chance to blind attacking enemy. Whenever this hero blocks an attack, gain an X% chance to pull attacking enemy 1. When the channel is successfully completed, deal physical damage equal to basic plus strength plus luck scaling to each enemy. Combo, if target enemy is confused or inflicted with blind, deal additional physical damage equal to basic strength and luck scaling. This is super cool. Number one.
Oh, you're not going Wowie automatically, huh?
Well, there's a lot to take in here, and I'm trying to figure out the combo, right? So this combos well with Liquid Courage. It combos really well with Liquid Courage.
Sure. Yeah.
But can I pop a AoE taunt and then pop that?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
What do you mean? Why not?
I think the AoE taunt
channeling.
It's not. Lose. Oh, you're exhausted. No. You become exhausted, so you can't do it afterwards.
So just cleanse it.
What happens to exhaust?
Can you be? I don't think exhaust can be
Exhaust
cleansed.
cannot be
Yeah.
cleansed unless
Yeah.
specifically noted. Cannot be purified.
I still so channel for duration. When the channel successfully completes, deal damage to everybody.
What did I not change the flow stance?
I mean, here's the ultimate monk build. All 3 units are monks, and just do all those confusion or blind moves with the other 2.
Right.
You know.
Well, the thing is, if I'm channeling this, what's the incentive to attack me?
Yeah. Well, it's a mental deterrent.
Exactly.
But yeah, you make the other guys. So if you're make the other guys even worse to attack.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
the only thing that
Yeah.
this like applies to really hard is liquid courage. And like you would use this when like, okay, 2 people are under the effects of the taunt. I'll go ahead and pop this, and I'll at least be taking 2 hits. It's good.
Well, okay, what's the one that's like the chance to taunt everybody? Stumble. Fuck, it is become exhausted afterwards.
Yeah, become exhausted. The next one is in flow stance.
Taunt one, isn't there?
Yeah, flow stance has it. For each instance this hero evades an attack, gain a % chance to taunt enemy, which is another way to trigger that. It's really good. So obviously flow stance.
Or wait, hold on. Was this let me read this one again. Whenever this hero receives damage. So this is why I was so excited.
Stagger.
Stagger could work, but also Legionnaire sub. Picking the move that distributes the damage to everybody.
Yes, that's also a really good option.
That would trigger this, and that would trigger the retaliate, which would trigger the potentially the confuse, which is awesome.
I like it.
And then the confuse would deal the additional damage on the combo.
Yeah. Now that I've had a chance to look at it,
this is insane.
I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I'm going to be giving it a wowie.
Yeah. Like this is the drunken master or drunken sway.
The drunken monkin.
It is such a cool build, and I think monk being a tank is a very viable build, and is blowing my mind right now. I've been searching. I'm not gonna lie. I've been searching the tavern for like monk with knight or legionnaire subclasses.
I don't understand how anyone could be doing anything right now other than just purely looking at heroes, to be honest.
I know, that's all I've been doing today, and it's like I've been so close to just like spending all my money.
Oh my god.
Like because I'm just looking at this I mean there's not a lot of them, but there are some heroes on the market right now that I think are priced below, based on where I think where their stats are versus where the codex is, how the codex is aligned with them. I think there's value to be found. Again, not financial advice, but I think there is value to be found.
This is financial advice. Play DeFi Kingdoms.
Yeah, I mean, I really do think. And again, obviously, there's gonna be nerfs and there's gonna be changes, but if your theory is right on what you think is gonna be good and you win the battle, fuck it, I don't know.
Inspiring words, honestly.
It's 2 a.m. Let's get to the last one.
Yeah, just fuck it. You know what I mean? If it doesn't work out, but what if it does?
What if it does, though? I feel
right.
like that's classic crypto. What if it does?
Yeah, but what if it does, though?
That's literally the line everyone uses.
What if DFK goes back up to $22?
Yo, what if it does, though?
Oh, what if it does, though? Hold on. Right.
I don't want to even. I don't know. I'm so frustrated.
I'll tell you exactly what happens when DFK goes back to $22. I emptied the
Retire.
bucket of my
Yeah.
tears, and I go get a sandwich. That's what's gonna happen.
I will fly down to Florida and get a sandwich with you because I'll be able to afford flights.
You know, round of cheeseburgers for everybody at this McDonald's.
Let me tell you, everybody at that McDonald's will be eating well.
Yep. Bring it
But
on
but only
back,
if there's
boys.
like less than 15 people there. All right, let's move on to the next one.
The final, the capstone,
Oh, I'm
the
so excited
pure
about this. I
monk
think this one
only ability exclusive.
this one ranks amongst the best of them. I'm
We
not gonna
have
lie.
Open Palm or Sleeping Dragon, which I really enjoy the name for.
Love it.
Whenever this hero's HP would be reduced to 0 for the first time in battle, prevent that damage immediately. Gain an array of effects. Heal this hero equal to Wisdom plus Vitality modifiers. Purify this hero. Gain X% evasion for a duration of X and become exhausted for a duration of X. So this is essentially a second life.
Essentially a second life.
I
This chat was happening. So PvP chat has been talking about it, or not talking about it. Basically, just people commented on my dumb comment, and I said I think it's more like Last Stand. Last Stand is like 20%. If you hit 20%, go become invulnerable, right? But that's not it. That's only half of what's going on here. You also heal and purified, so like wipe the slate clean of any status effects.
just
I
like if you
mean,
had died, but you
exactly. Yeah,
but you
this
get
is
more. You
a
gain
second life.
evasion.
Yes,
This is actually better than second life.
this might be better than second. Well, granted, I doubt the heal is going to be 50% of your. Well,
You know why this is better than
I don't
second
even know
life?
that. I don't know if yeah. Why?
I'll tell you exactly why this is better than second life. You can
Well,
have 2 second lives and this.
yeah, yeah. Well, or Last Stand, I think would be wild. So if you had Last Stand and somebody hits you, so you're at 25% health, and somebody hits you to just below 20, and or that hit like doesn't count or whatever, or however Last Stand works, you're still at 20%. Then you get down to whatever that last hit is. You have another round of invulnerability, or not invulnerability, or however this works. But like, if you had Last Stand in this or Second Life, you're going to be so hard to kill.
Yep.
This. I mean, again, I think this move is very close to Second Life, if not better, depending on the scaling abilities of the healing, the evasion. I mean, obviously, exhausted sucks, but like, I think you get exhausted in regular Second Life, don't you? I don't know,
Yes.
maybe.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
come back exhausted.
So all right. So you're getting
And at
you're
50%
essentially
HP.
you're getting the same effects of a Second Life. But this is insane. I mean, this might be one of the best, pure 15 abilities.
It's incredible, and this makes Monk one of the best tanks in the game.
Yes, especially with all the drunken master, which is actually interesting that this is Open Palm. This is the again, I think the Open Palm track is, again, like I said, it's like
hell yeah, I got 2 monks. What's up? With a luck purple. Wow.
Oh boy. The Open Palm track is definitely a weird hybrid of offensive and defensive.
I like it a lot. I love the theming that went on through the entirety of this.
Yeah.
I love how you have like, okay, the idea of balance of offensive and defensive.
Yep.
I like that Closed Fist and Drunken Sway like complemented each other so well while being their own complete identity. And I love how Open Palm seemed to be like a complete and total mix.
Right. Yeah.
It's perfect.
I think there's in my mind, I also have a rare monk that I'm very excited about, who has boosted vitality, and I think he's going to be a open palm drunken master hybrid, because I think that's the best way to do it with a monk.
Well, I don't know what happened to hero prices, but they are abysmally slow, and you could pick up
Yeah.
yourself a free second life off the floor for 45 crystal.
Yeah. I mean, that's basically what the monk skill
It's
is.
100% is. And if you happen to roll into any genes that can get you towards a second life,
What's the
or
cheapest
not a second life, but
rare? What's the cheapest rare monk right now? I might buy it.
let's see if I can scroll down. There it is, 95.
Oh fuck, that's so cheap.
Oh,
You won't buy it right now.
It was a Gen 1. No, I'm not gonna. Nah, man, that's worth almost 2 foragers.
What is it? Is it a gardener? I would assume.
I would assume 2.
Yeah.
Nope, minor. Oh, wow.
Yeah, whatever.
But it's got vitality bonus too.
Ooh,
Even better for
level 4 too. 1 away from 5.
Ooh, it's an original Serendale too.
Oh, good for him.
306.
Only a level
074.
4? Who is this person? Why haven't you been
Nubs.
leveling
Of
your
course,
hero?
it's Nubs.
Do you know who that is? I don't know who that is.
He's one of the bots, I think.
Oh, lame.
One of the like super summoners.
All right.
Oh my god, this guy's just so aesthetic. Look at that.
I do love. Oh, it looks so cool.
Both
The new art with the half wing looks so cool.
It's so great.
I love that. The wings all look super cool.
I sincerely can't get over
the butterfly wings look super cool, but also that half wing, that was like, oh,
it was perfect. It just looks so cool. So like I had this little guy up here so we could see like a contrasting difference of what used to be to what is.
Like side by side. Yeah.
Summoners in particularly got so buffed. Like
I agree.
They went from like androgyny to like, dude, look at the cleavage. Thing's overpowered. Like that's not fair.
I agree.
That's OP.
Yeah.
Like paladins look so different, so good.
Shield is so cool, and like it's all good. I'm not mad because I love it, but like, why did the paladin not have a shield originally? Like,
I can't. Well,
great
I mean,
decision.
While I understand where you're coming from, you're also speaking to a very long-term career retribution paladin main.
No, or should they not?
And they only have two-handers.
Like a two-hander. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, that's fair.
A little vengeance paladin in D&D. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get it. Wow, we gotta call it. I gotta go to bed.
Yes, I do. I have one question for you, and then we will end it up.
All right.
What are your favorite class reworks in terms of graphic design?
I think
good golly, the Dread Knight's so
definitely
cool.
Shields on the paladin, like I said, but also the warrior, not necessarily the shield, but like there's a moment where you're watching the warrior where like you don't realize he has the mace and he pulls the mace out and you're like, oh fuck, this motherfucker. And like I kind of love it. Like hold on, see what I'm talking about? Like he has it behind his head and then he pulls out and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, I
love that. I love the warrior pulling out his mace. I do think that's very fun. And also, the berserker's cool too.
Yeah,
I think all the like guys with like the big weapons are fun. Also, interesting. I really like with the pirate, they took away the little pistol for the curved sword. I think that was a great decision.
Yep, I think it was a good move.
I like that a lot. Not that like pistol's fun. I think pistol's fun and that's cool. But like I really like how he looks now. That's all I'll say.
Word. Yep, I'm totally in agreement. My top 3 in order.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Are going to be in third place. Man, I love me the new ninja so
very cool.
much.
Very cool. Yeah.
Holy crap, I love the ninja.
I do love the stance and like the grabbing it, like the stabbing look, you know.
It's so cool. I'm a huge fan of the ninjas. They're really easy to look like just super aesthetic. Like
Yeah.
every one of them look very pleasing to the eye. In second place, top two
Yep.
is Pirate, just like you.
Yeah, I love
There's no way to go wrong, right?
it. It's so
Like
cool. Yeah.
Pirate just looks cool.
Yeah.
It had such a glow up. It's not even funny. And like every
Yeah.
single hairstyle works with the positioning and the posturing.
Oh yeah.
Like everything works for it, including like even the professions, right?
Yeah.
Like it just
No,
works.
totally.
And
Yeah.
my number one pick is Berserker. Hands
Yeah.
down. There's not one bad looking Berserker.
No,
Not
they all look
one.
cool.
Not
Yeah.
one bad looking Berserker. They all look badass as hell. Every one of them, even working
Well,
out.
because I mean, Dread might be the only one who has a bigger weapon. Because I think they got a bigger thing than the Dark Knight and the Paladin do.
I will say Dark Knights still do have their big boy sword,
Yeah.
but I don't
Which is
think it's as
cool.
big. Well, I love it. I mean, I love the
Yeah,
Dark Knights.
I mean, Dark Knights are super cool, but like I think the Berserker whatever axe is bigger, I think.
And here's my lone Dread Knight.
Oh yeah, let's see him. Oh yeah.
Did you look super cool?
Oh my god.
And I love the new backgrounds so
The backgrounds are
much.
amazing. The backgrounds are so fun. I love the desert with the like the cacti. Is that the
Yeah.
plural? The cacti in the front. I love it.
Um,
Oh, is that the price you listed it at? I love it.
yeah. Yep, it is for my Dread Knight is for
Ladies
sale.
and gentlemen, for sale.
I almost don't want it to sell.
Tell people oh, yeah, I get that. Tell people they can promote it as Wowie's Dread Knight.
It's true. You could promote it as Wowie's Dread Knight. It is 100% my first Dread Knight attempt, and I got it.
I actually I don't think I didn't do it on the stream, but I recently had, and I was very proud of this. I had a Sage and a Dragoon that were from random summons that I had done that had two summons each, and I tried getting a Dread Knight and failed on both attempts. But I was very proud of myself because I didn't buy a Sage or a Dragoon. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Did I phrase it? Yeah, whatever. Like they were from previous summons.
They are just super cool, though.
I know. I'm so jealous.
It feels so
jealous.
It feels so good to have one. I'm not to like rub it in.
I'm 100% jealous, and I get exactly what you're saying.
Okay, so
I've been so close to buying one. I literally have been like I have one on the screen and I'm staring at it and I'm about to click. I'm about to click and then I'm like, no. Then I back out.
My thoughts on it now is like I'll have time to buy a Dread Knight later.
Is this I haven't seen the fishing. I love this guy on the left here. I have not seen fishing.
Yeah, the fishing profession
that's amazing.
background is by far my favorite one.
That is
and
so cool. Is that
like seagull.
Wait. Does the little seagull like go away?
No. He just hangs out the whole time.
If you complete the quest, like they go away.
Yeah, it goes back to what your background is.
Whatever. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Yeah, of course it does. Yeah, that's awesome. I love that so much.
Wait, what background is this? It's just like the Fartlands? What is this? It's all stinky.
No, that's I know what that is. Swamp.
Swamp gas.
Yeah.
Little dude can't see, so he's farting up the place. But yeah. Fishing is 100% my favorite profession background by far.
No, it is very cool. Wow, I gotta call it. I gotta go to bed.
Yeah. This is it. This is the end here. Alrighty, everybody.
Wait, what was the final monk ranking? Can you do that right now?
Sure. Gotta go to the bottom. Gotta grab one. Copy.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the bottom.
We gave it some wowies, or you gave it some wowies, but I don't think it's as high as some of the past.
Yeah, 3.58.
Yeah, it's pretty low.
Which I think is a double S.
I mean, still solid. But that's what, Berserker.
I think, Wizard, also a double S. So it's
on par. Yeah.
It's on par with the Wizard.
which is like Wizard was awesome.
Wizard was super
I,
good.
I think that makes sense too, because I think similarly, I think Monk and Wizard, while they do different things, their builds are similar in terms of like they have their own sort of cadence and cadence not the right word. What's
I
the
know,
word I'm looking
I
for?
know what you mean though.
Like there's an entire like game within the game of those classes.
And with this one, there's just so many options you do. Oh, good night,
Right,
Erics.
yeah.
Thanks for hanging out, man. I really
Yeah,
appreciate
dude.
it. Everyone's sticking around. Like you guys are troopers. Like honestly,
No,
this has been, I don't think the longest.
Workhorse fell asleep an hour ago, but he like left his headphones on.
An hour ago, dude. Workhorse was in bed at 9:30. I don't know what you're talking about. I swear to God, if he like pops in right here,
What time is it?
I've been
What time
sitting
is
here
it
this
in
whole time.
Minnesota right now? I don't know.
I think they're 2 hours behind us.
No, really?
Yeah,
How does time work? I don't even know.
linearly usually.
Usually, I like you said usually.
Usually. Oh, Minnesota's only 1 hour behind. Oh yeah, he's been asleep for a while. Oh my God,
Yeah.
Hubert, you stuck with us this entire time. I'm so sorry, my man. I know you're
Hubert.
He's probably East Coast too.
Yeah, go to sleep, dude. Come on, you got better stuff to do.
Yeah, no, you did incredible, man. Thank you so much for hanging out the entire time. I gotta have you on stream at some point. I'm not even gonna press you for alpha. We'll just have beer and like watch Kung Fury or something like that.
That'd be super fun.
Yeah.
Actually, it'd be super fun. We would watch like some basic anime, and I'd be like, "What is this?" And you guys could be like, "No, you don't even know."
Honestly, sounds like a really good time.
I would enjoy that. I'd be like, "What is this?" And then like I don't talk for an hour because you guys just go off. Like,
oh my God, yeah, no, I can nerd out on some of this stuff hard.
I feel like as long as you tell Hubert, like, "Hey, I agree, we're not going to talk about DFK," I feel like he'd be like, I'm down to talk about anything else.
I want Hubert to teach me electrical engineering. That's what I want. I think that'll be fun.
Shit. What a niche market.
I mean, how hard could it be? It's just electricity.
Hey, everyone in the DFK community. Wowie's going to make a video where Hubert teaches him electrical engineering.
Yeah, I'll be blindfolded and he'll just give me instructions.
Talk about like 4 people are going to be interested in that.
It'd be pretty fun, actually. It's like, okay, it's just a bunch of live wires in front of you. All right, reach out. Nope, not that one.
Yeah.
Okay, now twist them together.
Like, everyone's like, who are these people? Wait, why am I interested? Yeah. All right.
Well, yeah, thanks so much for everybody.
Yeah, it's getting insane. We're getting insane now. I gotta sign off.
We are. It's we're getting like sleepy crazy. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. Everyone who's watching on YouTube, thanks for making it this far. It's been a long one. Thanks for stopping by, Hubert. It was a pleasure having you here. It was a blast. Maddie, as always.
Of course.
I had a ton of fun. How about you?
Great. Oh, I loved it. This is so much fun. Monk is interesting. Monk is controversial. I think we had a lot of controversial takes on this, which is interesting.
We did go back and forth a lot more than usual. Yeah. I think we were convincing each other quite a bit.
Well, because I think it is Monk is a very fun. It's a very fun class that I think you can interpret it different ways, which I think makes it very fun.
A lot of give and a lot of take.
Yeah.
Good balance. I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
But Maddie, if they want to continue the conversation, where can they find you?
Yeah, so I'm DFK Pesk on Twitter. Bogside Chats is our podcast I like to do with my friends Franz and Guy Kid. We do those on Tuesday nights at 9 p.m. We'll be doing it next Tuesday, so catch us there. Or it's on YouTube, right? Yeah, it's on
sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, hell yeah, man. All right, yeah. For everybody else, it's been wowee. We've got another Codex coming out. We only got one more basic class left to go. I'll see you guys when the Scholar comes out. I can't wait. Hopefully it's not
so excited.
Hopefully it's not 8 weeks from now.
Yeah.
But with that, we'll go ahead and sign off. And before Bolon says anything, we totally made it to 6 hours because we had a little pregame before now. I don't want to
Mhm.
hear it. But everybody else, I
Wait,
love you all.
did he say you couldn't make it to 6 hours? Was it like a challenge
No,
he
I'm
made?
just gonna. I'm like envisioning him looking at like
Yeah, he
he
would.
could have gone 7 more
He
minutes and made it
would.
6
He
hours.
would do that.
He'd
Honestly,
so
in the YouTube edit, just add 5 minutes of silence.
You know what, that might be fun. I might do
Okay,
that.
if you do that right now, I'm signing off. I'm not gonna sit here for that. But
No, we're good to go. Everybody
All right.
else, thanks so much for stopping by. I hope you all have a good one. We'll see you at the next Codex review.